racing. You wanted the best, you got him four abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
To the front bumper, and he hits him again now. Ray Alfala into the outside wall.
He's gonna pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's gonna get them all done with. What amazing!
Lee to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is gonna touch in. Pit press sideways. What a save!
Looks to the outside, and Trunke goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
Trying this contact though.
Slide left to the racetrack. Chris Venner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact.
He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cutback here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Makashube, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
Of the best sim racers, $100,000 on the line. Who will rise to the challenge? This is the most competitive and sought-after season in iRacing World Championship history. This is where legends are made. This is the Porsche Esports Super Cup.
Gotta love this time of year. Only one can be champion. Let's go playoff racing. This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's going the outside of both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God! Big crash! Oh my goodness! Half the field's gonna get rolled.
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Welcome to SimSpeed TV and welcome to Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for the Oceanic Endurance Championship Round 5. We have 6 hours of multi-class endurance racing ahead of us here on SimSpeed TV. 4 classes in the Oceanic Endurance Championship: LMP1 cars, LMP2 cars, GTE Pro and GTE AM, which of course share the same machinery but run in their own classes here based on driver rating. Qualifying has been run in all of our classes. The teams are just readying for the start of this race. 6 hours awaits them. Strategy is going to be key. Keeping the car clean, the start of the race, going to be critically important. For our coverage here on SimSpeed TV, I'm David Haynes, and at least for the first part, alongside me is going to be Scott Fountain. And Fonty, you were with me for the Monza round of this. Your thoughts on the Oceanic Endurance Championship, and of course your thoughts on this famous circuit, Spa.
Yes, hello everybody and welcome to the Oceanic Endurance Championship. It is a great series. I certainly enjoy being part of it, and yeah, what a great round this is going to be. Absolutely love Spa. Was fortunate enough to go and watch it in real life just last year, and yeah, I think that we're going to see some great racing tonight.
Indeed. A little more information up on your screen right now. Circuit Spa in Belgium, nearly 7 kilometers long. It's a very long lap indeed. Everyone but our LMP1 cars doing qualifying lap times longer than 2 minutes. And 6 hours of racing. 2 drivers per car minimum. I'm not sure we'll see many teams with 3 drivers, but it would be possible. So the cars now forming up on the grid, and we'll have a look at the order they are going to start this race. So 6 LMP1 cars, and on pole position, Fusion Sim Racing, the 1 minute 54.789, comfortably 4/10 clear of Trick Sim Sports Blue, and then it's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Echelon on row 2 alongside their sister car, the number 41 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing LMP1. DPR Racing 2 and Swift Racing Szechuan round out the back of the LMP1 grid. 3 LMP2 cars will take the start here. They are Fusion Sim Racing, Simplex Racing HPD, and Swift Racing HPD. And for the GTE Pro standings, I'll hand it over to Fonty.
There we go. So we've got Trick Sim Sports Silver sitting on pole for that class, then Trick Sim Sports Black, Arm Racing Red, FT1 Motorsports Pie, 1 Performance Racing 416, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black car is next. Then we've got our first Evolution Racing Team car. Eclipse Sim Sports will be in 17th, DPR Racing 18th, Eclipse Sim Sports again in 19th, and Fusion Sim Racing rounding out the 20.
Further back in the field, we've got the first, sorry, not the first of our GTE AM cars, because they are the same machinery. The Pro and AM GTEs are mixed together on the grid. Your best bet for telling them apart is that the Pro cars all have numbers starting with 4 The AM cars all have numbers starting with 6. So in their class, a good qualifying position from Fusion Sim Racing 688 and FT1 Motorsports Loki. Then the rest of the grid is FT1 Motorsport Omega, Fusion Sim Racing 677. And then we get a little bit deeper in a field with Rival Autosport, Arm Racing Yellow, FT1 Motorsport Asbo, Black Dog Racing, and then DPR Racing 4. And, well, the Scott safety car might be needed, but will not be taking the start of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. I absolutely love this series. The battles that we see in the GTE class are just insane, and yeah, you never really know who's going to win it until the last lap, and it's really anybody's race. This track, because they're certainly pretty fast, and a small mistake, although there's plenty of runoff, a small mistake in the wrong place will certainly cost you, and I think that we will certainly see a bit of action coming out of Eau Rouge there.
Exactly. The faster the speeds, the faster the accident. So Warren Pickering now leads the field as the safety car has pulled in. He is waiting for his time to be ready to go. One Audi in the field, and the strategy advantage that they have on a fuel stint might mean they might be able to pull something on strategy. We'll see. Warren Pickering rounds La Source and will wait for the green flag to fly, holding 90 kilometers an hour, and he accelerates now, and of course with that hybrid punch he gets a great start. The rest of the field are going to go side by side for second place coming up through Eau Rouge.
There we go. Yeah, what a great little start there. Then we go back to LMP2. They're just kicking off. They're rolling down and off they go. A little bit disappointing to see only 3 cars here, but I'm sure we will see a battle either way. But back to the GTE field. This is going to be intense. I tell you, you're not going to win it in the first corner, so I'm sure these guys are going to be sensible either way.
Alexander Bird with a great jump there from the Trick Sim Sports 1-2. Definitely some masters of endurance racing, that team. And I'm sure they've got some strategy up their sleeve as well. 6 hours of racing gives you plenty of time to think about tyre life, think about fuel consumption. And so far, it looks like a clean start in all of our fields. Of course, we'll see how that is once they come closer around the lap. And right there, that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Audi of Miguel Vigo has taken the overall lead. The Audi has definitely come into its own, come into its strengths later in this season.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's, yeah, I'm interested to see how it goes at this track. Obviously completely different cars, but yeah, the Audi is certainly my pick.
Warren Pickering tried to fight back for the lead of the race, but Miguel Vigo had just a little bit too much hybrid power saved, and he punches down towards Blanchimont, clearly in the lead of the race. GTE battles are definitely going to be the bulk of our story for this 6-hour race here, though. Riding on board with one of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black cars, Dominic Oliveira, off the back of a win here on SimSpeed TV in the GoPro Championship just a couple days ago, also driving this BMW M8 GTE, so he'll be looking to show that was no fluke and that he drives well in these cars. Worth noting, a lot of that was down to strategy, a lot of that was down to conserving the tyres side by side up through Eau Rouge, always dangerous. Who will come out ahead here between the other Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car and pole-setting Fusion Sim Racing car, now relegated back into third spot as Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing stamp their mark on the LMP1 field, Fonty?
Yes, they certainly have. It is a long race to go, and these guys at Fusion Sim Racing, well, they certainly are one of the best when it comes to endurance stuff, and you can never count them out. So we've seen them win many a championship in their time, and this is certainly where they perform their best.
Look at that, the 2 Trick Sim Sports cars starting to edge away from the rest of the field, who are just about all line astern. It's Alexander Bird and Anthony Winkleman trying to break the slipstream, trying to build out a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field, and maybe just working together. That's the advantage they have of both of them starting 1-2 in the field. A great qualifying performance from them is also looking like it's going to come together in a great racing performance. Justin Alderton in that Porsche, the Arm Racing red car, leads the rest of the field, and behind that, Aaron Stanley going to try and use the slipstream to make a pass. It won't work this time, and he's got Dominic Oliveira nipping at his heels. And right behind that is Wayne Burke in the One Performance racing car. But this battle between the FT1 Motorsports Ferrari and the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing BMW is looking very, very, gosh, I need an adjective for this. Well, it's definitely going to come to the boil soon.
Yeah, this is this GTE field. This is where things get mixed up, and most of the time, safety cars are generally because of this class, and it's always close. So, although this track's got lots of runoff, we have seen in previous seasons of this Oceanic Endurance Championship that Spa always likes to spice it up and give us some safety car action.
And you said it yourself before, very, very high speeds here mean that you go very, very quickly to the scene of the accident. Even with all the paved runoff we've got, a little bit of a tank slapper here or there at past 200 kilometers an hour can be deadly. And that shot right there did give you a great look at how far the Trick Sim Sports cars are trying to break away from the rest of the pack. Justin Alderton has got a hive of angry bees in his mirror. Look at them all go. It's hard to tell, is he holding the pack up, or are they all just getting such a benefit from the slipstream? Could be a little bit of both.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're seeing this very intense battle here. In about 5th or 6th there in that GTE field, we've got Wayne Burke, Riley Blythe, Cody Bird, all these guys mixing it up here.
Oliveira has a look to the inside at La Source for second place in GTE, and they're side by side. He doesn't quite get the exit he would have wanted. Aaron Stanley is going to come back at him. Sorry, yes, Aaron Stanley. Aaron Stanley gets the spot back before Eau Rouge Radion. But then it's going to be another great run up the hill, up the Camel Straight in the slipstream for Dominic Oliveira. And Justin Alderton's gotten away a little bit, so Stanley doesn't get that benefit of the slipstream. He goes to the inside to try and defend. Oliveira going to try and take his big BMW round the outside into third place, fourth place in GTE, and gets it. Who cares about the numbers? The racing is exciting.
Yes, it certainly is, and these cars look great out on track. I always do like the geodesic colours, black and the orange and the white. It looks very racy.
They've done a very good job at putting some more sponsors on that livery as well, so that always helps. So now the question is, now that Oliveira is past, who will be lining up next to maybe try and get past Aaron Stanley? Riley Blythe in the Evolution Racing Team car right behind him, and then behind that is another One Performance Racing car, Wayne Burke. So two drivers who definitely know their way around a circuit like this, might be able to get the job done, also racing in LMP1.
Yeah, LMP1, it's had a few numbers drop off, and these Alpine Star cars are very fast. I do expect Warren to come back at them at some stage. Maybe this is part of their strategy. They do know how to do strategy. Although strategy, you can plan for it and do as best as you can sometimes with safety cars and whatnot. I want to see mix-up, so we'll see that we see a mix-up tonight.
Indeed, looking at very deep on the brakes for one of those Fusion Sim Racing cars. I think Nathan Huppert's second place in GTE AM, and what he's got is two cars separating him from the Eclipse Sim Sports car that is leading that class. A little bit of battling between the two Fusion Sim Racing cars though. Is that a bit of team orders? We'll see. So Huppert's ahead of Carter there. That's one of the AM cars ahead of the Pro car. That AM car really does need to get up the road if he's not going to get separated from his class leader. Cody Bird doing a very good job at blending in with the GTE Pro cars for the moment and using the slipstream, and you see how powerful that slipstream is up the Camel Straight. A very long straight, a little bit of an uphill as well, and Justin Alderton is leading a conga line of GTE cars.
Yes, he certainly is, and he's pretty quick. Last lap by Alderton was 2:15.4. Car behind him though, Dominic, 2:15.1. So that is a pretty quick time. If they can just hang on with that front bunch of guys, then they should be in a good position.
Trick Sim Sports GTEs now 4 seconds clear of the rest of the pack, working well together, Alexander Bird and Anthony Winkleman, to build that gap out, and that will give them a bit more comfort when it comes to time for the pit stops. They are working together and not getting part of this this bickering and barging that we see deeper in the GTE field. And if you've got a favorite driver, favorite team, or a friend who's racing today and you want to keep up with how they're going, you can head to simspeed.live, and there you can see all of the live timing, the standing, the orders, some of the fastest laps, and who's driving which car at this moment. So if you want to follow along at home, that's one of the best ways you can do so.
Yes, you're certainly right. Do jump on simspeed.tv or simspeed.live. It'll take you to our website and check out the articles. David, you do a few articles for us here and there, and have a look at what other series we broadcast at the same time. We're always busy over here at SimSpeed. Jay, our director, is doesn't have a minute to breathe with how much action we have going on. So do go and check out the website, please.
No doubt. So looking at some of the track temperatures out there, because of course over a 6-hour race we would expect the track temperatures to change very drastically. It's 41.7 degrees out there, which is pretty hot. Riding on board with our LMP1 leader right now, who has to be so careful, working their way through the GTE traffic for the first time, but just a bit of patience through one corner and then punch all of that Audi hybrid power out of the corner and gobble up a couple of cars. It's not too hard for the LMP1 cars. They can accelerate that much quicker. Of course, it does have to be careful in the little LMP1 car around the brutes of GTE machinery, and careful of the battle that the GTE drivers are having themselves, because Justin Alderton, Arm Racing Red, and that sort of tiger stripe Porsche suddenly losing out. Oliveira is through. Aaron Stanley is going to try and get a go of it as well, and at the moment Oliveira through into third in the BMW, and some of the Ferraris now lining up behind to try and overtake that Porsche, all while we see that Miguel Vigo in that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing overall leading LMP1, trying to work his way through these GTE cars that are battling side by side.
Yeah, this is absolutely great racing, and this is where the action is. It's certainly for these LMP1 cars who are trying to get through the field now. This is always the most difficult part, and you know, being in the GTE cars, it is, you're always looking in your mirror, and it's very close there as we watch them try and get past Alderton. We have seen a few accidents over previous rounds in this situation where these guys are trying to come past and someone makes a slight mistake, and before you know it, you've got a big pile up. So got through there all clean.
Miguel Vigo has a 4-second lead in the LMP1 category, 5 seconds now, because there is 5 other LMP1 cars that are all going to have to make their way through this very feisty and very densely packed GTE field. So high alert for them right now, riding on board. Big move down the inside of La Source there, but gets it stuck. Does Wayne Burke, the One Performance Racing car, battling against the FT1 Motorsports car, Aaron Stanley. Aaron Stanley now loses out one spot. And here comes one of those LMP1 cars. This is your second place car, the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Echelon Porsche. They've got one Porsche and one Audi. They've hedged their bets in LMP1, and it doesn't really matter because they're running 1-2 anyway.
Yeah, they're certainly pretty fast. When you look back at the GTE field, well, the trick cars, they are the class of the field at the moment. The only ones to be in the 2.14.6 for the car of Alexander Bird, 2.14.3 for Anthony Winkleman. So they are light years ahead at the moment, those two, and doing a fantastic job to work together.
Yep. While I said that the number 42 Geodesic Porsche was running second in LMP1, boy was he under pressure just then from Warren Pickering. He didn't quite get the cut of the traffic that he wanted, has now lost out a second or so, but Pickering managed to close right up there for second place in LMP1. Did not fall his way, but they're through the bulk of the GTE traffic now. And if he can lay down some clean laps, if his race pace is better, he'll definitely be able to give Roderick Wittenberg something to think about.
Yeah, you're certainly right. It would be a dream can only imagine driving one of these LMP1 cars around a track like this. You'd certainly be on your toes all the time, wouldn't you, Dave?
Yes, no doubt. Everything that was left of my toes. So, getting a little
I
bit
don't need
closer.
to know that.
Getting a little bit closer between the Trick Sim Sports cars. Winkleman was a couple car lengths further back off Bird earlier, and Bird has done all of the towing so far. So Winkleman will be the driver saving the fuel. Will they do team orders later on and swap the two for the second half of the stint? Was Bird just the pacier driver right now, and Winkleman is doing everything he can to hang on? Those are the questions I guess we've got to wait to get answered.
Yeah, well, I think they have certainly done a fair bit of testing by the looks of it. Class of the field gone, have they? They are 7.1 seconds, 7.2 seconds ahead of third place, but it certainly can be mixed up if we see a
Battle between the LMP1 cars, and Warren Pickering must have saved up quite a bit of his hybrid energy, got a better run up Eau Rouge La Source, not Eau Rouge Radion, and he's grabbed second place away from that Geodesic Racing Porsche. The Geodesic Racing Audi continues to lead in the category. Warren Pickering saying, Fusion Sim Racing, don't count us out. And he's timed it to perfection to grab that spot away. Now, Justin Alderton, the Arm Racing Red GTE car, continuing to be a little bit of a stopper in the bottle. The next driver trying to get through is Wayne Burke for One Performance Racing. The drivers who've gotten through, Dominic Oliveira, he's skipped town a little bit as well. So I'm sure Wayne Burke, I'm sure Aaron Stanley, Riley Blythe and those lot, seeing that happen and decided probably can't spend the entirety of this stint riding along behind the Arm Racing Red Porsche.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think that Wayne Burke, well, we know how he can drive in V8 Scops. He has won a V8 Scops race, and yes, very, very fast, very good sim racer. So I expect him to certainly be in the hunt towards the end of this race, but an absolutely great field of drivers in this GT field. Cody Bird doing a fantastic job. Hayden Beneford, now you guys might be able to confirm, is he related to
Younger
Hayden
brother?
Beneford? Younger brother, there we go. Didn't know that, but good to see another Benefield in sim racing.
Slightly unexpected pit stop right here from the number 42 car that was running third place in LMP1. They're onto the lane right now. It hasn't even been 20 minutes of racing, so what could this be for? Is this a penalty? Have they picked up damage somewhere? Is there technical dramas? I'm not sure what is going on here, but the car that was running in second was in that battle for second place. It's now in the pit lane, and boy is it a long pit lane, slightly unexpectedly.
Yeah, potentially they have collected some damage because, well, these cars are quite delicate and they've had a bit of a moment. Well, potentially it is slowing them down because they were pretty close, number 1 and 2 of those Alpine Star cars at the start of this race, and well, there's certainly an unexpected pit stop.
3 wide, a little bit of a bump coming down the Kemmel Straight. Justin Alderton was trying to hold off Wayne Burke. Wayne Burke had the overspeed, was going to try and go around the outside. Then suddenly there was an LMP1 car, and there just was not quite room for 3. High speeds, tiny bit of a bump given. Probably not particularly malicious, but does grab the spot, does the One Performance Racing car, and Arm Racing Red car drops another position down the order. Next to try and overtake him is going to be Aaron Stanley, Riley Blythe, and then Cody Bird. Pace for the Porsche overall seems pretty good. I've definitely heard from some of the GTE drivers that when it comes to 6th gear, when it comes to the super high speed stuff, the Porsche is at a slight disadvantage compared to some of the other cars. Might be able to brake just as well, might turn just as well, but at a very high speed track like this, it might not be the best platform overall. We'll see if they can look after tyres or make fuel economy to try and make up for it. But at the moment, a Porsche not where it qualified.
No, certainly not. Just looking at this GT field, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black car, they have slightly closed the gap to the front 2 Trick Sim Sports cars. He has broken into the 2:14 mark, so maybe getting a little bit more confident, or the grip's starting to go down on the track and the car is working a little bit better, we will see this track absolutely coat up in rubber, and it's pretty cool to see it from the start of the race where there's nothing to the end. It's a big change, isn't it, David?
Indeed, Riley Blythe went around the outside through the bus stop chicane on Aaron Stanley. Aaron Stanley has fought back into La Source. I think will definitely have his nose ahead once they come to the bottom of the hill. Great little battle between these two, but as they battle, it does not help either of them catch Justin Alderton in the Porsche. He's just a little bit further ahead, and it does give Cody Bird behind a great opportunity to catch. Cody Bird, though, the leading GTE AM car, not really involved in this scrap, so happy to ride along in the slipstream at good speed that the pro cars are doing, save a bit of fuel. Around the outside again is going to go Riley Blythe, and this time I think he's made it stick a little bit better than he did through the bus stop. Great battle between these two, very fair, very clean, but they did get close and they did fight for it.
Yeah, these guys have certainly done some practice, and yeah, great move and great battle throughout this field.
GTE does continue to give us the bulk of that battle, and we've heard from Geodesic Racing about why that Porsche LMP1 came down the pit lane. Suspected floor damage, losing speed, losing downforce. That smells of maybe they rode a curb too hard somewhere here. Floor can be quite fragile on these LMP1 cars, and it's where a lot of the downforce comes from. And these cars do have a lot of downforce, and they need it to make their speed. So I'm trying to think of some of the places around here that you would pick up a bit of floor damage without going off-road through the beach here. There's it'd have to be one of the curbs in the bus stop. Those are really the highest curbs around.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's not really many others. It is such a fast entry into that corner, and when you make a mistake, slightly grab it. As you say, they are generally a little bit weak, and yeah, because it's such a high-speed track, well, it's going to affect you very, very quickly, and we did see him start to drop off the pace. So still a long race to go, and anything can happen, so don't count him out yet.
Yes, precisely. 20 minutes of racing done means there's only 5 hours, 40 minutes to go here from Spa. And, well, it's a little bit of misfortune for the number 42 Geodesic Racing car. The number 41 has no dramas at this moment, out the lead of the race, more than 18 seconds. Warren Pickering, is he going to be able to do anything to close that gap on the pace from last lap? No, he was 1 second slower. So then third place is now Trick Sim Sports Blue, with Martin Silvassi after that pit stop for the number 42, and then it's the DPR Racing 2 and Trift Racing Szechuan, but the leader in LMP2, Craig Edwards, and now he's working his way through a lot of GTE traffic and is not that far ahead of the Simplex Racing HPD. Is then only 4 seconds clear of the Shrift Racing HPD, so only 3 cars in LMP2, but they are all within touching distance of each other. Just a little bit of field spread there, but not too much. Anyone could still come and win it, especially because we've got driver swaps coming up. Which team has saved maybe a stronger driver for later in the race? That's always a possible strategy. Try and surprise your opponents.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think that Fusion Sim Racing, although that Alpine Star Geodesic car is very fast, Fusion Sim Racing, they know what they're doing, and they will certainly have a plan.
We've had a GTE off. Here comes a modem simulation replay. Brett Cananzi, Eclipse Sim Sports. So he do it all by himself. He was fighting with some of the Fusion Racing cars earlier, and he might have just ridden a bit too much curb on the entry to the corner, and that's made contact with the wall. There's lots and lots of paved runoff there at Huon, but nonetheless, a big slide, car overcorrects the wrong way. He stands on the brakes, but he has collected the wall, just maybe turned in that slide, and that was actually quite a fast impact with the wall. There was still a lot of speed on that car when it collected the tire barriers. It wasn't one corner in, it was side on, and the car doesn't visibly look too damaged, but there's no way that that is good for the car. He might have still had near 80 kilometers an hour on the car when it made contact with the wall.
Yeah, well, 80k into the wall is never going to be a good recipe. It doesn't matter what you're in, it's still going to take an absolute beating. It's disappointing for that to happen to those guys.
Up front of GTE Pro, still no swap for the Trick Sim Sports cars. Two twins riding along together, and again still putting in lap times in the 2-minute 14s, 2-minute 14.7 for Alexander Bird last time, and no one else in the field can match that. Next fastest time is about a 2-minute 15.2 from Dominic Oliveira, who in third place is quickly building himself a bit of a no man's land between the leading two cars and then the rest of the pack from fourth back, which we look at now. Wayne Burke, Justin Alderton, Riley Blythe, Aaron Stanley. Cody Bird's dropped back a little bit. I'm not sure if there was any dramas for that Eclipse Sim Sports car, but as a AM car, the 614 Eclipse Sim Sports car, doesn't have to worry too much about what he's doing in this pack. Just needs to keep it clean because he's, what am I seeing, 3 or 4 seconds clear of the next GTE AM entry from Fusion Sim Racing.
Yeah, absolutely great to have this AM competition. Gives these new guys a chance to get themselves some silverware at the end of the championship and then eventually move up into the big boy stuff.
So looking at the LMP2 leader, working through a little bit of traffic, and of course it's a little bit more tough for the LMP2 cars because where they're quicker is on the brakes and through the corners. It's the LMP1 cars that have the massive acceleration advantage that lets them just breeze past other class cars. LMP2 drivers have really got to set it up a little bit more cleverly how they pass and rely on a little bit more courtesy from GTE drivers.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I was never really good at driving these LMP2 cars. They're so twitchy. One small little mistake and well, race done for you. So I certainly respect those guys who are driving that car.
Fusion Sim Racing, definitely long time entrants of the LMP2 cars. The livery hasn't changed too much either, so they're definitely a team that has run that car for a long time in many series, many championships. Even our friend Reese Gardner does quite enjoy driving that HPD.
Yeah, well, we never had the Porsche and the Audi, the LMP1 cars. Until recently, only the last 12 months, 18 months.
We've had got a motor simulation replay right now. Reese Keane, well, what happens for him? I think he gets past coming up through the hill. Does he go too far and get a slowdown? Yes, indeed he does. Just too aggressive, picking up the curb on the inside. It was close, but so is everything in racing.
Well, that's exactly right. Yes, it's that part of the track is very difficult, and you can get a slowdown very, very easily through there. So tyres starting to wear out maybe a little bit, and we just maybe made a slight mistake on corner entry, and you can find yourself dropping back very quickly.
Track temperature has stayed the same, so it's not the track heating up and getting slipperier. Side by side, Porsche, BMW, it's Eclipse Sim Sports and Rival Autosport, and Rival Autosport end up behind Eclipse Sim Sports. Car gets ahead. A little bit of a flash of the Porsche headlights there, maybe not happy with their treatment, but we are looking at a GTE Pro car of Brett Kennard, using all of the gravel a little bit. He's able to catch that slide. We've seen someone in a BMW not do it earlier. Blake Haswell driving the GTE AM Rival Autosport Porsche that looks quite a bit quicker in a straight line. Is that car in front the one that went into the wall? Is it maybe missing some of the straight line speed, maybe cornering just the same, braking just the same? But you can see from on board here with Blake Haswell, that BMW must be missing a little bit of straight line speed since it made friends with a tyre bundle.
Yeah, probably suspension probably had a bit of a whack, and you saw him on corner exit there, the tail started to come out, so he was quite lucky looking at Trick Sim Sports. I tell you what, when you see two race cars with the same livery together, it always does look pretty good on track, and well, even better when you're leading the field.
Yeah, we did get a great shot of all three types of machinery we've got. We were looking at the GTE cars, and in the background we saw our LMP1 leader get past our LMP2 leader, but the GTEs are side by side. Aaron Stanley is trying to hold off Riley Blythe. Blythe not able to get the move done there, but I think the BMWs might come into their own a little bit deeper into the stints, because we're now seeing the Porsche and the Ferrari fade a little bit, and some of the BMWs move further up the order, riding on board, looking backwards from that FT1 Motorsport car of Aaron Stanley. It's Warren Pickering in the second place LMP1 car blazes past and gives them no drama whatsoever. Very, very wide goes Aaron Stanley though. Will he be able to pick up the throttle as early as Riley Blythe? Nope, and Blythe not able to make a move before Fania.
Yeah, there we go. That BMW closed very, very quickly there. Oh, the Ferrari's not liking those curbs at all.
A little bit of a slide from the Ferrari there as well, and we saw this for the GTE Ferraris in the GoPro Championship here on SimSpeed just a couple of days ago. Deeper into the run, the rear tyres can start to wear out in the Ferraris. They get a bit slidey, and it's compromised the exit for Aaron Stanley. Riley Blythe had nowhere to go in that tiny kink before Blanchimont. Is he close enough to be rolled on the brakes into the bus stop? I would think not, but if he's a little bit closer, you know he'd think about it. And it's forming up just a little bit of a queue behind Aaron Stanley at this point in time.
Yeah, it certainly is a nice big queue forming there. These guys at the back of this pack will be absolutely loving it. And the Ferrari certainly has the work cut out from. Oh, that was very close there. That could have ended in tears. It's going to go flying past.
So the Trick City Sports LMP1 car thought about making a dive bomb there on Aaron Stanley, backed out of it just in time to avoid contact between the two cars. Riding on board with Daryl Carter, has he got a slowdown there? Got a lot of that curbing up the top of the hill. He hasn't slowed down yet. He's using the slipstream of the car in front to try and get that move done. He's not lifting, but if he was maybe a millimeter further to the left, that would have been deemed a cut course by the automated race control, should have levied a slowdown penalty against him, and that would have stung a lot. But I think he has just gotten away with it, and Daryl Carter gets ahead of the Eclipse Sim Sports car, which is your GTE AM leader.
There we go. That was very touch and go there. Looking at the previous slowdown that we saw on a replay, it certainly looked like that one was a little bit more aggressive, so it depends on how you touch the curb, and he certainly launched over that and was successful at making the move.
Yep, and it's quite an important move actually, because now there are no pro cars separating our AM first and second place. Cody Bird, Eclipse Sim Sports leading GTE AM, but now the car immediately behind him, Nathan Huppert's and Fusion Sim Racing. That's the second place GTE AM runner. Earlier in the race, there was a couple of pro cars, a little bit of buffer between the two of them. But now those cars have gotten past Bird. Maybe Nathan Huppert's has made a bit of progress as well. We might see an interesting little battle for GTE AM lead in this stint.
Yeah, we certainly might. Nathan, he is a very good driver. I've raced against him myself a few years back, and he was always very, very fast, and endurance stuff is certainly his cup of tea.
Aaron Stanley's going to lose out. Some of the LMP1 cars coming through might have put him off his preferred line, and Riley Blythe has gotten through, and Daryl Carter is lined up to be next. Not quite going to get it done, but there is millimeters between them coming through La Source. Daryl Carter getting on the throttle as early as he possibly can without causing an accident. Aaron Stanley has lost grip on 6th position. Riley Blythe has moved up into that spot. It looked almost inevitable for what can Daryl Carter do in that very, very important run up the hill. Slot right into the slipstream. Looks like the Ferraris had a very, very good run. Stanley might get Blythe back for this one. Going to be side by side on the brakes, and Daryl Carter is looking at them too wide in front, thinking, don't come together because I would have nowhere to go.
Oh, there we go. Very close here, side by
holds
side
on.
action. Absolutely great racing.
Indeed, so now Stanley side by side with Carter, who has his nose up the inside into the Brussels hairpin. Just gets out of it in time. Stanley knew he was clear probably and just cut right across. give no tarmac away. Carter still trying to size him up right there. And then immediately behind that is that GTE AM battle we were talking about. Cody Bird, Nathan Huppatz, we're 3 seconds apart. It's now 3/10. I think this battling between Blythe and Stanley has backed up the field just a little bit, which is not what Bird and Eclipse Sim Sports needed, because now the Fusion Sim Racing GTE AM car is right there, and we have another battle on our hands within this battle.
Yeah, we certainly do. Nathan doing a fantastic job. I really like these BMWs. They look so aggressive and really quite fast on track. Stanley doing a fantastic job though. You can see him struggling in that Ferrari. Here we go, side by side action. Are they going to try and go side by side through this next bit? This could end in tears. Oh.
Carter backs out before Blanchimont. Will he try and get a better run through and win on the brakes into the bus stop? That's always a possibility, but I think early in this 6-hour endurance race, a little bit of common sense prevailed there, Fonty, to decide that too wide through Blanchimont, not quite the clever thing to do just yet.
No, I think you're right. It's I think they were still quite brave to do even what they did. Stanley is certainly struggling, but he is managing to hold on, and that BMW in front hasn't really pulled away. Slipstream around this track makes a big difference. If you're slightly slower, but you can just stay in that slipstream where you've got some big long straights that you can kind of pull your way up there. Great camera view here from our director Jay. Absolutely love that part of the track. It's so cool seeing it in real life. They come up there through the night, and oh, here we go. He's looking every way.
Yeah, Stanley moved just half a car width to the inside to try and dissuade Daryl Carter from throwing the nose up there. But I mean, really, I wonder the inevitability of this move. And just to give you an idea about these two drivers fighting, the last lap for Stanley was a 2 minute 17 seconds. Anthony Winkleman up in second did a 2 minute 14.7. The pace has dropped off quite a bit for these cars that we're looking at right here, but not for those Trick Sim Sports cars who continue to just extend a lead, and now by seconds per lap over these battling cars, who I think, through the nature of their battling, are probably also wearing their tyres out a bit quicker as well.
Yeah, you're certainly right. They're dropped off a lot of the pace, and you'd almost consider, if you're in Aaron's position, do you let them go and just try and hang on the back? Because, well, the front two are only getting further and further away with this battling that's happening.
Yeah, indeed. The Swift Racing LMP1 car try and make its way through the traffic here, and not necessarily going to be easy because the FT1 car was staying to the right, the Fusion Sim Racing car was staying to the left, and Jamie Miskonik did not feel like threading that particular needle that time. And again, it's going to take a little while for them to close the gap, lock in all the tires very wide. And there's a pile-up. Aaron Stanley around. A couple of other cars have come into him. Two BMWs stationary in the bus stop.
Contact there.
Big incident.
Just I think overshot his braking there, and Stanley was trying to take the corner, turned in, and then had a slight clip in the rear, and well, that's all she wrote, and around he went, and cars piling into him. So we're going to see the replay here. Oh, there you go, slight little tap as he turned in, and around it went.
Indeed, little tap on the corner there from Stanley sent him around. Probably not be happy with that.
No, I don't think so.
The two BMWs behind have only just managed to avoid clobbering into him. Two Fusion Sim Racing cars having to come to a complete stop there with the car sideways on the racing line in front of them.
Yeah, certainly not what you want there, but that's what we were talking about earlier with these faster cars coming through. You're kind of exposed to a bit of risk, especially in a high-speed braking zone like the bus stop chicane there. And if he had just got on the brakes a split second earlier, well, maybe that wouldn't have happened, but that's all part of racing, isn't it?
Yeah, so Aaron Stanley losing out big time out of that one. But car in front that we're watching, Nathan Huppatz, also one of the cars having to come to a complete stop and losing out compared to Cody Bird, who got through a little bit clearer and gains himself a couple of seconds in the battle for the GTEM lead, which we were hoping was going to come to a boil, but it might just have to wait for a moment.
Yep, still plenty of the race to go. Looking now at these Trick Sim Sport cars, they are the class of the field. They haven't got a single mark on that car. These guys are just in a procession, cutting lap after lap, and very fast laps at that.
Yep, the only driver getting close to their lap times is Dominic Oliveira in the 442 Geodesic Racing BMW here, and he was, well, 0.003 of a second quicker than Alex Bird last lap around. The trend has been them continuing to extend the lead, but Oliveira at just 8 seconds adrift of the lead at this point, and looks like he's managed to stabilize that gap once he's gotten past the likes of Alderton and Wayne Burke. So that's one to watch. The Trick Sim Sports guys have got to have their wits about them still, because any little mistake, any strategy faux pas, and there's definitely someone there willing and ready to take the lead of the race away from them.
Yep, certainly right. Riding on board here with the ARM Racing car of Alderton. Right behind that Ferrari of Burke. Is it Burke?
Yep.
There we go. So Wayne Burke doing a fantastic job. Don't really see him too often outside of V8 Supercar.
So might do a little rundown of your field. Number 41, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Audi LMP1 still leads, and that gap that they have over Fusion Sim Racing, I called it out at 18 seconds earlier. It's now 26 seconds, so the pace absolutely blistering from Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in LMP1. I think Warren Pickering has more to worry about from Martin Silvassi in the Trick Sim Sports car behind than he does about catching the lead of the race. And Trick Sim Sports, do we have to say it in every race? There might be a trick up their sleeve on strategy, on tyre life, on fuel consumption. We'll see what they can do that might be able to bridge that gap. LMP2, well, the field spread there means there's no real action just yet, but the lead that Craig Edwards has over Simplex Racing, HPD and Alex Trainer, it's not enough to get too comfortable, just 7 seconds. And then it's a very similar gap backwards from second to third. Just 3 cars, but all of them remain within just a few seconds of each other. The Swift Racing HPD 12 seconds behind second place. And then GTE is mainly where our focus has been, because it's where a lot of the great battling has been. Alexander Bird still in front of Anthony Winkleman. The order that they have been for, what am I seeing, about 18 laps so far already. The order that they started the race as well. So flying formation from Trick Sim Sports, trying to keep the pace up. And on the last lap, they did extend that gap over third place Dominic Oliveira by another 0.3, but there's some pit stops now in LMP1, and this is much closer to when we'd expect to see a scheduled pit stop for an LMP1 car, I think, Fonty.
Yes, you're exactly right. Yeah, a little bit earlier, but I'm sure that they have this all worked out and planned out. It's
in the lane task. Now. The Fusion Sim Racing car from second place and the DPR Racing number 2 car. I think give it 1 or 2 laps and we'll see the whole LMP1 field in here, bar that Geodesic Racing Porsche that had to take an early stop.
Yeah, well, I think you're exactly right. It's an interesting race for these guys. They certainly know what they're doing, and well, when you have an engineer who works on your pit stop strategy, and you know you've got everything planned out, well, it can very much quickly be turned on its head if we see a safety car.
One thing I've noticed looking at the pit stop numbers here is we're using the full length pit lane, the endurance pit lane, and it is a very, very long trundle down that lane at speed indeed. Warren Pickering was in the pit lane for a whole minute before he reached his pit stall to take service, and critically he's taken only fuel. Great battle on board on our screens right now in GTE. Some of this strategy is going to be very, very interesting deeper in the race, because if you can cut out one pit stop, it's not like some other circuits where that might save you 20 seconds in the pit lane. That will save you a minute in the pit lane here at Spa Endurance Pits if you can cut out and save a pit stop.
Yep, it is a very, very long pit lane. I don't think there is a longer pit lane than the one that we're running today, and yeah, it's nothing more painful when you are trundling down, especially when you're having a close battle with someone up there on track. And like you say, one stop makes all the difference between winning and finishing 5th or 6th, really.
So one of the interesting things we're watching here is that Cody Bird is in a Fusion Sim Racing sandwich with the pro car in front of him, but the car he's battling in class behind him. And I'm not saying Fusion Sim Racing would have their pro car back up the competitor into their AM car. I'm sure that's not deliberately what's happening, but causally it is what is happening here. Cody Bird in the Fusion sandwich.
Yeah, Cody doing an absolutely fantastic job, and it seems to be that the BMW is certainly the car of choice for a lot of these guys. Just watching this LMP1 car, trying to carve through them. There we go, no problems at all.
Saw the Trick Sim Sports car on the lane. Will they take tyres? That's critical, because the car they were racing with, the Fusion Sim Racing car, did not take tyres. We see the LMP1 leader come onto the lane as well. You know that double stinting the tyres is very doable in the LMP1 cars when the track temperatures aren't all the way up, because it's such a short run on the fuel, just 45 minutes, that double stinting the tyres is an hour and a half affair, not a 2-hour effort. So no tyres for Warren Pickering and Fusion Sim Racing, no tyres for Trick Sim Sports. There was tyres and a little bit of repairs at the last stop for the number 42 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Porsche. For our leader, I think they're probably not going to take tyres. Track temperature has now dropped to about 37 Celsius, and it's only going to get later in the day here at Spa. The 6-hour race will definitely getting close to the night by the end, so the track temperatures will continue to cool as the race goes on.
Yep, that's cooling track temperature certainly works in your favour, helps with tyre life, handling, and as the race goes on, the car, it all depends on how you set it up. Do you set it up for the start of the race, or do you set it up for the end of the race?
So, looking at Wayne Burke and Alderton. Justin Alderton, I think he's just really settled down in that Porsche and picked it up again a little bit. It was losing a little bit of spots earlier, holding up the train just a little bit, but it might be deeper in the stint that the tyres go away on the Ferrari and they stay strong on the Porsche. Certainly the balance of the car shifts to a bit of oversteer for the Ferraris as they get deeper in a run, and that can be tricky to handle. It won't always be entirely predictable when the rear of the car will break loose on older tyres.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think that Justin is doing a fantastic job. He'll be certainly saving a fair bit of fuel just sitting behind this Ferrari. Probably quite a good call to make, unless you're light years faster. Sit behind them, work together, and generally you can save that one stop at the end of the race.
Now that we've seen all of the LMP1 fields pit, thinking that LMP2 cars probably be in about 5 or 6 minutes, and then just past the top of the hour, probably expect to see the GTE cars. Might see a couple of teams opt to pit exactly at the top of the hour for 4 pit stops to get to the end of this race, and interesting to see who decides to go all the way on the tank of fuel and try and have a short final stop, and who decides that taking tyres once an hour at the top of the hour will be the quicker way to do it. That's something we're definitely going to find out in about 12 minutes or so.
Yeah, here we go. Just been announced by a director. Penalty car 42 incident between. Oh, that was the one that we saw. Oh, yeah, okay. We are not 100% sure when that was from, but that is our car that pitted first and was in there for damage floor. So I do hope we get an update from that. I think that, I don't know if can't get a replay. Lap 19, turn 15, we have been told. I'm wondering if we are going to see a review for the incident between the Ferrari and the LMP1 car at the bus stop chicane as well. Potentially.
I think lap 19 is after we saw that number 42 car come into the pit lane. So if the penalty is for something other than what required them to come into the pit lane.
Here we go, just looking at the geodesic racing LMP1 car, absolutely nailing every single corner. Can tell he's done a few laps practice around here. Absolutely perfect.
And tyres at the last pit stop for our leading car and not for second place. Here's a replay. Let's see if this answers our question. Yeah, you just see in the back of the shot there. We're trying to find replay about this penalty, and here we go. No, that's the number 41. Maybe it'll be a bit later on. We'll see. I'd have to pull out a map and then start counting on my fingers to know which one turn 15 is. Certainly not going to be in the early part of the lap. This might answer it, and certainly there's a bit of GTE traffic around in this part of the replay. This phase of the race. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit too far in the past for our director to be able to accurately find the replay about it. It's unfortunate, but sort of famine and feast then for geodesic racing in LMP1, where Miguel Vigo continues to lead the race, but the team car has had to make some repairs and has then further been penalised. And like we said about that long pit lane here, a drive-through penalty hurts you far more here at Spa than it would at any other circuit we can possibly imagine. I mean, even if you think about something like Monza, where the run from the entry to the exit of the pit lane might be 20 or 25 seconds, it's still half what it is here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's such a wicked track. I absolutely love this place. I would love to race around here in real life. Bucket list time.
Any other tracks on your bucket list, Fonty?
No, I did the Nürburgring, or Bathurst, Mount Panorama. That's definitely on the bucket list, and basically this place really.
Okay, Indianapolis isn't so bad.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty amazing what you did recently. Pretty cool experience that you had, and yeah, it's certainly a very iconic place in the world.
Yeah, indeed. It was great. It was very, very good. Watching racing red, and there's been one of the Fusion cars around, Daryl Carter. That was the car that was just in front of our GTE AM battle, which you can just see in the background here. He might well have done all by himself, riding a little bit too much curb. The rear starts sliding, and does he make contact with the wall? Yes, he does. So we've seen that for these BMWs. Once they start sliding a little bit, it's either difficult to correct the slide or easy to overcorrect the slide. So he's maybe gotten just a little bit greedy with the inside curb here, and then when the cars come down off the curb, the bounce has not reacted well. It's slid and gone nose first straight into Armco barrier.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. didn't really look like he made much of a mistake, but maybe that rubber is starting to wear out a bit and car is changing and can very easily happen.
2/3 of our LMP2 field on the pit lane right now. That's a very easy fraction to calculate. So Fusion Sim Racing stay out 1 lap longer in the lead, but Simplex Racing and Shrift Racing in. Be interesting to see, do they double stint their tyres there? But we are looking at this GTE AM battle. This is the lead in GTE AM between Eclipse Sim Sports and Fusion Sim Racing. And Cody Bird in front, no longer being held up or distracted by the sister Fusion Sim Racing car of Daryl Carter, who has removed himself from in front of this battle. This will go on for a little bit here. Nathan Huppets has closed. He's in the slipstream. Will he be able to close just a couple car lengths more? Will he be able to get the move done sometime soon?
Great Battlefield is starting to stretch out a little bit in that GTE
big
field.
wiggle there from Huppets. Is there something with the Fusion Sim Racing setup that deeper in the run just becomes a little bit unstable? I think it was coming off Fania there. He had to be very, very quick with the hands to save the rear of the car from going in front and looping around. He's recovered from it very, very well because he is now eating up time in the slipstream towards Blanchemont.
Yep, certainly very lucky there. As I was saying earlier, very good driver is Nathan. That could have certainly ended in T as well. It's just interesting seeing how fast those LMP1 cars close up on these GTE cars. Just see on the brakes there, absolutely crawl towards them. There we go, move done up the inside. Not too difficult there. Looks like the rear end is struggling a little bit on these Fusion Sim Racing cars. Even just exiting turn 1 there, you could just see the rear trying to light up.
Indeed, track temperatures have gone up just a tiny, tiny little bit, and that might also be playing into it. I'm going to ride on board here with Huppets and see how much the slipstream is worth along the Kemmel Straight. The answer is quite a lot in just about any car. I think rolling out of the throttle a little bit there, maybe a little bit of fuel saving from Huppets. I don't know if that was just my eyes, but that's kind of what it looked like to me.
Yep, probably a good call from them. So yeah, as we were discussing before, when you're in a position like this, well, no point in getting past the car in front. Use it to your advantage, save some fuel.
Entire LMP2 field has pitted now because Fusion Sim Racing are on the lane from the lead in the 277, and we've seen driver swaps in 2 of the 3 cars. It's a driver swap here in the leading car, Craig Edwards out, Carl Raper in. No change for Simplex Racing, HPD, still Alex Trainer, but a swap for Shrift Racing as Mia Ott gets in. So not many driver swaps in the LMP1 field, a couple of swaps in the LMP2 field. Be interesting to see what our GTE runners do in just 5 minutes time.
Yep, there we go. That is going to be very interesting. I think you'd almost
big
see
move here because a no tyre call from Simplex Racing HPD has jumped them ahead of Fusion Sim Racing, who did, it looks like, did take tyres at that stop. 31 seconds for Simplex, 48 for Fusion Sim Racing. Critically, Shrift Racing also looking like they took tyres at their pit stop. So no tyre call from Simplex Racing has got them into the lead of LMP2. That's what I was talking about earlier when I said there's a couple of seconds between them. They're not battling on track, but it's all close enough that a bit of strategy call, old strategy call, could shuffle the order up, and it has between our 3 LMP2 runners.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to see how that works. Is it going to pay off for them? Or are they going to find themselves even further back? We'll see in the next 30 minutes what kind of happens there. But yeah, certainly a great way to spice it up, and why not give it a go?
Here's the penalty being served by that number 42 car, and long trundle down the pit lane at pit lane speed limit for these guys. And it's not a quick pit lane speed limit either, and that's probably for the best with the hairpin turn that exists in the middle of the pit lane. So maybe a little bit of a swap for position coming up for the Fusion guys here. Daryl Carter's caught back up to 677, one of their AM entries, not the one we were looking at for the lead, but there's no shortage of Fusion cars out there in every class.
No, you're exactly right. Andrew Gaines there letting the teammate past, and maybe they'll work together. Ooh, it was a very close call there. Trick Sim Sports cars doing a fantastic job still. They are the gap between themselves and the next car down the road, 12.1 seconds. So the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black car actually doing a pretty good job, although they're lonesome on track. So to be able to cut laps like that, they haven't really pulled much of a gap, and he's still doing pretty fantastic times really. Only 0.3 of a second a lap slower that last time by to the Trick Sim Sports Black car of Anthony Wickman.
Battle within the team at FT1 Motorsports in the GTE AM category. Daniel Cheney and Hayden Benefield, and there's another FT1 car right in the background as well. So this is FT1 territory right here.
Stanley in the lane.
Wow, so that's one of our first GTE teams to come into the pit lane, and Aaron Stanley and FT1 Motorsport Pi are following the pit at the top of the hour strategy. And they're one of the teams that, I guess that's not a surprise for, the troubles it looked like they were having with the rear tyres on the Ferrari. They'll probably do better. Come in now, fill the tank up, put new tyres on it, and then put in a couple quick laps, try and get some undercut on the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think they would have sustained a little bit of damage from that contact with the LMP1 car at the bus stop chicane, so potentially a longer stop there for Stanley. We will see. He's in the lane, hasn't pulled up at their pit bay as of yet. 45 seconds into it, so we will see it very soon. Here he goes, about to stop. How long is the stop going to be? How far back is it going to put them?
Expecting to probably see tyres from all of the GTE teams. The number 42 car is back in the pit lane again, and you know what, this does fit with about when they'd need to take service, because they came in with about 20 minutes in the race, and that was about a fuel stint ago. So very well acquainted with the pit lane now is the number 42 car, who made 3 trips through. And we see a split in strategy from the Trick Sim Sports car, because Bird comes into the lane, Winkleman stays out. That makes sense. Bird was the leader, and Winkleman followed along in the slipstream for the entire hour, almost unwaveringly from the start of the race. Would not be surprised if Winkleman still had 2 more laps of fuel in that car. He's got at least 1 more, but we're seeing a lot more GTE cars on the lane right now. This is the first lap they've come past since the top of the hour, and everyone coming in except Anthony Winkleman, and critically, I think Dominic Oliveira has stayed out as well. I might be wrong on that. Nope, he's in the lane. So only a few drivers have been able to stay out.
Stanley back out on track. He 1 minute and 1 second was his pit stop times, so a little bit longer than the cars that pitted previous to him, but potentially maybe no damage from that, or very minimal damage, or if there is any damage at all, they can manage to still keep the car going. It was still going pretty good after that contact, so
very, very busy on the pit lane right now. Rival Autosport car pitted a lap earlier than everyone else and is now exiting. There's more GTE cars in the pit lane than there is out on track right now. So my timing screen is all orange as every single GTE runner comes into the lane right now. Spa, obviously a little bit higher fuel consumption than some other tracks. A lot of time wide open throttle, but I would have thought that GTE cars might have been able to go a little bit further than this. But certainly now's a good time to take a tyre stop.
Yeah, I think on the hour's generally a pretty good strategy. We haven't seen any mix-ups with safety cars, so stick to your original plan, and if that was your plan, then execute that until something happens later on in the race. We do have that Alpine Stars geodesic racing car out of the lane. They are back trying to get up to full speed.
No tyres for them. That's an interesting call. There's a lot of split strategy going on here. So cars that have taken tyres, Alexander Bird, your race leader, and a lot of the other cars, for example, Aaron Stanley, I'm seeing tyres from One Performance Racing and others, but a few teams that are trying to double stint the tyres. It's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and ARM Racing Red, and also one of the DPR racing cars. So that'll give them track position right now, but a few of these cars really did look like they were chewing through their tyres, especially some of the Ferraris. So we'll see how long staying out on the double stinted tyres works, because they might just get absolutely swallowed up a couple of seconds per lap in this second stint.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It's an interesting call. Just saw Anthony Winkleman trundling down the lane there. Great to see Richard Hunter out there for DPR Racing. He's been around sim racing for a very long time. I remember racing against Richard Hunter back in 2011, 2012. And cool to see these old names popping up. I know that he took a little bit of a break for a while and he's been back.
This is going to be a very, very interesting next stint in the GTE classes, as we've now split the field almost evenly between teams that decided taking tyres would be quicker and teams that have tried to double stint. And when it all shakes out, Dominic Oliveira might be scored in the lead of the race in that class. In fact, I think he definitely will, because Winkleman is taking tyres. Both of the Trick Sim Sports cars taking tyres. See what the pace is like for Oliveira, though, because that was an outlap just then. We'll need to see one more flying lap to see what pace he can maintain. Those Trick Sim Sports cars are going to be quick on their new tyres when they get up to speed.
Yep, they certainly are. There we go. Winkleman has been released, and we have seen the Alpine Stars car go past them. So what is going to happen now? Winkleman trying to get up to speed as quickly as he can. He's going to drop past Bird. Is Bird going to get him? No, it doesn't look like it.
So Winkleman then also jumps Bird by going a lap longer. So, yeah, early Bird doesn't get the worm.
There we go. Look at the pit stop time for both Winkleman and Bird, identical for both of them. To the lane, the time down the lane to the stop, absolutely perfect. 101.5 at the stop, 202.1 for the whole completion of down the lane and out again.
Swap though in GTE AM, because the Fusion Sim Racing car has come out of the lane ahead of Eclipse Sim Sports. I mean, they're still quite close together, but just by a 2-second difference. So Nathan Huppert's into the lead of GTE AM. Cody Bird 1.7 seconds behind, looking to close that gap to grab the lead that he held for an hour and has now been taken away from him through the pit stops.
Great shot here of the Fusion Sim Racing BMW pushing the limits. Clear track in front of him.
So I'm now looking down the timing screen, trying to see how many driver swaps we saw in GTE. None from Trick Sim Sports, none from that from Dominic Oliveira and his 442 geodesic racing car, none from ARM Racing Red. I think it's DPR Racing here, the Richard Hunter, one of the driver swaps we saw, and One Performance Racing, I think, has Jimmy Ball replaced Wayne Burke? And he's right into the job too, goes Jimmy Ball, down the inside at the bus stop, fresh tyres, bold on the brakes. And so the DPR racing car has gotten up there with older tyres, and you can see the difference there. Quite a big difference in performance between the new tyres and the old tyres.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's I didn't think not taking tyres was a good call, and it's interesting to see how they go throughout the stint. Certainly struggling by the end of it.
So the gap between our leader in GTE and the Trick Sim Sports cars is going to close, because the last lap for Dominic Oliveira was only a 2-minute 15.8. Alexander Bird is out the gate with his fastest lap of the race so far, 2-minute 14.1. So seeing almost a second and a half difference there. To see Richard Hunter on those old tyres just getting eaten alive by cars that did pit. So the per lap difference on those old tyres is looking like it might almost be a second and a half towards 2 seconds. Now, the last lap for Alexander Bird doesn't officially count contact there between an FT1 car and Fusion Sim Racing. Andrew Gaines, who is one letter away from having my father's name. Here is the replay. What has gone on there? Is it a good run up the hill through Eau Rouge Radion for Brad Jessen? Was there a slowdown for the Fusion car and they've lifted out, or was this just a monstrous run that has gone awry?
Here we go. It's hard to know, but move done there. Potentially, maybe not. Oh, wow, okay.
All the way up the inside. Has Gaines squeezed across a little bit too much? Gonna need another angle of it. We'll see it from here. So Jessen all the way alongside towards the inside.
Oh,
I think maybe
in a bit
Gaines is just... And it can be difficult to gauge from the driver's seat sometime, but I really don't think it was too optimistic from Jessen. He was alongside before the braking, closed up a little bit more on the brakes. It doesn't look like he's pushed out too wide. He's 2 wheels on the curb at the point of contact. Not much further Jessen could go.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Not really Jessen's fault there. Maybe a little bit of misjudgment on that one.
FT1 Motorsports Loki car we're looking at right here did take tyres. So too did Daryl Carter in the Fusion Sim Racing car behind, and Carter might have had the opportunity while the tyres were getting changed to get a little bit of repairs done to the nose of that car that did make contact with the barrier. A bit of a glancing blow sent the car into a spin rather than it being a hard stop. So they might have had the opportunity, get a little bit of repairs done, get back out there, and now trying to make their way through some GTE AM traffic, because the next car up the road for Daryl Carter is an Eclipse Sim Sports GTE Pro car. He's got an AM car separating himself from that battle.
Such an amazing track, this. It's really cool. You can walk around the outside of the whole thing. Really, the day that I went there for, the 24, I think I did 30 kilometers of walking in the time that I was there, and this part of the track that we're seeing now, such a cool section. I actually saw one of the Bentleys go into the wall there.
Anthony Winkelmann is flying along. We're talking about the pace for Dominic Oliveira, the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car, still only managing some low 215s, a 215.8 from him, and then Winkelmann comes along and puts in another 2-minute 13, so it's 2 seconds he took out of him on the last lap. At that pace, he's going to be there in a lap and a half.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. He shows that the track is getting faster, and that their setup is absolutely wicked. They've been the class of the field since the start, and well, to get to into the 213s, they're absolutely fantastic. Will we see anybody else get into that within this class by the end of the race?
And will Alexander Bird be able to catch Anthony Winkelmann? Is there any team orders at play here? At the moment, Winkelmann is pulling away from his teammate, and the two cars that flew in formation for the first hour of the race now not quite as close as they were earlier. Winkelmann was quicker on the last lap. see quite a few cars setting their fastest laps of the race as they adjusted to the conditions. The conditions are a bit cooler and they've put new tyres on. One of them was Daryl Carter. So the pace of the race continuing to ramp up, and all the teams that took new tyres in GTE and at that last pit stop are all going definitely quicker than they were at the very start of the race.
Yeah, certainly are. That, what are we, 1.6 seconds between Winkleman and that Alpinestars geodesic car. So, yeah, was not a good call to not take tyres, I don't think. Although, there is still plenty of race to go, and if we did see a safety car come out, then those guys certainly can get back in the hunt very quickly.
It was a very, very bold call from Geodesic Racing that is not quite looking like it's going to pay off. They've led a few laps, but now Winkleman is right there for the lead of GTEM, and he's going to grab it. You'd expect this lap because once again he was 2.5 seconds quicker on the last lap. With that kind of pace difference, there's no way Dominic Oliveira will be able to defend against Winkleman once Winkleman gets there. And at that pace, Winkleman will be there by Puon maybe, and the DPR racing car in front moves out of the way. No traffic between the battle for our GTEM leaders, and just on the brakes it looks like Winkleman may have closed 0.3 of a second in each braking zone. He's going to be there by No Name.
Yeah, you certainly will be, and yeah, 2.5 seconds a lap slower. You just gotta almost just let them go, don't you? No point in really trying to hold them up.
Here it goes, the battle for the lead of GTE Pro. 0.3 of a second. Oliveira, old tyres, nothing like the speed that Anthony Winkleman has. So where can Winkleman get past? Where can he get a better run? Imagine if he gets alongside, outbraking Oliveira will not be a difficult task whatsoever. What this might do, though, is back Winkleman up into his teammate, let Bird get back into the draft. Really tense times right here as the battle in GTE also sees our overall leading LMP1 car come through. Two class leading geodesic cars side by side, but how long will Oliveira still be the leading GTE? Around the outside at Blanchimont, you could do it with new tyres, but it would be a very bold move, and I think he rolls out of it. Dominic will hold on for the moment. Beyond the brakes into the bus stop, Oliveira will defend. Winkleman can't get by yet, but it seems like an inevitability.
Here we go, he's trying everything he can to get past here. Can't quite get the run out of the last turn. Over the start finish line we go. He's not going to be able to do it into turn one. Potentially at the end of the long straight. Oh, great run out. Oh, gives him a little bit of how's your father coming out the turn.
Yeah, Winkleman almost pushing him out of the corner. Nothing for traction on the rear of that BMW, but he's managed to hold the Trick Sim Sports car behind a lot longer than I'd thought. But now we're into the biggest, most common overtaking opportunity of the lap. This absolutely has allowed Alexander Bird to close up to Oliveira. Oliveira's going to defend the inside for all his life. And Winkleman can't get past just yet. Two BMWs, so it's not a straight line speed disadvantage for Winkleman. He's just, I don't know, didn't get the run up the hill that he needed. Now we're looking from third place Bird. Fantastic battle that this has given us, though. Oliveira is not giving it up, even though we know he's maybe 2.5 seconds a lap slower. Is there a little bit of contact there? I think there was.
I think he just ran off the road. Yeah, but yeah, very interesting. These guys getting very racy here. This is a dangerous time. Great defending, though, I must say.
Once again, a massive run from Winkleman, but can't take it to the inside. He's going to try and outbrake around the outside of Fanias. There's contact, a little bit of a slide there from Winkleman, and that's going to let Bird through. Now Bird is going to have to try and fight for the lead. Did Winkleman get too bold on the brakes, or was he squeezed out?
Yeah, I think he was just trying to desperately make that move past, went wide, and thought he could hold on there. Here we go.
Now, turn of Alex Bird to try and grab the lead away from this double stinting geodesic racing BMW. Dominic Oliveira defending everywhere, every which way for his life, not letting the Trick Sim Sports cars get down the inside into any braking zone, and trying to cross it back down the inside. Very brave, deep on the brakes. Bird locks everything up, but he's grabbed the lead of the race. He sold the dummy. Oliveira bought it,
move.
and now Winkleman is also going to try and get through. We need like 3 replays after this one. That was an amazing move, and he really outfoxed his opponent.
Here we go, outside. Oh, this could be quite dangerous. He's going to give him a push now. Is he going to go side by side? No, he's got to just stick in the line here. Try and get a better run over the hill. Launches the first corner, launches the second, and a little bit wide. Here we go, he's got the run this time. Is he going to get blocked?
He's going to have to try and go around the outside unless he can do what his teammate did and pull a big surprise, crossing it back to the inside. This is where they got squeezed to get contact, and for the second time, Winkleman round the outside on the grass, trying to break around the outside, and he will not be happy with that at all. He had maybe exactly 1 car's width around the outside. They bump Winkleman off into the grass on the outside for the second lap in a row. Watching on board with Winkleman because we've got a couple of replays to dissect. This is the first one, trying to break deep around the outside, and then there's not room. He gets a little bit of a lock up on the curb, has to bail out of it, and then it's Bird's turn. And later on the lap, we'll see how Alexander Bird grabbed the lead, because that was a decisive, inspired move. This is that first replay again. Winkleman just squeezed out a tiny bit, tried to outbrake around the outside, couldn't keep the car stable. Now we're gonna watch for a second time, and hopefully it's just as good the second time, because it was amazing the first time, Fonty.
Yes, it certainly was. I think that that geodesic car, it was looking like they were going to come together. I think he actually moved across on Winkleman slightly, which caused that bit of contact. It was on the outside, so it'll be interesting to see how race control deem that, if there is any further investigation. But this was a fantastic move. Outside dummy to the inside. Oh, absolutely fantastic. Couldn't have done it any better, and outfoxed his opponent there.
Exactly. Bird found 1 car width to the inside, threw it up there, and I think he was just on the brakes enough, ran his opponent out of room, but I think it was mostly fair. If it was a tiny bit deeper on the brakes, it'd probably be a dive bomb, but he just managed to make it work. And here, this is one that I'm sure Race Control are going to have a look at, because it was getting towards being a bit of a carbon copy of the first incident between Oliveira and Winkleman, where Winkleman just didn't quite have enough room on the outside to be able to pull the car up, and this time they definitely did touch. So we'll see it once again, and I mean, there was a car width maybe there, and Oliveira definitely a tiny movement to the left, and it upset Winkleman exactly at the point he was putting on the brakes and sent him around.
Yeah, just see a different angle here. What are we going to see? The director doing a fantastic job. So he's moving slightly. He does have a door up. Oh, yeah, he has moved across slightly, I feel. But we'll see what Race Control have to say about that one. Winkleman will certainly be frustrated, that's for sure.
In another little incident here, DPR Racing, one of the Eclipse cars, bit of a wiggle there from Eclipse 614, and makes it work. In LMP1 though, Martin Silvassi is closing up on Warren Pickering for second place. Both of these cars took no tyres at their last pit stop. I think maybe the Trick car has just looked after them a little bit better, while Martin Silvassi is more confident on them, because fresh tyres at the start of the race, Warren Pickering was definitely quicker. But since the pit stops, since they filled the tanks of fuel back up again, Silvassi has been quite a bit quicker. Is there any damage on the Fusion Sim Racing car? We don't know, but definitely I've seen it on the timing screen since the pit stops. Silvassi has been closing up on Pickering, and now the gap finally down to where we might expect to see a battle here in LMP1. Silvassi definitely saved up a little bit more of his hybrid energy for out of the final corner. Pickering might have been out.
There we go. So incident under review between those two GTE cars. I definitely feel that it is warranted. And yeah, I'm interested to see how race control view that one. Was a fantastic battle, and well, the race isn't over, so we could see these guys still go at it again. I wonder if that car Winkelmann's has sustained any damage. Certainly launched off the ground a little bit in that contact.
So Trick Sim Sports breeze by Fusion Sim Racing almost, and Warren Pickering goes back into third place, and Martin Silvassi. It's nice to see Trick Sim Sports get a clean overtake done. Martin Silvassi, I'm not accusing them of being dirty, I'm just saying that it was a very a bit contentious earlier, and so Trick Sim Sports Blue grabbed second place. Maybe Warren Pickering has saved up a bit more of his boost for later in the lap. Certainly the fact that it's a very long lap around Spa here, and the boost allowance resets at the start-finish line, it does mean it's possible to run out of boost or save up quite a lot for later in the lap, just because it doesn't reset as often as it would around a shorter circuit. There's a bit more leeway to play with it.
Yeah, you're certainly right. Just thinking, certainly a little bit of a different race to the one that we saw at Monza, David. It was safety car after safety car. Yeah, we haven't seen one. We are now an hour and a half into the race, and we're still gone.
It's been green the whole way, but here comes the Fusion Sim Racing car onto the pit lane. That's a little bit early, but not ridiculous for their second stop. Maybe just struggling on those tires. Decided to call it a little bit early, stop losing time, and there might be a tiny bit of damage to the back left corner of the car. Not sure, but certainly Fusion Sim Racing on the lane, probably going to grab some new tires to try and fight back at Trick Sim Sports. Looking at this battle for second place though, because Anthony Winkelmann, you could forgive him for having a little bit of red mist here as he tries to close down Oliveira once again for what's now second place. And the difference in tire age means that 5-second gap probably only take 1 or 2 laps to entirely dissolve. The lap times for Dominic Oliveira last time, 2-minute 15.9 and 2:14.5 for Anthony Winkelmann, so that is a second and a half. We've seen the gap be even bigger than that, and all this battling that they've done cannot be good for the tyres for Dominic Oliveira either, although maybe 1 or 2 little off-track excursions haven't been kind to the tyres for Anthony Winkelmann either.
Yeah, well, I just that answered my question about whether or not he sustained damage. I don't think so. He's cut the exact same lap time as his teammate Alexander Bird, so absolutely nothing between those guys, and expect this battle between the 442 Alpine Stars Geodesic car and the Trick Sim Sports 496 to heat up again.
Real quick, we saw there was a driver swap in that Fusion Sim Racing car. Warren Pickering out, Matthew Barron in, and he's going to get a new set of tyres to see what he can do and try and put an undercut on Trick Sim Sports. So that's another battle we're going to watch a bit later on. The GTE battle continues to brew here. And Anthony Winkelmann, I mean, will he catch Dominic Oliveira before the stewards are done deliberating on their previous incident? I mean, certainly he's not going to want to be held up behind, but the stewards are still looking at probably the 2 pieces of contact, the 2 times that Winkelmann might say that he was forced off the track.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and we're going to see something unfold. No further action.
Big call.
Race control, that is quite a big call. Okay, but okay, apparently contact beforehand that we have missed. Either way, quite heated. They are closing up. We are at 3 seconds between those 2 cars. 14.4 for Anthony Winkelmann last time by 15.9 for the Alpine Stars geodesic car.
LMP1 cars react. DPR Racing on the pit lane. Trick Sim Sports blue LMP1 on the pit lane as well. Just one lap later than Fusion Sim Racing. I'm not saying that they're necessarily trying to react. It looks like that's about when it was time for a pit stop. But driver swap there at Trick Sim Sports as well. So that's Winkleman out and Solowski in. See if there's maybe some driver swaps in the GTE cars at the next pit stop. So it's one of the exciting things is we never quite know up here in the commentary box when the driver will hand over to another or necessarily who might get in. Sometimes the teams have a couple of drivers available and we're not sure who might drop in.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's oh, just watching Winkleman there, he really is pushing it. He just grabbed the curb, the rear end slightly came out, he managed to catch it. But yes, you're exactly right, David. Teams have some pretty cool drivers, some pretty fast drivers at that, and yeah, we can certainly see some superstars within our community make their way out onto the track.
DPR Racing 2 is on the pit lane, a driver swap for them as well, but in the battle between Trick Sim Sports and Fusion Sim Racing in LMP1, well, we're not gonna see it. Scott Solowski comes out of the lane 5 seconds ahead of Matthew Barron, so the pass was made on track, and Fusion have not been able to swap those positions back the other way again through the pit stops. So we look at one of the battles in GTE. And these are GTE Pro cars. One performance racing car of Jimmy Ball in the Ferrari. Riley Blythe for Evolution Racing Team in the BMW. Both took tyres at the last stop, so there's no difference in tyre strategy here, like we were seeing for some of the others. But interestingly, these two are going to catch the ARM Racing red Porsche in front that didn't take tyres as well, so that might spice up this battle a little bit as well. Riley Blythe sets up some later apexes through the bus stop, but has a little wiggle putting the power down on the exit. I thought he was going to get a fantastic run out of there and maybe challenge into La Source, but there's that little bit of AstroTurf on the exit there, and you know, you got to hold the steering wheel straight out there. And this is a swap for positions in GTE AM. Nathan Huppets is coming onto the lane, and Cody Bird will go ahead. So let's have a look at what has happened here. There's a slow-moving Swift LMP1 in the same area. We're wondering if the two have been related. So it was a rejoin from the Swift LMP1 off the racing line, and then Huppets has thought that slow-moving LMP1 car was going to let him have the corner, but they've turned in, and if you saw it from the GTE perspective, you'd think that the LMP1 car was letting him through. That hasn't been the case. There's been contact for our GTE AM leader. Eric Thorpe here, out of fuel, trying to make it to the pit lane. He sees in the mirror the GTE car coming, and I mean, we'll see it from Huppet's perspective here, but he's got a very slow-moving LMP1 off the racing line in front of him. He brakes on the regular racing line, thinks he's clear, but in fact, he's not. Contact. Huppets goes around, will not be happy with that. The Eclipse Sim Sports car, who's battling for the lead of GTE AM, has to get full on the brakes to avoid making contact, and get more drama here in Oceanic Endurance Championship at Spa.
There we go, it's all on for young and old, and yeah, I wonder what happened there with that Swift racing car. Somebody, the engineer, was asleep for the last few laps, I think. Hasn't communicated that one through.
If he was out of fuel, Thorpe didn't even need to be there. He could have shortcut the chicane. He would have got a slowdown penalty, but it would have cleared very quickly because he wouldn't have been able to accelerate off the corner. So I mean, that's I think a little bit clumsy, and I don't like it. If you're out of fuel, you're off the racing line, let him have it. So Winkleman, with his new tyres, caught back up for the third time to Dominic Oliveira, and at the third time of asking, he's managed to get the move done. How's he gone and done it? Deep move on the brakes into La Source? No, but he thinks about it. Oliveira
Did you give him a little
reacts,
tap?
flinches, goes offline, and Winkleman grabs second place.
It was very close. I thought he'd give him a little tap, but our director confirmed that no, it was not the case. They just run wide, so those tyres are not working well at all. There we go. Swift Racing back out on track.
Driver swap for the leading car, number 41, and our only Audi LMP1 in the field, Colin Stark, going to drive it now, and you see that car is up on the jacks, taking a new set of tyres. Adds about 15 seconds to the pit stop, but certainly at the benefit of those new set of tyres across the stint, you can definitely gain it back. At least that's what we've seen from that leading geodesic car. Leading LMP2 car here, Simplex Racing HPD, that jumped ahead by not taking tyres, setting pretty similar times still to the Fusion Sim Racing car behind. It's not quite the difference we're seeing in GTE. Carl Raper was 8/10 of a second quicker last lap, and that's nothing like the 2.5 second delta we've seen for the GTE cars. So I think that's probably a clever move by Simplex Racing HPD, saving themselves some time in the pit stops, jumping into the lead, and they've been able to hold on to the bulk of that advantage over their fuel stint.
Yeah, looking at this DPR Racing 3 car of Richard Hunter really struggling out on track there with those old tyres. A 2:17 lap last time by for him. So the car behind them, Ryan Jerrick, is closing at a considerable rate of knots. Daryl Carter also quite quick. Ryan Jerrick close to being in the 14s, which we've only got the 2 leaders in that time, so that car starting to pick up some pace.
Yeah, indeed, Jerrick is flying along faster than the cars behind, faster than the cars in front, and well, will be closing Hunter at some speed regardless. But it's not far up the road. There is also Aaron Stanley in the FT1 Motorsports car that Jerrick is also catching. So good pace, at least for the minute, from Ryan Jerrick. He bangs in another low 2:15. So that's 8/10 faster than Stanley, 2 cars up ahead, who also has the benefit of fresh tyres. It's 5/10 quicker than Jimmy Ball in One Performance Racing car, the next one ahead. So Jerrick, if he can carry this stint home with this kind of pace, will do very well for himself and give them good opportunity later in the race.
Yeah, you're certainly right. I think we will be seeing everybody taking tyres at each stop from now on. There's a bad call there by those guys in GCU who didn't take tyres. I guess they were just trying to see the gamble, see what worked, but it hasn't. Got to try these things, and what are we now? An hour and 40 through this race, so still another 4 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Overall leader in that Audi catches up behind and decides to wait. Will now slot himself between Hunter and Jerrick, or will he? No, he won't. He'll wait for this run down the hill, use all of that hybrid energy, and away he goes. And now Jerrick is going to have a look down the inside of Puon. I think that'll probably stick with the fresher tyres. Once the Ferrari on the old tyres is offline, I don't think they've got a whole lot of grip to defend with. And that was a pretty clean, pretty smooth move, and you see the advantage that the fresh tyres gives, not only out of the previous corner, but then on the brakes and on the turn in and carrying the speed through that very, very fast Puon corner, which I'm sure is one of the corners around the circuit here that punishes the tyres and is why we're seeing such an advantage from the teams that did take tyres at the pit stop.
Tell you what, looking at these times between our leading 2 GTE cars, the Trick Sim Sports cars, identical. Every lap that they do, identical times, and really just shows the form that this team do have. I saw them last year for the V8 Scots Bathurst 1000 really come from nowhere to win the race with an interesting pit stop strategy that pulled off for them, and since then they have been known as one of the masters of endurance stuff and doing pit stop strategies that are different from everyone else.
Huge damage on Dominic Oliveira's car. A lot of damage on the front, smoke coming out, going very, very slowly. This was a car that led a couple of laps. What has happened? That has to have gone into the wall somewhere on old tyres coming up through Eau Rouge Radion. Does he clip a bit too much of the curb? Does he run out too wide? His contact from an LMP1 car from the Fusion Sim Racing LMP1 that was running in third place. So no fault of Oliveira on the old tyres there, I don't think. I was ready to say, oh, you know, he lost it on the old tyres through that high-speed section, but I don't think that was his fault at all. Here's your modem simulation replay, and make your own call on this one, but he's pretty well on the racing line and gets collected by Matthew Barron, who has a huge wiggle into the wall, out of control. The two cars come together. Big damage for two cars that were running in our top three in their classes.
Yeah, the next question is that car going to be able to make it back to the lane? It is throwing out all sorts of smoke.
Here's the onboard. Look away if you're a viewer of a sensitive disposition. There was nowhere for Oliveira to go or react to that. The LMP1 car lost it. Big wiggle right in front of him and spears across the track. And I think Oliveira will, you know, he fought very hard to be where he was in this race. To be collected like that, I'm not sure that's how he thought he was going to lose a handful of positions. Matthew Barron in that thing trying to limp it around to the pit lane, but is there a panel on that thing facing the correct direction? Not a wing end plate, not a front splitter, probably not a tire or a steering wheel either. Oliveira will make it back to the pit lane. What kind of repairs can he do to this car? And it's going to put him off cycle on strategy as well, whatever they're able to do to the car.
Yeah, wow, certainly didn't expect that to be the case. He will be absolutely gutted, nowhere to go at all, and with just a passenger. And that is what we talk about when we talk about Spa, is it's so high speed that one simple mistake, doesn't have to even be your mistake, can cost you the race, and we've just seen it.
Normally we're used to seeing the LMP1 cars be faster than the GTE cars. That GTE car has come round to the pit lane quicker than the LMP1 car. Such is the damage that the Fusion Sim Racing car had sustained. Looking at the sister car from Fusion Sim Racing in LMP2, it's closing the gap down a little bit. We mentioned the difference in tyres. It's not coming down at a rate of knots, not so quickly. Kyle Raper definitely deeper in the stint here, does have the advantage of tyres that haven't done almost 2 hours like they have on the leading car.
There we go, just was watching. Yeah, he was lucky to make it to the lane. As he was coming down the hill, the motor went bang, so he rolled into his pit stall. They will have a brand new car in the garage waiting up on the jack, so those guys will be absolutely gutted. They were fast, although we saw a little bit of contact, a little bit of controversy between themselves and Trick Sim Sports. Those guys certainly deserve to be at the front. We're doing a great job, so they'll be gutted with what happened there.
So in the Oceanic Endurance Championship, spare car, a fast repair is available, and I'm sure these teams didn't want to have to use it at this stage in the race, but really both of those teams, no option but to do so. Gives us another little battle that we will have an opportunity to look at, because that Arm Racing red car, one of the teams that took no tyres, they're now into third place on the benefit of a bit of contact between some others. So Evolution Racing Team and Riley Blythe is going to close that up. Another motor simulation replay. Oh, more dramas for the Swift LMP1, and at bus stop, just not a good corner for them whatsoever. Came together with a GTE car there, and then trying to come into the pit lane. Two tyres on the grass, spinning at pit lane speed, trying to keep it out of the wall. Again, I say, at pit lane speed.
There we go. I've seen it from a few different angles here. Collected the curb, tried to go wide. Oh, just nabbed the grass, and well, couldn't turn the car. Did get away with that though. We'll get that car back out there.
If he'd ended up sideways between those two walls, it would have been very difficult to get it turned around. It would have been, you know the movie I'm thinking of when you think about a 20-point turn to try and get the
Yes.
thing freed
There
from
is only
between the
one.
walls.
You see the memes all the time pop up on Facebook about it. You don't know what we're talking about. It has to be Austin Powers.
Fastest lap of the race for this Eclipse Sim Sports car on the last lap from Ryan Jerrick. He has the hammer down, trying to catch the next car ahead of FT1 Motorsports. The gap is 2 seconds, and it's closing at every minute. I think there might have been a little bit of a short fuel though from Eclipse Sim Sports. I'm seeing them as having had a 57-second stop compared to everyone else's 1 minute and 2 second stop. And, I flagged this earlier when I said the GTE cars can go a little bit longer than an hour on fuel, but we still might see some teams come down onto the pit lane at the top of every hour for new tires, so they're always running on slightly fresher rubber, and they split the race in even proportions. Eclipse Sim Sports might have been one of those teams who've only taken 95% a tank of fuel, therefore they're running a little bit lighter, it's a little bit kinder on the tires, they'll be a little bit quicker. When they come in for their next pit stop, sure, it'll be earlier, but if they were already committed to stopping at the top of every hour, why run with more fuel than you have to for that strategy? So Ryan Jerrick, whatever the story is there, putting in another lap in the 2-minute 14s. And of course, no one but Trick Sim Sports running that kind of pace right now in GTE. Jerrick is flying.
Jerrick certainly is flying. They have found some speed, and that car is clearly set up to come in a few hours into the race, and he's just feeling comfortable, knows what the car's doing. He's confident that it's going to launch over the curbs and stop. And yeah, well, if he continues this pace up, he'll be catching those front guys in no time.
Especially there's still the Arm Racing red car in front of him that has all the tyres that he's catching as well. And this is the 4th time on the pit lane for Swift Racing, and the Fusion Sim Racing car that was having some troubles earlier, had to get completely rebuilt, now has dramas once again. Is this going to be through Blanchimont? That would be a very classic corner to have the rear just give way. Does he keep it off the wall? No. Unfortunately, the front goes into the wall there. So not an easy time to be an LMP1 driver right now.
No, the track, here we go, we got another incident here. Another Fusion Sim Racing car. Nathan Hupez is, what's happened here? Oh, that was
That's
an
a
interesting...
very odd one. Did he snatch a rear tire under braking? Was there a technical issue of some kind? Have a look again. No contact, no damage there, but what happens is it 2 tires on the grass? Is he that is
I think it
that's
kind
odd.
of looked like it was a compression lock at the same time, and it was very strange. Anyway, he's managed to get away with it without any damage. Lost a bit of ground though.
Jerrick catching Stanley. It was 2 seconds, now it's 1.2. Give it another 10th or so and Jerrick will be well and truly within the slipstream, and then all he needs is a good run up Eau Rouge Radion down the Kemmel Straight, and he can close even more with that slipstream. He did well through the bus stop, did well through La Source. You can see that gap has come down another 10th. It's come down another 10th. He's now definitely in the slipstream. And so Aaron Stanley is very soon going to have his rear vision camera entirely filled with a BMW M8 in black and orange. Sim Sports. Great run up the hill as well from Jerrick, so he'll be closing on his speed that he got out the corner, and then the slipstream. When it's going well for you, it goes great.
Just going to point out a car that does have some serious pace now. They started a little bit further down in the GT field, and that is the Evolution Racing Team car. Riley Blythe currently at the wheel. Just about was in the 14s that last lap by. He is closing in on Alderton at a great rate of knots, 1 second faster that last lap. So Those guys finding some speed.
Well, I said it earlier as well, and lay these things out and then double back to them. The Porsche can hold on to the tyres a little bit better than a Ferrari or a BMW can. Dominic Oliveira had his struggles on those old tyres. I think Justin Alderton is now, only looking a second per lap slower than Riley Blythe, who you mentioned is doing a good job. So Porsche and Arm Racing Red having a little bit more luck, I feel, with the old tyres than the BMW team of Geodesic Racing did. So while definitely it looked like the correct move was to grab those tyres, Arm Racing Red aren't being embarrassed by their pace at the moment.
No, they're certainly not. And yeah, those guys in that Alpine Stars car, they'll be absolutely gutted. Way back there in 27th, the 442 car, that was a very unfortunate accident we saw with them.
Jarek is right at the rear bumper of Stanley now. He's very, very close to thinking about making a move into the bus stop. Indeed, Jarek sets his fastest lap of the race, and that was probably partially due to the benefit of the slipstream. So if he was quick through Eau Rouge and Radion last lap when he was a bit further back, what can he do this time? Are we going to see a move towards Malmedy?
There we go. Winkelmann is closing the gap to his teammate. It was
Jarek side by side with Stanley. Stanley going to defend the inside. Jarek will have to go around the outside. There's a tiny bit of damage on that Ferrari for Stanley, though. We saw the contact earlier, and Jarek, well, he's into the lead before they even turn into the corner. Stanley rolls out of the throttle a little bit, slots back onto the racing line. Teeny bit of damage on that Ferrari might be still hurting them just slightly. We get a motor simulation replay because there was a switch of positions between Daryl Carter and Richard Hunter behind. Two moves made into the same corner in a row, and Daryl Carter gets to the inside and just massively outbrakes the DPR Ferrari.
There we go. So, fantastic move there, Jarek. Impressive drive, really feeling comfortable in the car. And made that move pretty easily. Riley Blythe closing that gap and closing it very quickly, another second a lap faster. 14.9 last lap by. It's just saying Winkelmann is slightly catching Bird, but in saying that, Bird has just responded and gone slightly faster again that last lap by. So those Trick Sim Sport cars super fast today. Really the class act.
Just had LMP2 pit stops and a change of the lead because Simplex Racing came in, had to put a new set of tyres on. Fusion Sim Racing came in, they'd changed their tyres at the last stop. They're now double stinting, so effectively the same strategy for these two cars now, but opposed. And now Fusion Sim Racing on the double stint have grabbed the lead of the race by a couple of seconds. Ryan Jarek praised his pace, but he's in the lane now, and this is a little bit early. I said, was it a short fuel? This is even shorter than I was expecting. Hopefully there's no damage for the Eclipse Sim Sports car. Definitely in the lane, maybe 8 minutes earlier than I would have expected, and then probably everyone else.
Yeah, well, maybe they're trying to reverse engineer the race now, potentially. I don't know. Or they could maybe save it, although they went short the last time. But yeah, a bit of an interesting call there. They certainly had some speed though, so expect them to come out strong. Are we going to see a driver change though, is the next question.
What's the strategy playing out in all three classes at this moment, and it's very, very interesting. Another one of those strategy plays that we're watching unfold is Arm Racing Red in their Porsche on old tyres, an Evolution Racing team, Riley Blythe, who's flying along in the BMW with a new set of tyres. We'll probably catch him in 3 to 4 laps. But interestingly is that maybe we're only 3 to 4 laps away from the pit window opening once again. Arm Racing Red, I think, have weathered the worst of the storm on the old tyres, and they're running in third, and they might be able to hold on to third before we get to the next stops.
There we go, Ryan Jarek staying in the car. They are now 40 seconds into their stop, so grabbing themselves a new set of tyres, filling up the car, and Ryan's going to go for another stint. Was absolutely fantastic that last one, so expect him to come out roaring. Blythe closing that gap to Alderton. It's now bang on 3 seconds, another second a lap faster. That battle is going to heat up. We're seeing Ryan Jarrett coming out of the pit lane now. Take a little bit to get used to the new rubber. You want to make sure that you're comfortable, and the car is slightly going to be different for what you were used to, or close to there on pit exit.
And this is what we're talking about with how long the pit lane is here. Jarek was solidly in the top 10 in GTE. He's now effectively a lap down. It takes 2 minutes to do a full service pit stop. The GTEs at the time in the lane of 1 minute, then time in the box of 1 minute and 2 seconds for Ryan Jarek, and that's a whole lap for these GTE cars. And this time for the Eclipse Sim Sports car, they did take a full load of fuel, fill that tank to the brim. So I don't think they're going to need to stop more than everyone else. I think they'll be able to catch those 6 minutes back up through the remaining 4 hours of the race. But an interesting strategy to try and get a bit of track position, bit of a short fill early in the race, and then, try and work it all back, get a bit of track position, have a slightly lighter car, bang in some quick laps. It might work out for them.
Yeah, I think they'll be kind of banking on a safety car to come in. That will certainly help their chances of making it home on fuel at the end of the race. There we go, he's having a look. Maybe side-by-side action. He'll probably try and pop him into the bus stop, but he will not make it easy. Holding that inside line. No, he's not.
Jared thinking about getting the lap back, and it's not going to work this time. Under no obligation to get out of the way is Justin Alderton, but of course those tyres are very, very new for Eclipse Sim Sports, and those tyres are now 2 hours old for Arm Racing Red. Jarek doesn't want to be the bad guy and throw a dive bomb on a car that he's not racing on the same lap as, but of course he's running his own alternative strategy, and that strategy is not going to pay off if he's stuck behind Justin Alderton for too long.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He maybe waiting for the tyres to come up to temperature, or maybe using this to try and save a little bit of that fuel that they need to. Here we go, side by side. He should get it done here reasonably easy. Yes, there we go. Done. So this lap back.
Yeah, so he came out of the pits for Jarek. There was 4 hours, 8 minutes remaining of the race. I don't think doing 1 hour, 2 minute stints is going to be too tricky for them if they are, just conscious about the fuel, know they need to stretch it out. I don't think they're going to be at a disadvantage, but yeah, definitely saving a teeny bit of fuel here and there, making sure they can add 1 extra lap to their stint if it's on the knife edge, and they'll be just fine, make the same number of pit stops as everyone else, but with a pretty quick second stint trying to undercut some other teams. So now this battle we were watching gets a little bit closer. Blythe now quite a bit closer to Justin Alderton, and I think Jarek coming through on Alderton didn't help him with his speed too much. It's definitely let Riley Blythe close in a little bit further. Once the gap comes down underneath 1 second, then the car behind has a slipstream, and that closes the gap up even further. Racing cars are a bit magnetic like that. Once they get within 1 second of each other, it's difficult to get them unstuck. Blythe lets the geodesic number 42 LMP1 car come through. Not the class-leading car, but one trying to make a bit of a recovery. Brendan Cronin got into that car at the last stop, and he is pretty quick when he feels like it, so he might be able to do something in the LMP1 field. This battle between Arm Racing Red and Evolution Racing Team. Will Blythe get by before the next pit stops?
Yeah, I think that Evolution Racing Team car has certainly found some speed. Car was not set up for the start of the race, but Riley's done a fantastic job, and he's lapping pretty consistently, so probably the most consistent in the field at the moment.
Swift Racing Szechuan LMP1 car exits the pits once again. Our leading LMP1 has made 2 pit stops. Swift Racing Szechuan have made 5 so far. So their race is not going well. We've seen there's a couple of other GTE cars ducking into the lane now, especially some that are on the double stint of their tyres, coming in a little earlier than they might have liked to just get off those painful, slow, old tyres. We saw the DPR car, Richard Hunter, and certainly he was dropping down the order a little bit on the older tyres. The Ferrari, not so kind on the tyres. Porsche that we're watching out the side window, the Evolution Racing Team car, has been a little bit nicer on the tyres over the double stint, but still there's nothing like a brand new set of sticky tyres, and that's what Riley Blythe has got, newer ones, and that's what's let him close this gap up, trying to make a move, so getting close to the 4 hours to go mark.
Yeah, there we go. It's yeah, he's got to be looking at going into the bus stop, I reckon. He's certainly setting himself up for the slingshot here. Is he going to get a good run? I think so. The Porsche just looked to twitch there in the rear. No, he's going to stay behind. Quite a good call, maybe into turn 1.
Honestly, a little bit surprised we didn't see Alderton into the pit lane that time. Maybe next time by, maybe a bit later, but really, if you're double stinting the tyres, you're not going to stay out longer on the second stint than you have to, unless you're really setting up a bold strategy later in the race. How many fingers can you count on? Because the Swift Racing Szechuan LMP1 car is in the pit lane for the 6th time now.
Yes, certainly a race certificate for those guys. They're not had a good race at all, have they? I saw that he was black flagged, and yeah, not the race that they wanted to finish. That's for sure.
Blythe
Battle's
still
continuing.
Way past Alderton.
Fantastic. Here we go. He's getting pretty close now. He's looking. Whoa, he's showing the nose. Oh, and that unsettled the Porsche. I tell you what, that Porsche, with the tyres that it's got on there, it's doing pretty well. Here we go, he's got the run now. Tucks back in behind.
The thing about this, the last lap for Arm Racing Red car was 16.2. The last lap for our race leader on much newer tyres, a 15.4.
Oh,
So 8 after that, but down the inside of Fania goes the Evolution Racing Team car. Riley Blythe grabbed that position. I think it's not quite where Alderton was expecting a move to be made. It's caught him a little bit off guard, and then the move is successfully made. Blythe then moves up into 3rd place.
Yeah, I think you'd almost see a pit stop now from that Arm Racing car.
Yeah, certainly. They're past the top of the hour, and if they want to do the 6-hour race on 3 sets of tyres, then it's got to pit with even numbers of hours to go. 4 hours to go, pit and take tyres. 2 hours to go, pit and take tyres. But Alderton will stay out, and it's Blythe who will come into the pit lane. So that's a little bit of a surprise for us there. Sort of the opposite to the way we were expecting to see it done. Well, we've got pit stops coming up in a little bit for the GTE field. We're going to go for a quick break here on SimSpeed TV because there's still 4 hours of the Oceanic Endurance Championship Spa 6 hours to go. We hope you'll stick around for us with that. I'm David Haynes. Fonty is going to be leaving us now. Say goodbye, Fonty, everyone, and thank him. He's been great to have him for some of this OEC coverage.
Yeah, it's been absolutely great, and yeah, what a fantastic place to race, and seen some excellent battles so far. A little bit of controversy, and I'm sure that the rest of this 4 hours is going to be absolutely fantastic to watch. So do stick around.
Back with you now in the commentary here for the Oceanic Endurance Championship. 6 hours of Spa. Huge drama. Your GTE leader is stopped on track. Is that out of fuel? Have they missed the pit lane? Is there technical dramas? Car is parked there. Car is not being towed. What is going on for Trick Sim Sports Black and Anthony Winkleman? That's just after La Source, 1 corner after the pit entry. What is going on? Huge dramas for what's already been a very eventful race in the 496 car and Anthony Winkleman going through pit stops in GTE right now. This very well might trigger a safety car if that car does not move. Fonty has left us, and I'm joined by Jay Kennedy for probably the remainder of this broadcast.
Yeah, he's
Jay,
stuck with me.
this is huge in GTE.
It is. It's very unexpected. That car was about to start its 27th lap in the stint, and we may stay green just based on where the car was parked. It may have been deemed that it was in a safe spot because it was right where the cars can be pushed back behind the pit wall. So they've been given permission to tow. That will put them a long way back because they'll have to be towed the entire way around the track. So they're going to be a lap down, maybe even two with that, as Trent Thomas goes to make a move and put the Fusion Sim Racing car a lap down. That is the car of Scott Stevens. So Trent Thomas in the Trick Sim Sports car now, out in front. They've got a massive lead now that their sister car is sitting in the pits.
Yep, 1 lap ago, full service stop for this 495 Trick Sim Sports car. Bird out, Thomas in, and then, well, now second place is a 416 One Performance Racing car, Jimmy Ball. No tyres for them. I think that's a very strong call in the Ferrari. They'll be hoping for the track temperatures to continue to drop. There's been a bit more variation in when the GTE cars have stopped this time. So we saw almost everyone come in at the same time last time. Then we've had some teams run the full 65 minutes that they can on the fuel. Had a couple of teams try and come in at the top of the hour. There's now a couple of different strategy ideas going on out there for the GTE cars, which is the bulk of our field and has also been the bulk of our action.
Yeah, exactly right. There's been so much action going on in the GT. I mean, just based on the number of drivers out there, definitely makes a big influence in how that plays out. But HPD class, the LMP2 class, is starting to heat up a little bit. Tyler Herveus is closing in on Carl Rapel. We know how fast Carl is, but the old tyres versus new tyre scenario, the second half of these stints, definitely playing into the new tyre advantage, and that's where we're starting to see it. That last lap by Herveus, 7/10 faster. Give it a couple more laps, he'll be right on the tail.
Indeed, Simplex Racing were the first to try and double stint it. It looked like it was working for them, so now Fusion Sim Racing have copied the strategy. Well, they probably had it on their mind but decided against it in the early stages of the race. That's going to be an interesting one. Arm Racing Red, well, they've gone and taken a new set of tyres, of course, after double stinting in the first stint. Riley Blythe in the Evolution Racing team car, who had just gotten past, also takes a new set of tyres. So now the two cars back together, but now Tim Kroger has a fresh set of tyres, which Justin Alderton did not have in the last stint. Arm Racing Red car might be able to get back by in this battle for the podium in GTE Pro.
Both of these cars look pretty strong, and we saw the ERT car look stronger in the second half of the stint, but the Arm Racing cars look very, very strong at the start of the stint. So there is a very, very good possibility that we'll see the Arm Racing car go through, and then the Evolution Racing team car come back in the second half of the stint. So it'll be interesting to see as we just see Trick Sim Sports Blue in the LMP1 class diving into the lane for their third scheduled stop of this race.
So Scott Solosky driving it right now. Cars they're racing is mainly DPR Racing and the leading Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Audi, who has not come in yet, and we know the Audis go a teeny bit longer on the fuel. Well, here comes that Porsche towards Evolution Racing team. We'll have a look down the inside. This will be brave if he gets it done. He's got his nose just alongside the quarter. That is bold. I'm not sure it'll work out. No, so Tim not able to get past this time on Riley Blythe. And if I was in that Arm Racing car, I'd be thinking about looking after the tyres a little bit better at the start of the stint, because there was no other team that really made double stinting the tyres work as well as they did. Everyone else had just a bit too much pace drop off for it. Porsche and Alderton managed to make it work, and I think it was a pretty good strategy for them. They should maybe think about doing again.
Yeah, exactly right. I think, as you said, they were the only ones that really made it work successfully. There were quite a few that tried it, but no one made it work like them. So no one was able to maintain the pace or had as limited drop-off of pace as they did. It looks like everyone in that second pit stop has taken tyres, so except for the One Performance Racing car. But they also did a driver swap at the first stop. So we always say that if you're taking a driver swap, usually do a tyre stop. So Jimmy Ball out there double stinting tyres now, and that's given them some great track position for second place. But the Arm Racing car looking strong. Just not quite enough at the moment to get past the ART car.
Yeah, indeed. And of course that is now, well, it's for the podium right now. If they end up catching Jimmy Ball, whoa, way late on the brakes goes Riley Blythe. Huge lock up into the bus stop and lets Arm Racing car get right there. They got their nose to the inside on the exit but couldn't get the run off the corner. Pressure might be getting to Riley Blythe. He nearly blew the corner entirely. He was very lucky to actually make it at all.
Was fairly committed there from those guys, and actually what they're doing too, while these two are battling this hard, Geodesic Black car is closing in behind, so it's starting to close up. You can see not far away from this battle now. These two, ERT and Arm Racing, are going to continue on this fight. Will the Arm Racing car finally get through? I think we might see a move here the next lap or so.
Definitely, Slipstream is very, very strong down the Camel Straight here, but this time will he look again to try and outbrake down the inside? It didn't work the first time. It might not be wise to try it again. And that Geodesic Racing car in the background, the 442, that's the one that Dominic Oliveira was driving in the lead of the race, in the battle for the lead of the race earlier. So it can be a quick car. They've repaired it rather well. See if they can come up to this battle for the podium spots. Also keeping an eye on the relative pace between these guys and that One Performance Racing car that we know is on older tyres. And mistake for Riley Blythe means that on the last lap means his lap time is identical to that older tired car. So that's a bit of a blessing for One Performance Racing. We're going to try and hold on to an older set of tyres as long as they can.
Yeah, exactly right. They're doing a very, very good job just maintaining pace. Jimmy Ball's last lap was about what we've seen consistently throughout the middle phases of everyone's stint last lap. So that Trent Thomas at the front, this car is just flying because it has just set that car's fastest lap of the race last lap by Trent Thomas, 2:14.027. The second fastest lap of the entire race. That car is going along at a very, very quick pace.
Yeah, indeed. And looking at this battle again, and every single time that Tim Garcroja looks like he gets a little bit closer to Riley Blythe, he just can't get the move done, drops back a little bit, and then tries again. I wonder what the thinking is here. The two cars are probably pretty equally matched on the same length of tyres, but Nathan Lewis in the background, I think he's getting ever larger, looming ever closer. Waiting for the lap times on my screen to update, but I think he was about 2/10 quicker than the Arm Racing red car in front last time around, and not far back whatsoever.
Yeah, 2/10 quicker was the Geodesic car to the Arm Racing car, but half a second quicker that time by was the ERT car to Tim Garcroja. So fairly big pace difference that last time by, but you just see how much gain there is in that Porsche down the straights. It just looks so much better in a straight line, but get to the twisty section, the RT BMW just looks so much stronger.
Yeah, definitely something to think about. So interesting, but just not quite able to get past at this point. And Nathan Lewis behind is on a bit of a counter strategy because the car had to come in early to get those repairs done and hasn't pitted since. So he's up here in the top 5, and I think he's going to need one pit stop more than all the other cars around him, at least a splash and dash. But there's no dash to the splash around here when you've got to spend a whole minute trundling down that pit lane.
You don't want to come in for, say, half a lap, or sorry, half a tank of fuel or 3 laps of fuel. You want to try and save that because, as you said before, it's just such a long pit lane. It can ruin your race. And what, 1.5 minutes time loss just to put in 3 or 4 laps of fuel. You'd really be better off trying to save as much as you can on track and eliminate that splash and dash possibility. As this is getting really heated at the front of LMP2. These guys are getting quite close now.
So Carl Raper for Fusion Sim Racing leading the race. Did not take tyres at the last stop. Simplex Racing, HPD and Tyler Havias behind did, and has slowly been closing that gap up, and now it's reaching ahead right here. Both about 13 laps into the stint. Plenty left to go, plenty of time for Havias to use the fresher tyre advantage especially through some of the tough braking zones, through some of the faster corners. That's where it will pay benefits. And once again, on the brakes into the bus stop, looks like he gains a bit more time as well. And then once he's within that 1 second window, slipstream is quite useful in these HPD cars that don't have a whole lot of horsepower to them. What they are is a small surface area and light, and not massively high horsepower. Of course, they don't have the hybrid power of the LMP1 cars, so slipstream can be very welcome if you're trying to pass someone in these cars.
Yeah, they're real nimble cars, so they're really tough to drive and very, very delicate as well. So guys, don't throw them around over the curbs as much as you might see with a few of the other vehicles on iRacing. You just see a little bit of smoke up ahead of these guys. But Raper doing a good job just navigating through traffic, and Havaeus just having a little bit less luck through the traffic there. He lost a little bit of ground, but this is getting really close, and these guys last lap by very, very identical lap times, and Chris Owen behind was actually the fastest out of the three, and he was a full second quicker. So we got three very evenly matched cars, three very evenly matched paced cars. What's it going to take for one safety car for these guys to all be matched up together again? We're going to see all three of the cars in class all back together, nose to tail. That'll make it really, really spicy if we get a safety car in the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, overall leader onto the pit lane, Colin Stark and Geodesic Racing Audi LMP1 car. It's gone 4 laps longer than Trick Sim Sports Blue, who are somewhat in the fight in LMP1, running in second place. I'm looking at the gap there. There was no tyres at the last stop for Trick Sim Sports Blue. I'm not sure. It'll probably be about 30 seconds or so of lead still for Geodesic Racing afterwards, because Scott Solowski comes past now to get back on the same lap as the Geodesic Racing car. So solid lead for Geodesic. Trick Sim Sports doing all they can in the LMP1 class, not quite as dominant as they've been in GTE.
Here we go. Tyler Havaeus right in behind Carl Raper now. This is going to be a very, very interesting little fight. And will we see Havaeus be able to get through very, very easily? Will Raper put up a big fight here? These guys are all on identical strategies, except for Raper on old tyres, Havaeus on new tyres. So maybe a little bit of an easy job for Havaeus to get through. Raper might not make it as easy as we would expect.
Great run up the hill there from Havaeus, and we've got a great view of it too. Kyle Raper will hold the inside line and try and make Tyler Havaeus go around the outside. Battle for the lead in LMP2. Who will come out ahead? Fusion Sim Racing just hold on to it down the inside. Had to go very deep on the brakes, compromise their line out the exit, but they hold on to the lead. And it's going to have to be somewhere else for Havaeus. Bit of a twitch for him. He wiggles back and forth. Not sure he was happy with the way the lead was defended. Certainly the Simplex Racing car looks like it's quite on edge. Turns well, but on the exit of the corners, you often see a little bit of a counter steer just to keep the thing pointing the correct way. Let's see, maybe that's not the best for the tyre life, but certainly it's working to have a pointy car. Gonna go past one of the Eclipse Sim Sports cars here. They'll both get clear, will they? Yes, just. Havaeus breaks deep around the outside to not have the GTE car separate them through Fanius, and there's nothing to separate the cars.
This is going to be really interesting to see where Havaeus can get this done. Probably thinking at the bus stop there'll be a late lunge, but at the same time Raper will probably try and hold the inside line, so Havaeus may have to go the long way around and use those newer tyres, which he isn't scared to do. You know, the big difference in tyre life will mean that he does know how much more grip that other car has, and Havaeus uses all of the track plus more. Raper will hold the line and they'll stay nose to tail for yet another lap. What this is doing, it's allowing Chris Owen to eat into that gap, while at the moment he's 25 seconds. It only takes a few laps for that all of a sudden to be back down to 15, 10, 5, nothing. So still a long way to go in this race, and these guys need to be a little bit smarter about how they battle.
Both of them through the bus stop had a bit of a wiggle, getting the power down, not always easiest, using first gear in the HPD. So Havaeus now going to try to take a tighter line, try and carry more speed up the hill. Don't cut too far across the inside, son. There is a slowdown somewhere there. I think he's just avoided it. He's got a fantastic run. This time he'll get the inside of Carl Raper, and I think he'll get the move done. His nose in front, not quite under brakes, but he has the inside. The Fusion Sim Racing driver has to back out of it. The lead changes in LMP2. Tyler Havias grabs the lead. Carl Raper back into second. Chris Owen not too far behind in third place and has been closing them, though not over the previous lap.
The last lap was the only one that he hadn't made big inroads. Been doing low 205s. The other guys were doing high 205s, 206s. So definitely starting to make some inroads, but that last lap by lost a lot of that momentum. To go back to GTE, there's some more battles starting to unfold in this geodesic black car we said was within 2.5 seconds of Arm Racing Red. Well, it's now under a second, and Nathan Lewis is closing in very, very quickly.
Indeed, Nathan Lewis is going to have to pit earlier, maybe 20 minutes earlier, because of that damage they had to repair on that car that was from a Fusion Sim Racing prototype making contact with them. So Nathan Lewis might be a bit worried right now, but definitely that car is quick. He's quick. He's closing up the two in front. Take a lot to be able to be ahead of them at the end of this race, though, with the unfortunate incident that Geodesic Racing Black had earlier. Will not stop him trying to mix it up.
While Riley Blythe, we saw Riley Blythe ahead before, he's already pulled 3.5 seconds in what, 2.5 laps, 3 laps. So he's absolutely flying as Riley Blythe, and Tim Gaukroger struggling a little bit at the moment. In saying that lap there, that was that car's fastest lap of the race. A 2-minute 14.8, so good lap there for Gaukroger to respond. And talking about fastest laps, Riley Blythe has just set that car's fastest lap of the race, 2:14.2. So track's definitely starting to come into this drive.
Has just set the overall
he
fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 56.446. New set of tyres at the last pit stop for this LMP1 leading car, and using them to the best effect. Look at that thing fly. Fresh tyres, just warmed them up 2 laps into the stint. Track temperature is down at 35 degrees Celsius now. It was about 42 at race start, so certainly a little bit more grip out there as well. We're now heading towards 5 p.m. in the evening race time, so the grip is coming up and everyone making good advantage of it.
Chris Owens just set that car's fastest lap of the race as well, so fastest laps of the race in lots of cars on that last lap by. Would have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different cars that set fastest laps of the race in their own cars last lap by. So the conditions are definitely improving for all of the drivers out there, and we're only going to see the times get faster and faster as this race goes on. As we get closer to sunset, we may just have the lights come on at the end of the race, but probably just before we get to the sunset here at Spa.
It's the Oprah Winfrey show. You get a fastest lap, you get a fastest lap. Everyone's going home with a fastest lap today, or at least on this particular lap. So interesting to see. This battle we were looking at, Nathan Lewis now within a second just about the Arm Racing Red car. Look at the wheel work there at the high-speed corner though. 4th gear, 5th gear, and he's managing a little bit of a slide. Maybe that's the quick way around there, I'm not sure, but you know, certainly the hands were pretty busy holding on to that BMW through the fast corners. Maybe that's the secret to the speed in that car, is it's just a little bit taily, and if you can put the right amount of input in that it turns, but not too much so that it goes around.
I'm surprised at how much wheel work was going on there. That was incredible, the amount of wheel work. So Gaukroger crosses the line again, another fastest lap of the race for that car. And we said before about Jimmy Ball on those old tyres, needs to be careful and just be consistent. Last lap by Riley Blythe took 2.1 seconds out of that lap time from Jimmy Ball out of that gap. We said before we were looking at it was about 25 seconds. I said it wouldn't take long to close up. It's already down to 14, so that is closing at a rapid rate. And Evolution Racing Team could find themselves in second position by the end of this stint.
Boy, would that just delight them. So again, big call there from One Performance Racing, and I think I said it on the outlap that the Ferrari, is it the car to be able to double stint the tyres well? Really weren't sure, and look at that, he's using all of the track and then some to try and keep that thing going. I bet you that car is a bit of a handful at this point in the race. The rear, I'm sure, wants to break free at a couple of opportunities.
And just seeing too, we've got our second DNF in this race, both from the LMP1 class. So we've had the Swift Racing car in the pits for quite a while. They are 16 laps behind the leader, but looks like the Fusion Sim Racing 77 car is now also out of the race. We're just seeing him pass there, Dominic Ferraris through on Richard Hunter. So Ferraris through in his first few laps in that car into position 10, and that is the second place car in the AM class. The leading car at the moment is a 7th place car overall in class. Clip Sim Sports AVR, David Mulhall at the wheel. So this guy's going along pretty quick as well. So we'll see who wins that battle, but there's quite a few cars in the AM class that are all very, very evenly matched in pace. It's good to see.
Yeah, indeed. So Clips with a pretty healthy lead right there, but certainly another couple teams that can put down some good pace, and any dramas for the 614, and they'll no certainty of taking home that win because we're not at halfway point in this race yet.
Still a lot of racing left in this one, and Riley Blythe again last lap by another 2 seconds taken out of Jimmy Ball. So the current pace, we're there in 6 laps. That's incredible. The difference in pace. And it's new tyres versus old tyres is just evident to see the pace difference right there. And you can see now Jimmy Ball last lap 16.4, Riley Blythe a 14.5. So he's absolutely flying. Is Riley Blythe second fastest car in class? Sorry, third fastest car in class. The only cars faster at the moment, Trick Sim Sports Silver, and also the car of Nathan Lewis, the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car, just closing in behind on Tim Gaukrodger again.
Yeah, delightful. So Nathan Lewis, he was a bit closer to the Arm Racing red car this time by, but he's still not massively close. And look at, speaking about, you know, quick hands, look at them on board the Porsche LMP1 there for, well, this is the number 42 car, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Echelon, who had their share of dramas, an unexpected pit stop earlier, a drive-through if I remember. Now they're trying to hunt down DPR Racing to try and make it 2 Geodesic Racing LMP1 cars on the podium. Is there dramas for Alex Court, or is it just
Might have run out of hybrid possibly.
Because the last lap there, nearly a 2 minute 1 second was the last lap from the chasing car. 1 minute 58.3 there. The pace difference quite noticeable. It is old tyres for Alex Court as well, so that could explain some of the pace difference. I think Brendan Cronin has just got his head down as well and decided, yeah, I'm going to grab 3rd spot, and he's, you know, getting after that job, and he's got a fresher set of tyres to do so.
Last lap by 2.6 seconds faster was Cronin over Court. So yeah, probably just the old tyre, new tyre difference, and using the hybrid. Whoa! One of the FT1 cars going way wide there, and managed to get it back on the circuit. It's interesting fights going on, and the fight at the front of the HPD class, the LMP2 class, still going on, still maintaining their gap. Lewis to Gaukrodger, still the same, around about 1.2 seconds, and Riley Blythe didn't make as big an inroad that lap as he had the previous ones, only 1.3 seconds on that lap by, as Trent Thomas once again sets that car's fastest lap of the race, a 2:14.007.
Yeah, the name's Thomas, Trent Thomas, and he's got the fastest lap in his car and the fastest lap in class.
I know Michael Healy's car that we saw, was it Silvassi in that car earlier?
Yeah, that's correct. The 496 from Trick Sim Sports did manage a 2:13 at one point.
I'm sure we'll see times in the 2:13s again later as we are watching that battle between Cronin and Court. Well, it's already over because into the pits comes Brendan Cronin to get service on their car for the 5th time in this race. Richard Hunter and Dominic Ferraris is the closest battle on track right now. We saw Ferraris go through on the previous lap, but last lap by Richard Hunter was faster, so he's closing back in again.
Yeah, great run in the slipstream. 2 Ferraris battling it out, and the FT1 Motorsports car, is there a tiny bit of damage on the front right, or do I just imagine these things with the way the paint looks? I think the right-hand side of that car is not pristine.
Hard to tell, isn't it?
I mean, nonetheless, It is. It's sort of a dazzle paint almost, especially when it's not symmetrical like that. But it's a pretty paint at least. I think I can see when I look closely just the tiniest bits of damage on the right-hand side, but nothing massive, nothing that would suggest too much suspension damage. But it might cost Ferraris just the tiniest bit of straight line speed, maybe a kilometre an hour or two.
Saying that, it doesn't take much to make a big disadvantage around a circuit like this too, so...
The amount of time you spend wide open throttle in 6th gear, down the Kemmel Straight, towards Blanchimont, all those kind of things, yeah, the tiniest differences, it can start to hurt. Track continues to cool, track continues to get quicker. Riley Blythe has just set his car's fastest lap so far, 14.280, as compared to Jimmy Ball could only manage 16.6, so another lap there where it's swung back how it was before. Riley Blythe eating huge margins out of Jimmy Ball in second place in GTE Pro.
And Riley Blythe will be able to see Jimmy Ball at the end of the Kemmel Straight now too, so be a little bit of a psychological advantage in the ART favour. Because as soon as you can see the car that you're trying to battle with, sort of adds a little bit of extra spice, a little bit of extra momentum. You pick up something mentally and just drives you along, pushes you along a little bit further. So that'll help Riley Blythe in his battle here with Jimmy Ball. Of course, not a battle yet, but it's definitely a battle on the timing sheets for now. But, field's definitely settled down a lot in the last 45 minutes or so. It was a real hectic little section of the race there. We've seen lots of incidents and lots of bizarre things going on, and now
I think in the second stint where we had the teams with new tyres catching the teams that had tried to double stint, there was a lot of friction going on then between, you know, cars of differing pace that were battling for position. Now it's all settled out a little bit further.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think a lot of the teams have realised, especially in the GTE field, that double stinting tyres at this stage is not the right move. You want to make sure that you've got good tyres the whole way through. Maybe double stinting tyres towards the end when the track cools off a bit more. But with the heat that was in the track in the last couple of stints, probably not the right move. But the track's cooling down even further now. You said before it was 35 down to 34. It's now into 33.9. So the track is continuing to cool as the shadows get longer. The sun starts to set off in the west.
Watching this one here where Richard Hunter continues to follow Dominic Ferraris at 8 tenths, 5 tenths, and it is looking like Ferraris is quicker through the corners, but Hunter closes up with the slipstream and in a straight line. So it can be the kind of thing where if you have got a little bit of aero damage on your car, you can follow in the slipstream of someone else, pass them, but then it's difficult to get away if you're missing just a tiny bit of the top end speed, or maybe if they've got different rear wing settings on their Ferraris, that's a possibility as well. So yeah, that kind of thing, especially a track like Spa.
Another fastest lap. Swift Racing HPD has set that class's fastest lap of the race. It's the first time all race in the 2-minute 4 bracket, 204.965. So that car is well and truly flying along. It is now only 23 seconds back from the lead of that class. So the times are definitely shuffling around in that class, and that's the only difference there really is between a tyre stop and a no tyre stop. That's the only difference for Chris Owen between he and Carl Raper and Tyler Havas. So that class, while the gaps look like they're quite big, they are nowhere near as big as it shows on paper right now.
Yeah, exactly. Think about this. Okay, so the Swift Racing HPD is maybe 22 seconds behind the Fusion Sim Racing car in second, but we know that Fusion Sim Racing are going to have to take tyres at the next stop. If Swift Racing don't, then that takes, 10 or 15 seconds out of that gap, and once they come through the next pit stops, Swift Racing might only be 5 laps behind or so. Who knows?
Exactly right. It's what, about 16, 17 seconds to take tyres, so going from 23 to take it down to 6 or 7 seconds. One little mistake is 6 or 7 seconds around this circuit. A little bit of traffic is 3 or 4 seconds. So those gaps, while they're looking large on paper right now. They will close in very, very quickly when we get time to see these next pit stops.
Everyone's game still. That's absolutely
Yep.
what I would say for LMP2. I wouldn't put any money on any of them, and they're paying pretty even odds, if you would.
Another very, very good lap for Riley Blythe last time by. That was a 2:04.4, 2:14.4. I said 2:04, 2:14.4, and a 2:16.2. So another 1.8 seconds. Be a quick lap if a GTE could do a 2:04 around here.
Yeah, that.
Speaking of 2:04s though, Tyler Veas, look at that last lap.
Yep, turning out 2:04.512, and that made him 4/10 quicker than the Swift Racing HPD, and helped him pull out more than an extra second on Kyle Raber behind. So, yeah, held up a little bit through Blanchimont this time, but certainly last lap was flying.
It's an incident.
Black Dog Racing, it's gone past the pit entry, but that car is not looking entirely well. What's going on for them in the bus stop chicane?
Well, I heard a crash of some sort, but I'm not exactly sure who the contact was with. I heard a crash and saw that car was slow. It's an FT1 car behind FT1 BMW. I'm not 100% sure who that was. 687? Yeah, so Daniel Cheney trying to make a move, but that was a little bit clumsy there from both parts.
It's trying to put a lap
Yeah.
on, I think, has come from quite a long way back. I'm not sure he was owed that much. He's come
Holy
from
dive
a long way back.
Yeah, I think that was very, very ambitious there from Cheney. It would have been better to sit him behind and give it another lap or another couple of corners, because that was not on at that spot. Now he's going to have to work hard to get it back again, and possibly could find himself with a penalty as well.
Yeah, it's not really hurt the Black Dog Racing car too badly, but it was a bit of a foolish move, and in the end it's just sent him for a spin and cost him a solid handful of time.
4.5 seconds now the gap between One Performance and Evolution Racing Team. Another 1:14 for the ERT car, 1:14.6, and a 1:16 flat for Jimmy Ball in the One Performance Racing car.
I remember when this gap was 25 seconds.
It wasn't that long ago. It was
It really
only
wasn't.
25 minutes ago. It's flown. It's around about a second a minute that car is closing in. In the background there, you can see Nathan Lewis hasn't been able to make inroads into Tim Gaukroger as well. So, Gaukroger, that arm racing car, they've come such a long way when you think back to last year's OEC. They were running in the AM class, and they were mid-pack runners at best last year. Now they've become real contenders, and it's so good to see new names and new teams working their way forward. And the arm racing crew overall have done a fantastic job in working their way forward each and every race, learning a bit more, and just keep building on their momentum. It's great to see, and well done to those guys.
Yeah, indeed. Doing very well, and I think they did very, very well with the tyres as well. But in LMP2, Simplex Racing are onto the pit lane. Tyler Havias, Fusion Sim Racing, stay out. Swift, stay out. And, sorry, correct that, Swift are in as well. So 2/3 of the field into the pit lane right now in LMP2, and what was shaping up to be actually a pretty sizable three-way battle for the lead in that class. So we'll see who looks like a winner and who can gain through this phase of the pit stops.
And you can see there too, we said it, 24 seconds back. It's the length of the pit lane is the difference between first and third in this race. So, or half of the pit lane is the difference between them. So it's absolutely nothing. And speaking of nothing, 3.6 seconds now the gap between One Performance Racing's Jimmy Ball on old tyres and Riley Blythe on much, much fresher tyres, 17 lap old tyres. Closing in and closing in fast. That's the best lap that Jimmy Ball's done in a little while. Still 1.4 seconds in the favour of Evolution Racing Team.
It's shaping up to be a good one, and there's still at least 10 laps or something before we expect either of those cars to pit. But Nathan Lewis, who was closing the arm racing car, has to pit because they were out of cycle. So the 442 car now on the lane, and boy, they are going to really, really struggle to stretch the fuel out from there to make it with only two more stops.
They need a safety car to change up everyone's strategy.
Yeah, or get out and push that car, because
Yep.
there's no way that they are going to be able to do, 66, 67 minute stints on the fuel without, throwing away absolutely all of their pace or getting an LMP1 car to push them.
Yep, and Tyler Havas has come out after his stop. No tyres for that car. Chris Owen has decided to take tyres. So, no real surprise in that. And Carl Raper has come in as well. So, pit stops all happening in that class.
Expect Simplex to take the lead then, I would think, of that class.
I can't see Raper going no tyres again. But you never know. They have been known to triple stint tyres at Fusion before. Just purely on strategy.
Bold strategy would be even slightly underselling it. Yeah.
ERT is close, almost in draft range now as Riley Blythe. This has been a very, very good stint from him. But I must say Jimmy Ball has done a great job to maintain momentum and hold that gap at a fairly decent length throughout this stint. It's taken almost the full stint for Riley Blythe to close in that gap. And that gives the One Performance car a great advantage going into the next phase of the race.
Yeah, Ball has still been able to manage, some laps in the 15s, which, wasn't always true of even Dominic Oliveira in the BMW double stinting the tyres. So while, it's noticeable how much per lap pace has dropped off with those old tyres, he's done enough to just try and stretch them out. And a 15.7, that's not bad at all last time from Ball, but it just doesn't quite match a 14.6 from Riley Blythe. It's gonna get there.
Yep, 1.8 seconds now the gap. Just seeing to a driver swap in the Fusion Sim Racing HPD. With Craig Edwards jumping back into that car, replacing Carl Raper. And as we've said before, driver swap usually means a tyre swap. And that is what has happened in that car. And Craig Edwards comes out with a fresh set of boots. He's got to find 21.5 seconds to close back up to Tyler Havas. And if you were to say anyone in this field could do that, I'd probably say to be Craig Edwards, because he is a freak in this car.
It's already looking pretty aggressive. First couple of corners out of the pit lane, using the curb, using all the runoff everywhere. And see what kind of lap times he can put in, because that would be that would definitely expect on the tyre difference for the Fusion Sim Racing car to close up the gap. We were seeing some differences of about 0.8 per lap, new tyres to old tyres for some of the drivers in the previous stint. If he can make it, a second per lap, then that'll definitely give Simplex Racing something to think about.
Yeah, exactly, especially when the next stint, Edwards will likely double stint tyres, and Havas will probably do a driver swap and change tyres, so that'll negate all of that advantage they're getting in this tyre swap. So the HPD class is actually at a really interesting phase now, because any of those three cars could pull the right move, do something a little bit different and surprise everyone and get a bit of a lead up. But no surprise of what's happening right now. Riley Blythe is now right under the rear wing of Jimmy Ball.
This will be interesting to watch. He'll get a good run out of the bus stop, and really he has to be thinking about a good run up the hill through Radion. That's where we've seen a lot of the good moves made, and I don't think you can keep the throttle pinned to the floor with old tyres up through there. Even a little bit of a wiggle from Ball trying to get the power down. You know that Ferrari gets a bit oversteery on old tyres, so very, very careful through this high-speed corner up the hill. And Ball obviously not losing too much time, but Blythe will have far more confidence up the hill to keep his right foot planted. More momentum up the hill means, closing into the slipstream, means getting more slipstream, means closing faster. He won't do it this time, but now he is right there in the battle. And this is going to be for second place in class.
these guys want to be careful not to battle too hard, because now Trent Thomas has a lead of 54 seconds at the front of the field. It's a huge margin out in front, so they want to make sure that they don't fight too hard, get a move done quickly if Blythe is going to go through, and then Jimmy Ball can tuck in behind, save some fuel, and they can start to close in a little bit of time up to Trent Thomas. And saying that, Thomas is still the fastest car on track in class, so it's more about negating the advantage that Trick Sim Sports car has than maybe working on pace. There's almost contact there between Blythe and Ball. This is going to be a fairly easy move in the end for the Evolution Racing Team car into second place.
Yeah, down the inside at Fania, he got a much better run through Puon, and you always will on fresher tyres. It's fast, it's downhill, it's fourth or fifth gear. So move done there. And while we were watching that, there was another one deeper in the field between the FT1 Motorsports Loki and Fusion Sim Racing 477. Much better run up the hill for Dominic Ferraris, and while this is he's driving a GTE AM car, he's gotten himself past one of the GTE Pro entries. So Ferraris doing a good job, and I think he's pulled a little bit more advantage on some of the other cars he was racing. He was with Richard Hunter earlier, and now he's a bit further down the road.
Yeah, and also the recovery drive for Trick Sim Sports Black. They are one lap down from the lead of the race after having that fuel issue. We're also hearing that a few other cars have had fuel issues as well throughout this race, but this is a move for Healy up the inside of Timothy Schwecke down the Kemmel Straight and up into 12th position. And very, very textbook move there from the Trick Sim Sports driver up into 12th position. As I said, still a long way back from the lead of the race, and it's going to be very, very hard to get all of that ground up that they lost. Actually aren't a lap down, because you can see just behind is the sister car about to put a lap on them.
Yeah. The car Trent Thomas is going to have to stop before Michael Healy, and I think Healy's not going to need any extra stops compared to the Trick Sim Sports silver car. So I think the issue that they had, because it was around the time of the pit window, it hasn't thrown them off strategy like the damage did for the Geodesic Racing BMW. Sure, they had to tow, they lost a lot of time to that, but it actually happened at a time in the race where it hasn't messed with their strategy too badly. And you know, as much of a time as needing to put the car on a tow truck will cost you, with how long the pit lane is here, I'd almost rather tow than need to drive down the pit lane an extra time.
Yep, I agree. It's such a long, long drive down the lane, and have a look at this lap time. Last lap by Colin Stark, 56.4, fastest lap of the race. Timing sheets absolutely lighting up with purple numbers for that car at the moment. They are flying. They have a lead of 81 seconds over Scott Solosky. That's 2/3 of the lap ahead at the moment. They're doing a fantastic job.
It is an absolutely crushingly dominant performance there from them. I mean, there's some other cars around that have had problems. The sister car from Geodesic Racing, penalty for them. Warren Pickering and the Fusion Sim Racing car, issues for them, crash, big damage, and Swift Racing, what a headache of a race they've had as well. Trick Sim Sports, really the only car providing any fight, and even then they're a second and a half off the pace of the leaders. The speed from the Audi, the speed from the drivers, and it's been a pretty consistent run so far. Everyone but Trick Sim Sports here has had some dramas at some point.
Yeah, exactly right. It's been a tough race for a lot of the field in the LMP1 class, with already 2 DNFs. We've had 6 start the race, only 4 in at the moment. Great to see all 20 of our GTEs still continuing on, and all 3 of our runners in HPD all running still. So only 2 DNFs halfway into a 6-hour race. That's a pretty good result, regardless of how it plays out from now. To get to this point of the race and have so few cars out of the race, really good to see.
Yeah, indeed. Looking at the lap differences between Simplex Racing HPD and Fusion Sim Racing AWS in the LMP2 category, and Craig Edwards is going to need to pick it up a little bit, because he was only 5 tenths faster than Tyler Havias last time, and that's just not going to be enough He either needs the tyres to fall away a little bit more from the leading car, or he needs to find a bit more speed somewhere in the Fusion Sim Racing car. These are LMP2 cars, just how light they are. The weight of the fuel has a big difference. They often get quite a bit quicker as the fuel burns away deeper in the stint. Brake bias looks like it's set pretty rearwards as well for Simplex Racing HPD, because they had just a tiny bit of a wiggle trying to turn the car into the bus stop there.
Yeah, slow lap too that time by for Tyler Herveus in the Simplex car, 2:07.2. So a big gain of time going to happen right here for Craig Edwards. And of course later on in the stint too, the second half of the stint is where Edwards is going to make a lot more inroads too. So we're going to see this lap time close in a bit, a full second that time by for Craig Edwards. With it now under 20 seconds, we'll see how many more laps it will take for that to close down. I'm going to say it'll be about a second a lap from here, so it's going to be nearly the full stint before we're going to see Edwards in behind, and then of course no tyres on the next phase. That'll put them back in the lead of the race, but that's just going to ebb and flow for the entirety of the race. Got a few cars starting to come in GTE now too.
Yeah, Clip Sim Sports Ryan Jerrick in early like they were last time again, and I don't think this stint has stretched out quite long enough for the... well, it was 4 hours 8 minutes. It was 4 hours 8 minutes when they pitted last time. It's now 3 hours 6 minutes. So at this rate, especially if they can stretch out one of their other stints a lap longer than this one, they'll be able to make it to the end without needing a splash. But of course, a lap this long, you never quite know where you're going to be relative to the overall leader when the checkered flag waves. Sometimes, you know, if the LMP1 leader is right behind you when they take the checkered flag and see the end of the race, you know, the time might have expired and you've still got to do another 2 minutes, another full lap around here, which is 7 kilometers. So for the final stint, you've got to have a little bit of fuel spare, because you just never quite know when the checkered flag is going to wave for the leader and where they are going to be relative to you.
Exactly right. You could be just ahead of the leader when the checkered flag comes out and have to do that full lap. So need to be careful, but I'm sure they're planning that and trying to work out how to strategize that from this point on. But Tim Gaukroger absolutely flying last lap by, did that car's fastest lap of the race. Also fastest lap of the race last time by. Brendan Cronin's also going very quick. Not that lap he's just completed then, but the lap previous did that car's fastest lap. Second car to get into the 1 minute 56 bracket as Scott Solosky drives into the pits from second position. But the first of our Porsche LMP1 cars into the 1 minute 56 bracket for Brendan Cronin.
Certainly flying along, trying to recover from some of the issues that hampered them before, and it's not out of the picture that they could catch DPR Racing and find themselves still on the podium, especially off strategy as they are.
Gaukroger 1.2 seconds quicker that last lap by the Jimmy Ball. So, there's this big lock-up just ahead. That was Brendan Cronin, I believe. No, sorry, it was Colin Stark, the leader of the race, just having issues into turn 1.
And Cronin has just had a little bit of contact with the DPR Racing 4 car as well. So a lot going on all of a sudden for the Geodesic Racing LMP1s. Here's a replay. Colin Stark trying to get past a little bit of traffic. He sees them too wide in front of him here, and he sort of gets boxed in a little bit. 2 tires on the grass. Oh my goodness, that could have been much worse than it was. It still wasn't perfect, but there might have been a little bit of contact between the 2 cars, but you know, he's gone for a gap of the 2 cars in front, and it's just been sort of closed off a little bit. Jimmy Ball there, I think, was it? Has just moved across a little bit before he realized that the LMP1 car was going to try and slot into that gap.
Try and pick up the replay of this other incident as well with
End of the Campbell Straight.
Okay, I'll rewind it a little bit further. There we go.
Here we are. So I think it's Daniel Misdale in that DPR Racing Ferrari in front, and just the speed difference has caught him out a little bit through the middle of the corner here, and just a tiny bit of a bump sends the DPR car into a spin and off the circuit. And for the way that they pass traffic, the number 42 car has been penalised in this race already. I don't think there was a huge mistake or a lot of malice to that. It's just a tiny tap on the Ferrari at a point was very loaded up. Battle here though, down the inside goes Arm Racing Red Porsche, and there's contact there as well, but through does go the Arm Racing Red Porsche. Tim Gaukroger, Jimmy Ball flashes the headlights because he's not happy about that. Another modem simulation replay. Suddenly, there's a bit of action going on, Jay.
Yeah, that was just another replay of that pass there because we missed that while watching the other replays.
The headlights.
Yeah, he's still not happy.
Not happy.
Scott Stevens in the pits. Just seeing Nathan Lewis go by there, and Alex Court also coming in the DPR car. Yeah, I'm guessing he's not happy because there was a little bit of contact made there. More about the fact that there was contact than anything else. It was a little messy, but I think that's just the difference between new and old tyres there. Gaukroger left a little bit of room and probably went a little bit deep, and Jimmy Ball wasn't expecting him to be there that late. But they've all come through okay, and they're all continuing on. So as we get to nearly 3 hours to go, we're nearly at the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, indeed. So
no safety car in the first half of the race. That's good.
Yeah, interesting. So this pit stop for Alex Court probably going to end up behind the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing LMP1 that we were just earlier watching that replay of. The Porsche that was running in fourth right now. So definitely going to be interesting where the checkered flag flies because they're on opposite strategies. The DPR Racing cars pitting halfway through the stint of the Geodesic Racing Porsche LMP1. So I'm not sure who's going to win that battle between the two of them there. They can't quite count backwards well enough. Two FT1 Motorsports cars side by side, Pi and Loki, and the I think it's Ferraris getting past Dance, or is it the other way around?
Yeah, no, you're right. Ferraris through on Dance.
Ferraris is doing a very, very solid job for what is ostensibly a GTE AM entry. We've seen a few times he's working his way up through the overall standings and passing some Pro Division cars, even some wearing the same paint scheme.
Yep, doesn't care who's driving the cars that he's battling with. He's doing a good job, and of course fairly new to the FT1 crew, and fit into that team very, very well. So he's come a long way in a very, very short time as Dominic Ferraris. He'll be continuing to move up over time in iRacing, in the iRacing ranks. So he closes in on David Mulhall ahead. That is the battle for the lead in the AM class. 11 seconds the gap between those two cars, but around about half a second a lap quicker is Ferraris at the moment. So that is well and truly on that battle in the AM class.
Past the top of the hour now, so I'm definitely expecting to see a couple more GTE cars come into the pit lane, especially a couple of cars that are double stinting their tyres, like Jimmy Ball, One Performance Racing, and not many other cars out there actually trying that strategy other than One Performance Racing in this stint. So I wouldn't be surprised we see them come in as early as they feasibly can, but the track temps drop a little further and everyone is flying out there. Mulhall has just set their car's fastest lap of the race. Colin Stark's just set the fastest lap of the race. Riley Life just set that car's fastest lap of the race. And Colin Schwecke has just set that car's fastest lap of the race through the Fusion Sim Racing 477.
Unbelievably quick out there on track at the moment, but how good's that lap for Colin Stark? And we're probably going to see him into the 155s in the next little bit. He's going that quick at the moment. It's great to see the pace out on track getting faster as the race progresses. So we're seeing Richard Hunter in the pits in the DPR car. Incident between car 42 and car 969 under review. No real surprise that one's under review. The spin we saw at the end of the Camel Straight, a little bit of contact. Just also seeing the Eclipse Sim Sports car, last lap by, set the fastest lap of the race in that class, a 2:13.1.
That is a little bit beyond comprehension. That is wickedly quick. And going on a second quicker than our leader is doing, of Trent Thomas at Trick Sim Sports Silver. So new tyres on that car because we did see it pit. But
that was its first flying lap. Another time.
Yeah.
Wow.
So probably not a bad strategy here from Eclipse Sim Sports, really, just to pit at the top of the hour a little bit earlier than some other people. They had a quick stint earlier in the race, and now they get to do just a little bit of an undercut on everyone each time.
Yeah, exactly right. They're looking on paper that they're well and truly out of contention. Then all of a sudden they just push in times that everyone goes, oh, hang on, they're going pretty quick, these guys. Gaining spots left, right and centre in the pits. Nobody's expecting them to be anywhere near it, and all of a sudden they're well and truly back in the race. So doing a really good job, and the strategy is working for them at this stage. Colin Schwecke starting to close in on Cameron Dance, but I think some of these battles will have to be put on hold because we're about to see a lot of cars in the pits in the next few laps.
Yeah, we definitely are, and track temperatures continuing to drop. That's why we're seeing some of these massively quick times. Cameron Dance in the lane, Evolution Racing Team in the lane, what was the Porsche in front, Rival Autosport in the lane. And as the track temperatures continue to drop, now might be the time a couple of teams pull the gun on double stinting the tyres, because then if they don't take tyres now, then they can take tyres at the next stop and double stint that set to the end, rather than, you know, being sort of off cycle and having to take a set of tyres at the final pit stop when the track is colder and it would be most receptive to double stinting.
Yeah, very, very good point. Trying to work out whether it's going to be worth double stinting the tyres is going to be really, really interesting dynamic, and the smart teams will work it out and already have it planned, and probably would have already tested in conditions similar to this to understand whether new tyres work better over the entirety of a stint, or whether you maybe get 1 or 2 second advantage at the end of a stint by staying on the old tyres, the net gain, net loss, and work that out. So other teams will be just like, oh, we'll just go for it and who cares, just go out there and drive and put new tyres on every time until the end. So it's going to be an interesting little stage of the race. This is just seeing a driver swap in the Evolution Racing Team car. Riley Blythe out after 3 hours and 4 minutes of racing. Scott Newton has jumped in to take over that car in the 427, rejoining in 11th position, but one of the first, or they are the first place car out of everyone that has jumped in and made their third stop.
It's a pretty strong lineup then in that Evolution Racing Team car. We'll see what it can do to the end.
Dance, no tyres.
Interesting call there from FT1 Motorsports and that Ferrari. So Cam Dance in the 487. It's going to have to go pretty long on that set of rubber. And so got a car behind him that's probably not going to want to be held up. It's one of the Geodesic Racing BMWs, which have been very, very quick so far this race.
Yeah, and they're not long out of the pits as well, of course, off strategy from everyone else due to that incident earlier on in the race. So caught them out, but the recovery drive has been pretty successful, and that, as you said, they have been really, really quick. Last lap by low 214s, been doing low 214s for quite a while. Ryan Jarek again does another lap in the mid 213. So Jarek is on a charge. You can see in the rear mirror there of, or in the rear view camera of Nathan Lewis's car, that is Martin Silvassi in the Trick Sim Sports car, trying to get through. Just couldn't get through because these guys were side by side. There was no lane through Martin Silvassi. This will be frustrating for him as he tries to get his lap back, but Stark in the pits now could stay on the lead lap, could stay a full lap ahead depending on whether they take tyres or not. It's incredible to think that they've got that much of a lead, that they could maintain a full lap advantage at the halfway point of the race.
Yeah, and this isn't Oran Park. This is one of the longer laps outside of Le Mans or the Nordschleife that you'll ever get. Dance is trying to defend against Nathan Lewis here, and seeing it's been a bit scruffy from Dance. He was a bit wide through Puan. He struggled through some other spots. He knows where to place the car to defend, but he just does not have the grip underneath him in the Ferrari at the moment. Nathan Lewis will definitely back well out of the throttle. I was saying that to make it to the end, they might have to save a lot of fuel in that BMW. Did it look like that's what he was trying to do, or did he just know there was no way he was going to get past in La Source?
I'm just thinking he doesn't quite have the pace to get through. He's got the pace, he might not have the confidence in the car or something like that. I mean, the tyres are a little bit older, 10 laps older in comparison to Dance. on his first flying lap, or maybe just thought, well, I'll stay behind because then I know I'll get the momentum out of Radion and get it done on the Camel Straight, and that's probably what he's decided. But Dan's defending and defending very, very hard, but I don't think he's going to defend it around the outside. Here he is, and he's going to hold on.
Very, very cautious from Nathan Lewis there to not get the move completed. I thought he would have had the inside for the third apex there. Dance goes around the outside, holds on to it. So Nathan Lewis, I'm not sure. Busy on the pit lane because Trick Sim Sports Silver are in, Arm Racing Red are in, One Performance Racing are in, FT1 Motorsports Loki is in, the Fusion Sim Racing car of Colin Schwecke is in, and Trent Thomas, who was your race leader, will exit the pits and will resume the race lead shortly when some of the other cars pit, except for the Eclipse Sim Sports machine.
Yes, so David Mulhall, we've now got an AM class leading the overall as it is right now. So even if this doesn't go on for the entirety of the race, the fact that they're leading the race right now is a real positive for those guys. So well done to Eclipse for being in the lead, even though it's just based on fuel and pit stop strategy at the moment. Still awesome for those guys to have the lead at this stage.
Yeah, indeed, and it was definitely shaping up to give us an interesting battle for GTE. This one here, Dance trying to defend against Nathan Lewis still. Lewis, I just... Does he not have the confidence? Because the car is quick in the right conditions.
Yeah, I think it's that.
They took tyres at the last stop.
And Dance didn't.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with the car. There's nothing particularly wrong with Nathan Lewis's clean air pace either. Just when it comes to trying to put a move on Dance, he shies away from, taking it too wide through the corner so that he can then have the inside for the next corner, whatever the situation may be. He's just, treating it like there's spikes on the outside of Cameron Dance's car. But he'll go to the inside this time. He's well alongside before the braking zone. This is the best opportunity we've seen. He's basically clear by the point of turn-in, and surely Nathan Lewis has it this time, and he does.
Just noticing there too, there's a bit of damage on Cameron Dance's car on the front right. You said earlier that you thought there was a little bit of damage on that car. Well, it was a lot more evident there that time on that onboard. Yeah, damage on the front right. And with the pit stops almost all done, Mulhall in at the front of the field. Trent Thomas will retake the race lead. Michael Healy currently, he got himself back up into effective second right now, but they will have to come into the pits probably this lap. And they do, which means that the Arm Racing Red car is net second right now. No tyres at the stop for those guys.
They made it work last time. Yep. Why not do it again? Track's a little bit cold and missed the apex at the start of the bus stop there. But, it worked pretty well for them to get a bit of track position early in the race. I don't see why it wouldn't be a great idea now.
Silvassi's just set the fastest lap of the race for the Trick Sim Sports blue car. A 1:56.6 for that car, so a good lap from him. Clip Sim Sports still punching in extremely quick lap times in the 4:38. Ryan Jerrick last lap by another lap. So that's 5 in a row in the 2:13 bracket. Just under 2:13.6 again, and the lap before was a 2:13.7. So Ryan Jerrick is flying.
Yeah, and there's a couple cars in the pit lane right now that he's gonna get past, like the Eclipse Sim Sports AM car, but critically one of the FT1 Motorsports cars and the Trick Sim Sports black car. So he moves himself up into 4th position now, and that's not bad whatsoever. So this strategy for Eclipse Sim Sports worked well to jump a couple of cars that they were racing with, and going quicker than Scott Newton is in the car in front right now. That gap is coming down a little bit, and all of it is to the pace that Ryan Jerrick has had right out of the box with that newest set of tyres.
Steering to the incident between the 42 car and the DPR car that was spun around, the 696 car. No further action in that incident, so race controllers dealt with that one as they see fit, and they will continue on racing. Is just seeing a driver swap. The the 416 car came into the pits again. They've come back into the pits. They were up the front, weren't they? They're back now way in the field. Come in for yet another stop. Something weird's going on with that car.
What is
Well, I'm
going
sure I saw
on
that Wayne
there?
Burke was in the car. They did a lap and they've come back in again.
Well, that's they were running very, very well, so that is no good whatsoever and will cost them a huge amount of time. And I don't know what kind of drama they've had there, but it surely, if Wayne Burke did one lap and then brought the car back in, and now Jimmy Ball is back in the car, it's something to do with Wayne Burke, some technical problems for him,
Must be.
some kind of other drama for him. The dog needed letting out. Who knows? Anything.
That'd be a different one. No, I've never seen someone have to stop to let the dog out, but
You know what? When I joined you and Ryan Jones for one of the sprint series races,
and my dog
that I
was barking in the
commentating
background.
from America, right? I was staying at my friend's house. He has 2 dogs, and they are the biggest, most energetic Labradors the world has ever seen, and they will bark at anything. And for 45 minutes, they sat on the couch beside me there and made not a whimper. I was beyond surprised.
I've had my dogs come over the broadcast before, and they'd love to have a bit of a chat midstream. So just noticing, we were saying it was 20 seconds between Gervais and Craig Edwards. It is now 10 after 10 laps. So around about the second a lap is the difference. That lap by there, a very, very quick lap. That is the fastest lap in class. That last lap by for Craig Edwards, a 2:04.4. Well, sorry,
1.2
just
seconds
slightly.
out of Gervais,
Yeah,
2 laps in a row.
yeah, good job for that.
That's
Not
about
quite
what
the
I said.
fastest lap. Yeah,
That's about what I said he'd need to do to make it a fight. At 8/10 per lap, when he had the new tyres advantage, wasn't going to be enough. It needed to be a second. He's making it 1.2. That will definitely keep the fight spicy. In LMP2, I think Edwards is doing exactly what he needs with the new tyres to put them into a position where they might be able to take the mixing 2 words together, the lead and the win away from Simplex Racing.
take the weed away. Is that what you're trying to go with there? Something like
No,
that?
I was trying to. Yeah, well, I mean, maybe they should.
Richard Hunter, last lap by, was slightly slower than Colin Schwecke, but Schwecke losing a bit of momentum out of turn 1 and all the way up the Kemmel Straight. So Hunter was able to close back in, but he's losing a lot of ground once again. Jimmy Ball back out on track on his first flying lap, tucked right in behind Scott Stevens, trying to recover, but they're way back in 16th position. They were on for a podium and now are so far back. Very, very unfortunate for those guys to have issues like what they've had.
Yeah, huge shame. They were on an interesting strategy as one of the first Ferrari teams to try and double stint the tyres. I think Jimmy Ball did a pretty respectable job, all things considered, with that. Eclipse SimSports Ryan Jerrick, as we were singing his praises, he's facing the wrong way on the main straight. The car is crabbing badly. What has gone on for the 4th place running car? You can see, just from the short distance he ran, there's a lot of damage on that car, suspension-wise. Here's the replay. What's he gone and done? Through the bus stop, has he hit the wall on the exit there? Is there been a technical problem of some kind? Because that car was very quick, was running very well. Is it maybe 2 tyres on the grass in the braking zone? Let's see.
Well, the brakes have just got locked on.
Yeah, that's a bizarre one. That's very, very odd. That looks like technical dramas in the cockpit, no doubt. The car not wanting to go in a straight line, car not wanting to stood on the brakes and came to a complete halt almost, didn't it? And now it is stopped on the racing line for turn 1. It's facing the correct way now. Huge dramas for Eclipse SimSports and Ryan Jerrick, and this might bring out a safety car.
Yeah, well, if
because
you can't
that is
move it.
on, if he can't move it, that is on the racing line for turn 1.
Wait and see for a call. Managing to get it going
Car's
again.
Moving now to get it off the racing line, but he's not taking the corner.
Yeah, something majorly wrong. Look, the wheel just turning hard.
Snap. Yeah,
something's not right with that car.
full one way to full the other. It's driving with a PlayStation controller. Can he upshift? Looks like it's stuck in first gear. He tried to get it going and it hit the rev limiter in first gear there. What can Ryan Jarrett do? This is very, very disappointing because they were doing so well in the top 5 in class on a unique strategy that was paying dividends for them, and now it's going. He's still in first gear. Still looks stuck in first. All kinds of gremlins for Eclipse Sim Sports in the 438, tumbling down the timing sheet, almost down to 20th now. They were looking at a chance of a podium. They were closing on 3rd place. Now it's very, very disappointing for them here.
I'd be careful to not blow the car up doing that and just stopping at the exit Eau Rouge, and we may see a safety car from the way that that car is positioned there. I don't think that, I mean, part of the rules is you're not allowed to go more than 50% or less than 50% of the speed of the leader in class, so driving back to the pits in first gear would be against the rules, so you may just have to stop and await permission from race control. See what happens in the next little bit. Jarrett's still stopped. We see the safety car come into action for the first time today. Trying to move off again, still trying to fix his issues. Still stuck in first gear. How disappointing for these guys.
I mean, words fail me.
Yep. Heartbreaking is what this is.
Breaking the wall on the right-hand side there, is that what Ryan Jarrett is going to aim for?
Possibly.
A little bit of tarmac, breaking the wall on the right-hand side, and that's where he's going to pull it up. I don't think we're going to see that car continue past that particular point.
Yep. And that may mean that we stay green as well, as Colin Schwecke now tucked in right under the rear wing of Michael Healy.
Healy on the recovery drive after he had to tow the car. I don't know if we heard what the drama was for the 496, but it could have been worse. There was no damage on the car, and they managed somehow to avoid losing a lap just. So the Eclipse Sim Sport car going again for another 30 meters. This is, I mean, at this point, how many laps have they lost?
2. They've lost 2 laps to the leader, so looks like they have been given permission to tow back to the pits once they were behind that wall, so we're going to stay green, which is good to see.
Would have been interesting, but it's certainly good for some of the double stinting and the strategy battles we're seeing playing out in LMP2 and in GTE. See those continue to unfold, and Schwecke right up behind Healy, looking this way, looking that way, not going to get an opportunity, but he's trying. And Healy, this is what I've noticed now, has double stinted in the last stop, so old tyres for Healy. That's why Schwecke is trying to get past and why Schwecke has the overspeed. I was wondering for a second, was there some other problem with that Trick Sim Sports car, which was previously the race leader, obviously a very, very quick car. Why was he being hounded so hard by Fusion Sim Racing? It's the tyres. So, is that the first double stint we've seen from Trick Sim Sports? Yes, I think it is. I think they've taken tyres, both cars, every stop, except for this one for Michael Healy. And that's interesting, you know, maybe Healy is taking the gamble here, and then going to feed the information back to Trent Thomas, and then he'll have some idea up the lead of the race. Do they want to skip tyres at a future pit stop? Though the lead that Trent Thomas and Trick Sim Sports have built out at the lead, they could take tyres at every remaining stop and really have no dramas. Their lead is, I think, nearly a minute or so, is it not?
Yeah, 49 seconds at the moment, because the Arm Racing red car did not take tyres at the last stop, so they've got a fairly substantial lead right now, as Richard Hunter has joined into this battle pack with Michael Healy and Colin Schwecke. DPR Racing 3. A few interesting little fights unfolding here. So Colin Stark is also not far away off putting the Trick Sim Sports car back a lap down.
In LMP1, yes.
Yeah, so you can see there's Stark just coming through Blanchimont, and we just saw too the Trick Sim Sports blue car, the 96 car. It's at the bus stop at the same spot, so just off in the distance there, just going through the comms. Excuse me, was the car of Silvassi, so starting to really put the nail in the coffin is the Geodesic Racing Alpine Stars car, the 41
Big dive
car.
here from Richard Hunter down the inside at the bus stop. And Healy, old tyres, no way to outbrake, and he has a slightly better line, but even then can't carry more power down off the corner. So Hunter through, Healy goes back one more spot. Whatever it is that makes the Trick Sim Sports car so quick, it doesn't seem to like the second stint on the tyres. Maybe it's quick because it's eating through the tyres. Maybe the balance of the car is good on new tyres, but just goes away on the old tyres.
I got a feeling that they're legitimately testing the tyres for the sister car, going double stinting just to see if the tyres work with the way they've got the car set up to help the strategy game. The track conditions definitely would be suiting drivers doing double stints now, because the track is cooling off so fast. It's now down to 30 degrees. So we hit 5:30 PM in sim time, so the time definitely getting away on us, and the track cooling off at a fairly rapid rate.
Yeah, it won't be too long before spectators will have to grab a cardigan. How close did Hunter get to the wall on the exit there? I mean, there's using the track, there's using the runoff. He almost got the wall on the right hand side on the exit.
Never seen
with
anyone
no
out
name
that
there.
wide.
No, never in my life. Look at this. I mean, does he even have to correct a slide?
Oh!
It's like he's racing a street circuit there.
Didn't realise we were doing a race at Belle Isle, but obviously we are. Jeez, that was so close. He was lucky to get away with that. Just looked like a lapse in concentration as well.
Gosh,
Strange.
if it was deliberate, it was very, very brazen, and I would not be so bold.
Nope, neither. Issues for this car here, the Eclipse Sim Sports car. That was the car that we just saw was having issues before. It towed back to the pits, it's come back out, but it is not going very fast at all. Cananzi driving the car at the moment. There's something majorly wrong with that car.
You think if it's another driver in and there's still dramas, it has to be the car? But I
don't understand what it
can
could
go
be.
wrong with the car?
I don't get it. Doesn't make sense to me. But
Well, they've got a drive-through penalty now. So, what was that? What
tow
was that
without
for?
permission.
Yeah, tow without permission. If they'd asked for permission to tow, would we have seen a safety car? Has that affected the way it's played out? I mean, they had gotten to a spot where it was feasible to have given them permission to tow without causing a safety car, but you know, it's all falling apart then in 438. Dramas with that car, and I don't know what.
Yeah, it's strange. It doesn't make sense to me either. But anyway, Craig Edwards, his pace isn't making much sense to me either, because he is flying. I could not do anywhere near this sort of lap times. Last lap by the fastest lap in class, 2:04.1, and he's going even quicker this lap. We could see our first lap in the 2:03s in this class, in this lap or the next lap, because Craig Edwards is absolutely on a charge.
Bit of slip angle out of the bus stop, never hurt anyone. And what will the time be as he crosses the line? I think it was a little bit shy of his best, but still significantly quicker than Tyler Havias on that lap. So closing that gap, eating away at it. I think there's still pace to come in that car, because like I say, the weight of fuel in the LMP2 cars has such a huge effect on their performance because they're so light otherwise.
So we have a quick look here on board with Martin Silvassi. You can just see the lead car not too far off in the distance. There it is there. So not far off, going a lap down, is the car of Trick Sim Sports Blue. And the big thing with that is that Stark also has a tyre advantage too, so it's a big potential change in this race coming in the next little bit. If Geodesic Racing can put a full lap on the field without it being pit stop induced, that's incredible.
Yeah, beyond dominating, just crushing. There's one thing that we're going to have our eyes on shortly is not only this and Richard Hunter, who's going to try and get past Colin Schwecke and just may do so, gets to the inside coming down the Camel Straight. So Hunter on a charge as well. He's going to get that 8th spot away. Yes, he is. A bit higher up the field. An Arm Racing red car that loves double stinting those tyres. They've got Evolution Racing Team behind. We're going to eventually be closing them up for that 2nd spot, and that's going to be a good one to watch. So
yep, definitely that'll be a good battle once it unfolds.
Scott Newton trying to catch Tim Galcrodger, and you can see that gap, not anything particularly massive. And on the 2nd stint of the tyres for Arm Racing Red, new tyres at the last one for Evolution Racing Team. And that will close up and be a very important battle for the order of our podium.
David Mulhall is absolutely flying at the moment too. Last lap by 2:14.3, equaled that car's fastest lap, and they're going to gain a spot in the outright race, you would think, because Dance is on double stinted tyres right now. But they just have the... Ooh, a little bit of contact there between Dance and the car of Alex Court. It's a little bit surprising there. We might have to have another look at that. Was there a fair bit of contact made?
Replay. Let's have a look.
Well, there was contact.
The tail camera was in the intake of the other car, so yeah, odd little one there, but
so one thing when you do come to lap cars, sometimes they don't expect you to brake in different points. There was a slight little bit of contact, not much, but maybe enough just to put a little bit of a dampener in Alex Court's race. As we come back to the front, Mulhall not quite able to get past Dance. Dance has done a great job of defending his position in this race.
yeah, the Ferraris tend to be reasonable enough in a straight line, but chew through the tyres a tiny bit more. So to hold on to the tyres, the car can be slippery enough in a straight line that it's not immediately easy for someone with a bit more grip through the corners to get past. Mulhall is right there, going to look to set a better exit up somewhere. Huon's been one of the places where you see that the cars with the older tyres really struggle on the turn in and to carry the speed through the high speed stuff here. Dance was quite wide out there on a previous lap. He keeps it within the lines this time. Mulhall closing, switches back to the inside. Is he close enough? No.
While this little fight goes on, the gap between Tyler Herveus and Craig Edwards, 2.8 seconds. And closing, Craig Edwards once again, fastest lap in that car's, in that class, last lap by 2:04.1. So he's almost into the 2:03 bracket. Very, very close now.
Track temperatures will continue to drop. Lap times will continue to get quicker. And you can see the length of the shadows here through Blanchimont and towards the bus stop. That gets quite a bit longer as well. All of that circuit is in the shade, and that was optimistic from quite a long way back, and Dance rightfully closed the door on it. Mulhall maybe just needs to be a teeny bit more patient, set up a better run somewhere, and then commit to it, because that was sort of sloppy, haphazard from a long way back, and then back out of it, nearly had to come to a stop, because he knew that if Dance turned in and contact was made, it would have probably been his fault for dive bombing in so hard.
Well, one thing too is while he's doing this here with Dance, he's losing a lot of ground to Hayden Benefield behind, and that is for class position. So AM class second place car is behind was 16 seconds. It's now 13, so he's losing a bit of ground. As Hayden Benefield finds a bit of rhythm and starts to close that gap down. Mulhall up the inside and still not able to get it done. We've seen Dance defend around the outside there. He's done it again, but not quite clear this time. No, he'll hold on.
Again, just very shy of committing to the inside line there when he had the tiniest bit of overlap. I mean, it's sensible to not throw your race away at this point, but you know, just a little bit shy of commitment. And we all know someone like that.
we do. Now, lap are we up to here? This is lap number 91. So 92 for these drivers in this class. Our leaders in LMP1 are on lap number 105 and 99. Actually, sorry, they're on lap 100 in LMP2. That was so close. Mulhall almost missed the braking point and almost made contact with the rear of Cameron Dancer. That was extremely close.
Yeah, he's just showing the nose in these places and then not fully committing to it and then sort of backing out of it. I mean, take a second, breathe deep, regroup, back off maybe one car length so you can get a good run out of a fast corner like Huon or Blanchimont or Eau Rouge Radion, and then, you know, properly with a run commit to the inside. Bit of a lock-up from Dance, clobbers a little bit of the curb. But this shouldn't be a particularly difficult overtake if you just, you know, put your steps in line. 10 crosses it to the inside for LaSource, but again, no overlap, no chance.
Yep. And that lap by, another 1.5 seconds back in the favour of Benefield, who's now only one corner behind. So Benefield is well and truly flying. I'll tell you who else is getting close. Have a look at who is just ahead of Colin Stark, who just sets almost another fastest lap of the race. He's absolutely flying still, but just ahead is a car of Martin Silvassi. You can just see him there, so not far off putting a full lap. And have a look at that for teamwork. Trick Sim Sports GTE car in the right spot at the right time, just to negate that advantage.
Mulhall Dance side by side.
Oh, again.
I think he's going to get it. Dance all the way through the gravel, keeps the throttle pinned, and has he managed to defend that?
No way.
How? That they swapped on the timing screen 3 or 4 times, and Mulhall should have had the speed, should have had the grip, and somehow Dance's skipped his way Warwick Rodeo across the gravel to hold on to that spot. This is where Mulhall should have had the speed around the outside, should have taken a slightly wider line through the inside, and Dance just keeps well, gives it plenty of jandle, and away he goes.
Doesn't mind it. Yeah, they're making sandcastles to hold the spot, and what that's done, it's given another 2 seconds in favour of Hayden Benefield. On this lap, he's got the gap from 12.5 seconds down to 10.5 seconds, and it's still closing. Hayden Benefield will be right on the tail of this little battle in the next little bit. Could Dance be just making sure his car's in the right spot at the right time? I mean, we know he's on older tyres, but he's not making it easy for Mulhall, which is helping Hayden Benefield close up. Of course, they're teammates in this race.
I think maybe the thing for Mulhall here is he knows that he's the leading GTE AM car, and he's maybe not racing Dance as hard as he would if they were both in pro cars or both in AM cars. It's just sort of big sideways moment there for him. I think maybe that's the source of this, just being a little bit too cautious, giving a little bit too much respect to Cameron Dance, is knowing that, you know, while he's quicker, he should be able to get past. They're not in the same division of GTE drivers.
And on that lap there, 2.4 seconds in the favour of Benefield. So a big change in times there, as seeing one of the other FT1 cars off, Daniel Cheney off the circuit, and that's allowed Timothy Schwecke to go through. That's the easiest pass that Schwecke will make all race long.
Been some pit stops for LMP2, and Simplex Racing, who were your race leaders, were being closed by Craig Edwards, have jumped into the pit lane and taken a new set of tyres. Fusion Sim Racing and Swift Racing aren't going to be too far away from making some pit stops either, so in a short while we'll be able to give an update on state of play in LMP2. State of play in LMP1 is that second place is about to go a full lap down to the leader. And hey, here comes that Simplex Racing HPD.
Oh no, 3-1.
While that pass is trying to happen in GTE that we were watching, and once again Mulhall backs out of it. Dance gets pushed offline though by the LMP2 car coming through. Big run from Mulhall, but again, what's he going to do about it? He's got no way to go to the inside here. How deep can he brake around the outside? Not enough. Dance will hold off Mulhall again.
What a fight this is. Dance is doing an incredible job in just defending that spot. He's not doing anything against the rules. He's not being aggressive. He's just driving a good, solid defensive drive, which is what we want to see in these races. You want to see someone just do enough to hold someone up. He's not moving around in the braking zone. He's just defending his spot as you should. And he's doing a great job of holding. Oh, no. Oh.
Mulhall backs out of it again, so not game to try and go around the outside of the car with old tyres. I mean, if it was the last lap of the race, you'd keep your car there, but you can totally see why your GTE AM leader, who has how much of a gap over Benefield? Not much. He's the GTE AM leader. He doesn't want to throw it away, trying to go around the outside of Blanchimont on camera and Dance.
There's a lot to go, and the C2 Silvassi didn't get past on track to go a lap down. He did get past entering the pit lane though, so he's coming to make his next pit stop. So just having a couple of tech issues there. Chris Owen also in the pits, just pulls up in his box.
This is going to be interesting. What is the pit lane strategy going to be for the Fusion Sim Racing car, the LMP2 entry, which is now on entry into the pit lane?
Here we go.
A lot of way to go. But here's more the inside once again. Oh. And Dance has to lock them all up, ends up sideways on the circuit. What has gone on with that one? Did Dance squeeze down a bit too hard? I mean, finally, Mulhall, committed to a move. Did he overcommit this time? They were properly side by side coming into the first part of the apex here, and I think
you did enough.
Can you ask Mulhall to give much more space on the inside there? I really don't think you can.
No, Mulhall did it absolutely perfect. Right hand wheels on the white line. That's as calculated a move as you'd like, and Dance tried to defend the position a bit too aggressive, and probably just moved over a tiny little bit too far. Doesn't take much when you're that loaded in that corner, so it doesn't take much contact to unsettle the car. So unfortunate that it ended that way, but that was a really interesting fight. What it's done is Hayden Benefield now is within 7.5 seconds.
LMP2 leader is in the pit box for them. Craig Edwards going to stay in the car as you predicted. We're thinking that this will be a no tyre stop, but Simplex Racing are not far behind, and they might just be about to take the lead of the race. We will see. I don't think they will. I think Fusion Sim Racing will grab the lead away from Simplex, because Craig Edwards, no tyres, is rolling out through the exit of Radion, and Simplex is only just coming into La Source now. So lead change through the pit stops there, because it was tyres for Simplex Racing and a driver swap. Alex Trainer gets in. Fusion Sim Racing, Craig Edwards stays behind the wheel to do his work.
Yeah, what is that gap? 17 seconds again. That's around about a stint difference in pace of new versus old tyres. So we could see them back nose to tail again at the end of this 50-minute stint or 55-minute stint. So the LMP2 battle, the HPD class, is really, really interesting. It's just shuffling, ebbing and flowing so much in this race. It's such an interesting fight.
Yep, plenty of action, plenty of excitement here. Two FT1 cars side by side. Benefield to the inside of Dance, and Dance with the older tyres lets the teammate go in Benefield's pursuit of Eclipse Sim Sports GTE AM entry, David Mulhall.
Got another fight as well going on in class. The teammate battle I don't think is going to be too exciting. I think as soon as we see, well, now that we've seen Benefield pull away, it's going to be all over. But Colin Schwecke and Richard Hunter, both very, very close at the moment.
I think we've got both Shrekkies out on track at the moment as well. So Colin's the one that's higher up the order, and in the Pro Division car, trying to get Richard Hunter. Brace yourself, Jay. The hunter is becoming the hunted.
Oh wow, that's more puns today than I can handle. I think it's been a little bit full on for you as well.
Oh, big moment, huge moment for Shrekky there. Did he get a bit too much of the curb on the inside? That's not the first time we've seen a BMW GTE have a bit of a slide through there. He caught it, and boy, is he going to be thankful there's as much runoff area as there was, because the way he caught that slide, it speared back the other way. And using all of the runoff, let's have a look. How quick are the hands here? It just, through the middle of the corner, the rear just gives way.
Was that the same car that had that incident at that spot earlier? Or was that the other Fusion car?
There was definitely a Fusion car that went nose into the wall there. When it didn't correct, it snapped right. But how many Fusion GTEs are there? There's 3?
Yep. 477, 677 and 688 are the 3. So, we said the gap was 17 seconds between Simplex and Fusion in the HPD class. It's now 13 seconds. Yeah, the Swift Racing HPD might be a little bit off the pace at the moment. They're about 70 seconds back. So they've got a little bit of work to do to close that gap back up, but
driver swap 2 laps ago in that car as well, Mia Ott getting in. So driver swaps for Swift, driver swaps for Simplex in LMP2. Craig Edwards remains on his mission.
And really good last lap by for Trent Thomas with doing a 2:13.6 last lap by. Gauk Roger doing high 2:14s. It's got Newton behind, closing in. Last lap by did a 2:14.1, starting to close that gap in a little bit over the last little while. Richard Hunter's absolutely flying because he's now right on the tail of Cameron Dance. Hunter is now the hunterer again.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Hey, you started it.
Oh no, I did. I was thinking about it for like an hour before I said it. Yeah, so yeah, good lap indeed last time from Hunter. Pace from Dance is still, in the 16s. And, we saw that little slide from Shrekky, which brought Colin Shrekky back from chasing Hunter. And that off-cycle geodesic BMW in the pit lane now, Nathan Lewis, will he remain behind the wheel? Not sure, but from this point, they've got 2 hours, 14 minutes to go, maybe 2:13 when they leave the pit lane. Going to be so tough to get to the end with just one more stop. Here comes Hunter down the inside of La Source. He's not shy about trying to put the move here on Dance. Far less reservations than Mulhall had. Dance just gets in front. But look at this. Hunter is not going to be shy about getting this move done. Great run up through Radion, using all of the track. Dance stays to the inside. I don't think he stayed in the slipstream long enough. Here comes an LMP1 car. Is he going to go, was it, I think the term is zontering on the, through there, if you go 3 wide. But round the outside, bold move from Hunter. Can he do the Cam Dance, keep the Jandal in around the outside of that apex? He can. Fantastic move.
Well done by Richard Hunter getting the move done around the outside. There's Dominic Oliveira getting back into the car in the Geodesic Racing Black GTE entry. So just seeing there Martin Silvassi trying to get through. So Silvassi trying to work hard to get his lap back. It's going to be a very, very big ask. But definitely possible. Just seeing another battle starting to wind up here. Jimmy Ball closing in on the back of Daniel Cheney. We've seen the car of Cheney be in the walls a little bit throughout this race as well. Yeah, tries to recover his positions after running off the circuit earlier.
Don't undersell the dramas that one performance racing car had, though. an unscheduled pit stop, and Jimmy Ball now doing the lion's share of the driving because Wayne Burke apparently couldn't, for whatever the reason was, whether there was an issue at the pit stop and then they driver swapped it again when they brought it back in, or if there was a technical drama of some variation for Wayne Burke. Jimmy Ball is now in what, effectively his third or fourth stint behind the wheel.
Yeah, I think we had Wayne Burke in for one stint, the very first stint, and Jimmy Ball's been in for the rest of the race. So, just seeing Schwecki trying to get past Cameron Dance, not able to do so. I believe they were side by side for a second there. We'll go back and have another look.
They were well offline on the first apex of the bus stop chicane. I don't know, maybe someone tried to brake too deep around the outside. Schwecki, oh, that is balled down the inside, and he sailed on past, not got it stopped, and Dance has cut him back underneath. But yeah, that's the kind of bold overtake we wanted to see Mulhall try. So Colin Schwecki not afraid, but that could have ended up a little bit worse. That thing was all locked up. He tried to turn it in and could not. You see the thing wiggle. What's with these Fusion BMWs? They just quick but a little bit unstable.
Have a look how close this is for Dance in the cutback. Jeez, he did a good job to avoid contact. I don't think he's going to have to worry about contact now because Schwecki is well and truly there to try and get this move done. Tucked right under this rear wing now. When will we see Schwecki go through? He's got some great pace, and in the background too, Michael Healy and Philip Morton racing hard too, as Morton has just set a lap in the FT1 car in the 2:13s, 2 consecutive 2-minute 13s. Track temp is now below 30 degrees for the first time in this race, now down to 28.3.
Yeah, put a jacket on, it's basically chilly out there now. Look at this, right up underneath the rear of that Ferrari. And will he go left, will he go right? He manages to get to the inside for Fania, and I think that is a pretty solid overtaking move possibility. Either you get it done, or you then hold it around the outside. Here they touch! And Colin Schwecki is going to hit the barrier. He will go out through the gravel and touch the tyre barriers. Dance has been giving exactly the right amount of room and no more through this race so far. Remember, he made contact with Mulhall in the end, and that tap there was maybe... did Dance stray wide, or did Schwecki squeeze down a little bit? Who knows? But then here comes Healy on the recovery drive for them. All manners going on, especially as the LMP1 car tries to make it through. High drama right here.
It's huge bouts of drama going on at the moment. So Morton through in the...
Then the LMP1 car goes deep on the brakes and has a mistake.
Yeah,
the number
Cronin.
42 car. So all sorts going on, and it just goes to show maybe we're 4 hours into this race, and some people, there's a bit of brain fade going on as well as tyre wear potentially. There were 3 wide for a second back there.
Yeah, we need another look at this incident between Dance and Schwecki. Schwecki was through. He almost had the car clear, and then I don't think he was expecting... Dance did run a tiny little bit wide there. Schwecki did run off, hit the wall. And then you see in the background, you've got Morton, Healy, and then you've got Cronin in the...
No, that's
LMP.
that's
the leader. That's
then
Stark.
The Porsche comes along. Yeah, that's Stark. He gets through, and then it's towards the bus stop. In the background of the shot comes Cronin in the Porsche geodesic car, and then it all kicks off there. And the net result of that is Dance holds on to the position. Colin Schwecki stays ahead of Philip Morton, and Michael Healy has gone and lost the spot to Philip Morton. So all going on there. And then you've rightly pointed out that Scott Newton, the fresher tyres, is only just catching Tim Gaukrodger. So I think of all the teams trying to double stint tyres in GTE, Arm Racing Red are doing a good job of it.
Well, there must have been a mistake on that lap there for Gaukrodger too, because I looked at the times and it was about 5 seconds. And then I looked again and it was 1, and that last lap by 2:18 for Gaukrodger. So there's been some sort of mistake on that last lap for Gaukrodger. Definitely some sort of issue there for him, and Newton now closing in well and truly within draft range, but we'll cut away from that for a moment because this battle is well and truly on right now as Mia Ott trying to get through, almost bump drafting Cam Dance down the back straight. They're 3 wide, and Schwecki trying to get through as well, side by side in the blush one, no tucks in behind.
Will he have another bonsai move on the brakes? He tried it last time. Will he try it again? He keeps his nose to the inside. we get a great view of the trees, and boy, are they beautiful trees around here. But then it's side by side into the bus stop. Around the outside, he's trying to squeeze Dance, and I think he'll get the power down better this time. Now behind Cameron Dance is Philip Morton and Michael Healy. And Morton, new tyres, Healy on the older tyres, but flying along properly in the Trick Sim Sports car, catching up, doing pretty equal times with Philip Morton, I think. So now there's all four of them all checked up together.
And our race leader is in the pits too, Colin Stark in. And they're looking pretty good. Once they finish this stop, 2 more stops and they'll make it home. So they're looking very, very good at the moment. But Schwenke leading this huge train of cars up the hill. Dance, Morton, and Healy. And as you said, Healy on old tyres. I think the old tyres are definitely starting to come into their own now that the track has cooled right off. But Schwenke through on Dance, just.
He's got it clear this time, I think.
Yep. Morton's dropped off as well. Did Morton get a slowdown there through Rouge Radion?
was ahead of Healy,
Yeah.
and now he's dropped to the back of this train, and by quite a bit. Healy's taken a good look at Dance, and both of them are on similar age tyres, so this is just all about the difference in pace between Dance and Healy. And Healy got a monster run out of No Name. He's just got his nose to the inside coming down into Puon, and will he get that done this time? I think he will. Not a whole lot Dance can do about that, even with his patented keep the jandle in it and use a bit of the runoff.
Move there for Healy, so back into 8th for that car, and they are really flying along. Just seeing to Eclipse Sim Sports last lap by did that car's fastest lap of the race, 2:14.2. Hayden Benefield still flying along. They've got it down to 7.8 seconds, so staying around that 7.5 second bracket. So there's going to be a lot of really interesting battles in this last hour. It's really shaping up to be a spicy finish. It's just seeing the 438 car is definitely retired from the race, unfortunately, after those issues we had earlier. Which is disappointing to see those guys out of the race, because they were doing a very, very good job trying to recover the car after those incidents.
And a chance of a podium for sure.
Yeah, definitely. They were flying along. There's only one car on track that was faster than them, and that's the race leading car. So they were doing a really good job.
But it comes around so quick. We're really not far from the GTE pit stop window opening once again. I think, what's the car we're expecting to see? Well, it was that Eclipse car that was the one that was coming in earlier than everyone else, so maybe we'll have a bit longer this time before we see someone. But here comes Philip Morton on his teammate Cameron Dance, and it's for position. Will Dance hold him up? I don't think Dance has any say in it. Team orders or not, I think the new tyres are definitely the quicker option on the FT1 Ferrari.
Yep, so that car now up into 9th position. I think the first car that'll probably come in will be this one here, the car of Richard Hunter. They're on the longest stint. At the moment, so the car of Scott Stevens is actually on the longest stint at the moment, currently starting lap 26 of their stint in the Fusion Sim Racing 688 car. They'll be the first to jump, you would expect.
Especially because it looks like no tyres at the last stop for them, so they'll be wearing out a little bit. 2:16 still though is not too far off the pace, especially this GTE AM entry, and they're helping out with a bit of the lawn mowing on the Kemmel Straight. I'm not sure why, but yeah, definitely maybe they'll pit soon.
Richard Hunter's starting to close in on Hayden Benefield, and because they are in different classes, but Benefield won't want to give up too much time because he is still getting time into David Mulhall, so Hunter will want to try and continue to keep closing in that gap, and probably another 4 laps away from these guys jumping in the pits. Oh, interesting, I want to see something right now. We've got Miguel Vigo back in the car. He's just about to complete his first flying lap. Let's just see Colin Schwenke off the circuit again at the bus stop. That's the second time we've seen him having issues at the bus stop within 4 laps.
What's going on there? He had done such a great job in getting some positions done, and the car just not stable under brakes, like I called out earlier. Just he just locked up the rears on turn-in, and it's gone.
First flying lap for Vigo. What time is it? Not as quick as I was thinking. Probably didn't have enough boost left, so this next lap might be a good gauge on actual pace for Miguel Vigo, but that lap there a 58.8. See what he can do on this next lap. Is Richard Hunter still trying to get past, and Philip Morton is now right back behind Michael Healy. Morton's doing a really good job of maintaining pace. He's been having PC issues all week, and right now he's tucked right in under the rear wing of Michael Healy to try and get himself up into the top 7.
Yeah, again, Healy on those older tyres and doing pretty good pace on them, which is interesting. So I wonder what we'll see his teammate Trent Thomas and the 495 car do at the next stop. But yeah, regardless, Philip Morton does have the newer tyres here than Michael Healy. Gives him a good opportunity to get a pass done.
Richard Hunter last lap by was actually the fastest car in class, so Hunter's well and truly flying as well. Still trying to get past Hayden Benefield. Sister car in the LMP1 class gets on by. John Nikoliff driving the DPR LMP1 at the moment. Richard Hunter not quite close enough to get a move done at this stage, and the car that we suspected would be the first to jump in our GTE class is in the pits, that being Scott Stevens in the Fusion Sim Racing AWS 688.
Great battle here in GTE, but in LMP2, you know, it's really swinging in the flavor. I might be hungry. It's really swinging in the favour of Fusion Sim Racing, because Simplex Racing HPD, slightly newer tyres, newer tyres from the last stop, but not making as huge inroads on the previous lap as maybe I thought they would. Craig Edwards doing a strong job on the old tyres for the moment, and Jay, you've just been proven right, because look at that lap time from Miguel Vigo.
Fastest lap of the race. So good lap. First time in the 55s. No, we sort of figured that he would have some great pace. Yeah, Hunter just through, down the Camel Straight. And Morton's going to get the move done too on Michael Healy. Healy didn't make that hard in the slightest. I'll continue on, and speaking of being hungry, I'm just going to have myself a Tim Tam.
I wish I could have one, but my Thai noodles were very, very good earlier. Bit of chicken in that, delicious. So 2 spots change in GTE. Hunter went past Benefield and Morton went past Healy. And then now we are, ding ding ding, 2 hours left in the race. So that's 2/3 done, 1/3 remaining. And definitely expecting pit stops out of all of our remaining GTE runners very, very shortly. I think now is the point where you put on a fresh set of tyres at this pit stop. You'll take them all the way to the end, because from a starting track temperature of 42 degrees, it's now dropped all the way down to 28. You definitely get a little bit more longevity out of your Michelin tyres on a GTE car from here.
Yeah, I agree. I think from now on, if you took tyres at this stop, then you double stint them from here to get home. If you didn't take tyres at the last stop, like the Arm Racing car, they find themselves in a really good spot right now. They've got themselves strategy-wise into a great position, and they've been testing all race and understanding how double stinting tyres are working for them. They'll have some really, really great info going forward into that final stint, and could find themselves right up there for a chance at the second position, because Trent Thomas and the Trick Sim Sports silver car, they look at the moment like they'll be untouchable, but the battle for the rest is still pretty close.
Get a load of this out of the Arm Racing red car, right? Last lap, a 2-minute 14.3 on tyres that have nearly done 2 hours. I mean, earlier in the race we were talking about, drop off, and they were doing, high 215s, 216s on double stinted tyres. And even the Fusion Racing team car that you thought was going to come in as Scott Stevens, they had double stinted tyres, and they were doing 2-minute 16s. That's very, very solid pace out of tyres that old from Arm Racing Red.
Yeah, it definitely is. And the car behind there is not for position. That is a car trying to get its lap back. Dominic Oliveira, that car just did its fastest lap of the race last lap by on fresh tyres, a 2:13.5. But yeah, Gaukroger is looking really strong. Possibly will come into the pits this lap. The car behind there of Scott Newton, we'll see. Gaukroger has to take a little bit of a compromised line. Do that lap car getting his lap back, and it's allowed Newton to close in a tiny little bit as Scott Newton does their fastest lap of the race last lap. 2:13.9.
Well, there we go. That gap in that battle for second place dissolves down to absolutely nothing. You definitely know for sure that Arm Racing Red, strategy-wise, are in a good position here when they come to their next pit stop. They will have to take tyres, but then they're in that window to then take those tyres to the end. What will Evolution Racing Team do? They're definitely looking pretty short of a podium, especially in GTE Pro, because then the fourth place running GTE is a GTE AM car. So quite the buffer that Evolution Racing Team then have over the next car that they're battling, which is a DPR Racing 3.
Yep, it's a very big gap.
Dance, Benefield and Hunter, it's all going on my timing screen.
Yeah, they're all in the pits, so it's why your timing screen's all lit up, is that we've got, see the Richard Hunter in, and saw another car, thought that was coming in. No, it wasn't. It was just Richard Hunter and Cameron Dance, Colin Schwecke still battling. But we go back to
the
Newton.
dramas he's
had, right there.
A couple of off-track excursions for Schwecke, a couple of little slides, but then he's got it back underneath him. He's gotten back past Cameron Dance. But this is second and third GTE, and Newton got the fresher tyres. Both of them going to pit pretty soon, we would imagine. When will Arm Racing Red jump in? When will Evolution Racing Team jump in? ERT came in 2 laps earlier last time by. Don't know if we'll see that again, but it's entirely possible Scott Newton will come in this time, and we'll see Tim Gaukroger continue.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we'll see in this lap and Gaukroger go for maybe one more. Yeah, interesting to see. But then again, Gaukroger could come in now to just negate any potential undercut from anyone else too. But in comes the RT car, no surprise. Almost like we knew what was going on.
Probably just a fluke.
Yeah, and Cameron Dance will probably be in this lap too, I would think.
Doesn't look like he's been saving a whole heap of fuel in this stint, battling here, battling there, and that great battle he had with Mulhall for a few laps. He wasn't rolling out of the throttle and riding along behind there. Is this the second running of the Trick Sim Sports cars going a lap down?
And Healy trying to stay on the lead lap, but Trent Thomas tucked in behind. He might actually be in this lap as well. As Trick Sim Sports guys do know how to save fuel, so it's one thing that they are very good at is fuel conservation and fuel mileage. But Michael Healy out there on those old tyres, probably be wanting to get some fresh ones on the car as soon as he can. Oh, a little bit of a sideways moment there for him, but he'll continue on. And Philip Morton will maintain position ahead for now and starting to pull a little bit of a gap. You just see the difference in the car behaviour on corner exit between fresh tyred cars and old tyred cars as Morton broke away from Healy coming down out of the bus stop chicane. But Trent Thomas will probably get this move done, you would think, at the end of the Camel Straight, and put his teammate a lap down again.
Yeah, they're a bit too civilised to let the car that's a lap down hinder the chances of their race leading car. It doesn't look like team orders just yet. There might have been just a little bit of rolling out of the throttle from the leading car there. I'm not the car in front, the race leading car. I guess that's a bit ambiguous there. I should have been clear.
It's a bit confusing when you've got that sort of situation, isn't it? Where you've got a car that's tucked in under the rear wing of someone else, but it's actually the leader. It's a bit unusual. Just noticing too, the LMP2 battle, the HPD class, the battle for the lead has dropped about 3 seconds in the last lap and a half. It's now 11 seconds.
Yeah, Alex Traynor definitely closing on Craig Edwards, but not as quickly as Edwards closed on Havias in the previous stint.
Yeah.
So on that sort of tide goes in, tide goes out, where on alternating stints, one of them has newer tyres than the other. I think Fusion Sim Racing have made better hay while their sun shined. If that's even an expression, it is now because I used it. But if that conveys the point I'm trying to say here, is that Simplex are closing now, but not as much as Fusion were able to eat out of them in the last stint.
207.3 for Edwards and a 204.8 for Traynor. So yeah, definitely was a big change or a big swing in favour of Simplex on that last lap. Don't know if it was a mistake or if it was just traffic, but definitely a big change in the amount of time between those two cars. We'll see who comes into the lane this time. Aaron Stanley's come back out, replaced Cameron Dance in the FT1 car. They've taken some fresh tyres for this stint. And in comes Trent Thomas.
Okay, Jay, tyres or no tyres on this Trick Sim Sports car?
Take tyres, you've got nothing to lose. You've got a 70-second lead. That means you could take tyres and then decide to take those tyres off and take another set of tyres, and you've still got a 30-second advantage. So, yeah, definitely tyres.
So the belt and braces approach. And certainly in the increasingly unlikely event that a safety car came out and shrunk their lead from what it is now to nothing, if that happened and they hadn't taken tyres, gambling on it, staying green, which we imagine it probably will because we haven't seen a safety car yet, if the gap between them and the cars behind somehow, got shrunk and they hadn't taken tyres, they would be cursing not taking the opportunity when they had it to just play it safe.
Yeah, I think take tyres now because you never know what might happen later on. So you might as well take the tyres while you can. And so look at this run from Jimmy Ball straight around the outside of Timothy Schwecke and moves into 8th position. Well, Schwecke's holding on. No, tucks in behind.
And that's bold because Ball is on those older tyres than Schwecke is, than Timothy Schwecke, because Colin and Timothy are both out on track at the same time in the same looking cars of the same model, just to
with only one number different. Can't even use the numbers to really see the difference because they both got 77s. And just hearing too, big thanks to Colin Stark for giving us some info. The reason that the Fusion 277 lost that time was there was actually an incident between the 42 and the 277 cars. They had a little slight tap between each other. It was like there was a pass being made. So that's why we saw that time lost as Alexander Bird out. And guess what? They did take tyres and driver swap as well. No loss in taking tyres, and even with the amount of time they were in the lane for, 2 minutes and 6 seconds from when they entered the lane to exit the lane, they're still in the lead of the race. That shows how dominant that car has been throughout this race.
So Arm Racing Red, we saw them briefly in the pit lane, and they are getting what's presumably going to be full service because Justin Alderton getting in, and he was good with the tyres in the first stint, so he'll probably take them all the way to the end. That's what we're probably expecting out of them. Yet more cars diving into the lane as well, so now we're going to have both Schweckes in the pit lane at the same time. Is there going to be a driver swap for either of them? We wait and see. Here's Scott Newton, Evolution Racing Team. They took tyres at their last stop, and he is flying along, trying to get that undercut on Arm Racing Red. The service is nearly done for Justin Alderton. He's right down the end of the lane, but I think Scott Newton is going to come out just ahead of Arm Racing Red, but it's going to be close. The Arm Racing Red car is rolling. Are we going to see it on the pit exit to the right? Yes, we are. But the momentum is with Scott Newton, and he will breeze ahead, but he will have seen how close that gap is in this battle for what I think is going to be second place in class.
Yeah, good job from Newton to get clear. 1 second shorter time in the pit lane was enough to get that huge gap, and a really, really good outlap for Newton to punch in that car's fastest lap of the race, 2:13.6. Not many cars have gone faster than that in this race. We've got two cars. Only 2 cars have gone faster than that time that Scott Newton did on that last lap as the track continues to cool down and only 26 degrees. So track conditions are becoming more ideal for times, more ideal for drivers to risk a double stint. But I think you'd want to take tyres at this stop, and then if you need to, double stint them right at the end.
Exactly, gives you the most flexibility to the strategy, I think, and maybe Arm Racing Red have missed a trick not responding to the ERT undercut. I mean, no matter when they pit, they were within the window to get to the end. They were going to need to take the same amount of fuel from Arm Racing Red. What they did was they stayed out 1 or 2 laps longer on those already double stinted tyres, let ERT get a super undercut there, and it's cost them the track position that I think maybe they could have held on to.
One thing though, they obviously need 2 laps less fuel at the next stop. They can be within 3 seconds.
They could have taken 2 laps less fuel at this stop by pitting 2 laps early.
Yep.
And then they might have held on to the track position instead of doing 2 laps on very old tyres while Scott Newton got 2 free unimpeded laps on a brand new set of tyres on a very quick track.
Another fastest lap for Scott Newton. 2:13.4 that last lap by, so he's flying along at the moment. Also just seeing another really good lap from Miguel Vigo, 2:56.3. That gap is 1 full lap between he and Silvassi. 2 minutes and 22 seconds, so not only a lap, it's a lap and a quarter now ahead. Is the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car. They are flying at the moment. They're in another world.
Yeah, really worked out how to make that Audi work, and yeah, only Audi in the field, and no one else can even touch it at this point, and their lap times just beyond wicked.
Some sort of issue going on for the Swift Racing HPD. Last lap by a 2:10. That's about 4 to 6 seconds off the pace. And that car is not far off being a lap down, as you can see there, Craig Edwards coming through what's that, about 3 corners back now. So Edwards closing in on Ott, and don't be surprised to see that car maybe a lap down by the time we see the next round of pit stops. If something's not right with the Swift Racing car, it does look a little bit slow.
Yeah, a 2:10, you drop off just a little bit to a 2:12, and you're doing GTE lap times in a HPD. That's how off pace it is. It's hardly quicker than a GTE on the previous lap. And again, you can just see that it's not all there in some way or another. No, straight line speed looking good here, but at least that previous lap time was not fantastic, and then through some of the high speed corners, maybe it didn't look stable. I don't know. We'll get an idea crossing the start finish line this time what the lap is. That's looking far more competitive. That 1 lap off pace was very off.
Yep. 2:05.6. So back on the pace a little bit, but still losing ground to the drivers behind. We'll try and pick up some battles now that we're back in with the race. As everyone has pitted bar one to make their 4th pit stop in this race. Only one car who has only made 3 stops in this race. That's DPR Racing 4. They'll be in this lap. But Daryl Carter has come out with Wayne Burke. So good to see Wayne's back in the car, finally getting their issues sorted. Oh, so sideways was Wayne Burke there. Now they're double stinting tyres in the one performance car, but doing a driver swap. That is always a tough situation for that driver to come in on old tyres.
Yeah, indeed, and especially Burke, who struggled a little bit with whatever the reason was earlier in the race. Daryl Carter is very, very close, but you get to that point on the entry to Blanchimont, and the natural line that the driver in front follows means it's so difficult to get to the inside line there, and Carter sensibly backs out of it at that point. But Daryl Carter does have the fresher tyres here. This should be an overtake that happens soon. He's just hesitated on some of the opportunities. It's a DPR car in the pit lane we see briefly. Carter, what is there to do? Is it just going to be a great run out of the
issues for the Simplex car? Sorry to cut you off there. Issues for the Simplex car. They've disappeared off my timing screen.
Yeah, I've just been told by Fraser Williamson some technical troubles for that entry, which is heartbreaking in the great race that they were having with Fusion Sim Racing. Alex Trainer, dramas for him. That LMP1 car boosts by him, and Dale Carter jumps right into the lane there to try and break around the outside of Wayne Burke. It's not going to happen. Burke closes that off and was very good on the brakes for the age of his tyres. Yeah, that speed difference between the LMP1s, I mean, wow. Clearly using the boost to get clear of the GTE cars before the next corner. And clear indeed they were. So, heartbreak for the second running LMP2 car as Alex Trainer drops out and has to be replaced by Tyler Havias. And that's out of schedule and has cost them dearly.
They've also just lost the spot to Ott as well, so Simplex has gone from second and contention for the win to now basically being a lap down, so it's going to be very, very hard work for those guys to get back into contention. They're almost needing something to happen to the lead car. Just see a bit of dust flying just ahead of this battle here between Wayne Burke and Daryl Carter. That may have been one of the LMP2 cars. I'm not sure who that was.
Was it the DPR LMP1 that had only recently gotten by?
Possibly. Let's go back and have a look.
Currently the third place running LMP1 and only 20 seconds or so clear of the number 42.
No dust getting flown by that car there, so...
Oh, it was already in the air from the GTEs in front of that.
Oh, side by side. Go Burke and Carter. Oh, here we go.
Carter not able to get by Burke into the bus stop that time. Obviously, there was a little bit of overlap at some point, and Burke has just managed to hold on.
See if Carter can get the momentum up through Radeon. Look at the run. Here we go.
Did have a great run, but then he pulled out of the slipstream, I'd say a little bit too early. Still carrying the overspeed, but it's going to have to be around the outside. We've seen that Burke has been pretty reasonable on the brakes. How bold will it be this time? They're going to be side by side into Lecombe, but the inside of the second apex goes to Carter, and he's got it done before Melmedy.
Well done there from Daryl Carter to get that move done. Just use the momentum in all the right ways, so well done. It's now P11 for Carter in the Fusion Sim Racing car. Wayne Burke drops back to 12th position. So just seeing there, Dominic Oliveira very, very fast at the moment. But we've just seen an absolute blistering lap time from Alexander Bird. Have a look at that lap at 2:12.7. 2:12.
Starting to defy comprehension, isn't it? We thought Scott Newton was banging in some ridiculous laps, and he was, but nothing like that.
In perspective, Scott Newton last lap was 1.2 seconds slower, and he did one of his fastest laps of the race. Alexander Bird is showing why he's leading Sprint Series Australia at the moment, because he is on fire in these cars. Hasn't lost a race in Sprint Series Australia yet, and now in this race here he's just dominating again. How's he do it?
Not sure.
He's a freak. He's a freak. That's all we can say. He's just too fast. So it's great to see him though do this well, because we love seeing drivers that are really, really incredibly fast.
But then Anthony Winkleman says, I want some of that.
Yeah.
2:12.692. Goes and just takes away that fastest lap from his teammate. So his Trick guys, we thought they were quick at the start of the race. They are flying at this point.
Yep, they are incredibly quick. Trick Sim Sports.
Winkleman battling to stay on the lead lap of the race at this point, or?
Yes. Yes, so officially the gap between these two cars is 2 minutes 12, which of course is the lap time that these guys are doing. So Bird is trying to get another car a lap down, which means that we've got 8 cars on the lead lap in class. But the gap that Bird has back to Newton is 68 seconds. Half a lap advantage on the rest of the field. And he's still punching in pretty much the fastest lap of the race nearly every lap. Shout out to Trent Thomas saying, yeah, as a co-driver, you know, you did a very, very good job as well. He was punching in some incredible lap times as well, a lot faster than the rest of the field, but Alexander Bird's on another level. So in the AM class, Cody Bird out there at the moment, currently second in class. But he is now, what's that, 10 seconds back from Hayden Benefield. Bird is on new tyres, Benefield on old tyres. So this is going to be an interesting little stint here.
It's always amazing to see really how far up overall order that the GTE AM teams end up when they just have a clean race. You know?
Well, each round they go further up the field, don't they?
It seems like it. You know, we were looking at we were really looking at one of the GTE AM cars troubling the podium in the GTE overall. There was a point where one of them was running fourth, and now it's fifth. But you know, I mean, it just goes to show that really 6-hour race consistency means a lot, and some of the AM teams do consistency just a little bit better, even if they're not doing, you know, ridiculous qualifying laps or belting in quick laps here and there. Just the consistency of it, and then a strategy that works out. Sees them pretty high up the order.
Yeah, and Bird's actually closing in. Last lap by a 2:13.5. That was that car's fastest lap of the race. Compare that to Benefield, 2:15.3. So 1.6, 1.8 seconds in the favour of Bird. And that's only gone the first lap, or first few laps in the stint. So there's a lot to do here for Benefield to try and hold on to that lead. And of course, they'll have to take tyres at the last stop. Big advantage that Cody Bird and the Eclipse team will have is they can double stint tyres to get it home at the end. There's no way that a car is going to risk triple stinting tyres at the front of the field in this next stint.
They'd fall apart. They really would.
Well, considering how much work they've done in this race, definitely.
So there goes DPR Racing 3 car. DPR Racing 2. I can't read. It's getting like that. Into the pit lane, John Nikolaev. The laps completed. They're still in that battle for third with the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Porsche LMP1, which has gone past to take third place when DPR Racing 2 jumped into the pits again. That'll be an interesting one to watch. If DPR Racing 2 can make it to the end from here on one more stop, which I think they can, then I think that would be third place covered off on strategy against the Geodesic Racing Porsche.
Yeah, I think you're right there. And I'm just noticing too that Trick Sim Sports blue car is actually now 2 laps down, which is incredible. I think that a car's gone 2 laps down in this race so far. So we're just seeing on board here with Tyler Havayas after jumping into the car with the tech issues for the Simplex Racing HPD entry. They're starting to close in on the Swift Racing HPD, now down to 1.9 seconds.
I'm going to make a decision well above my pay grade here and say that while we're between halfway on GTE stops, would be a great time to go to a little break so we can go uninterrupted to the finish of this race.
I agree. Great idea. We'll take a very, very quick break and we'll be back very, very soon.
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them 4 abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
gotta love this time of year. Only one can be champion. Let's go playoff racing. I said, hey, there's no surrender. Let 'em hear my battle
.40 of the best sim racers, $100,000 on the line. Who will rise to the challenge? This is the most competitive and sought-after season in iRacing World Championship history. This is where legends are made. This is the Porsche Esports Super Cup.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got really outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Welcome back to the final 90 minutes. Oceanic Endurance Championship, round 5 from Spa. Some great strategy battles playing out in all of our categories towards the end, particularly GTE Pro, GTE Am, where the can you double stint, can you, do you need to take new tyres? That has been a critical strategy call in all of these classes, and we've just seen a move, I think, here. that Cody Bird getting past Hayden, sorry, I think the graphics are incorrect there, but we definitely saw one of the DPR cars lock up very hard into La Source just then, Jay.
Yeah, it was a car that was a lap down. I'm just seeing there's another incident back in the field too. Wayne Burke's got around right on cue as well, but yeah, that was definitely one of the DPR cars. I think that was Daniel Misdale a couple of laps down, just getting out of the way.
To be around there, halfway between. You'd have to have lost it on the exit and late through Blanchimont. So maybe he was slightly distracted by the LMP1 car coming through, and indeed he has dumped it coming off of. Oh, then contact! Little bit of contact there with the DPR Racing 2 car, and that's critical because that car is fighting for a third place in LMP1. So the old tyres there for Wayne Burke. He's just got a little bit wide out onto some of the AstroTurf, not enough grip. John Nicolay has seen that car spinning and picked the wrong side.
Wasn't too heavy a contact, so hopefully Nicolay gets away with that one relatively unscathed, but that's disappointing for Wayne Burke. He was trying to do something different to get those guys back up into the race, but they got a fair bit of damage to that rear wing from that incident. They'll be down on pace and probably a little dejected at the same time. So there's a few battles starting to really unfold, but Cody Bird is closing it on Benefield. So Benefield has finally given up the spot to Philip Morton. The battle for the lead in GTE AM is now around about 3 seconds.
So, Bird with those newer tyres, Benefield without them, and then with one stop to go, would imagine that the Eclipse Sim Sports AVR GTE AM entry is also in a better strategy position because they're going to need less pit service to get to the end from here than FT1 Motorsport Loki are going to need anyway, but boy would it be satisfying to catch and pass them on track.
Yeah, definitely. They want to try and get it done as soon as they can. As I just saying too, the Swift Racing HPD in the pits, they may be day done.
Ooh,
there's been some contact in the pit lane as well between Nicolay and Craig Edwards. We'll watch a replay of that, but the Swift Racing HPD car is done. They're out of the race. They are day done.
Wow, so a lot of drama in the tail of this race, and what goes on here, yeah, a little bit of a bump there. I think the DPR car has slowed up for the speed limit a lot earlier than Craig Edwards thought they were going to do. They're already a little bit slow entering the pit lane, and I mean, there's already been dramas for Simplex Racing HPD, Swift Racing HPD are done, and now a bit of damage to the Fusion Sim Racing HPD on the way into the pit lane. Does anyone want to win?
Well, they're all trying their hardest to throw it away one way or another, aren't they? So Edwards will probably be okay. It's just a tiny little bit of damage at a fairly low speed, so they'll be okay, I believe. But Cody Bird versus Hayden Benefield, this is a really interesting little fight here. And when we get to around about 1 hour and 2 minutes to go, I reckon we'll see everyone just dive into the pits and take a full tank of fuel and then double stint the tyres if they can from there.
I think if you've got to take tyres at the final stop in a GTE car, you'd come in earlier and try to do an undercut. But if you're double stinting from the previous stop to the end, you don't want to come in too early to fill the tank because you don't want to run around on a full tank of fuel longer than you have to. You're a lot more comfortable in those old tyres when the car's lighter, when you don't have a full tank of fuel. You run as long as you can on the first tank, and then, you know, do the numbers. Maybe you only need to take 85% of a tank to get home, and then when you leave the pits on those old tyres, you're not leaving on a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it as well. It's run it down as low as you can on the tyres, and then when you put the fuel in, you don't have to go as long. But there's some drivers that aren't as good on fresh tyres on older tyres on a lower tank as well. They prefer the full tank of fuel on the older tyres to get more comfortable with it. So there's that as well. So it's not as easy as that strategy-wise. There's a lot more planning that needs to go into it. But Bird, last lap by 2:13.7. Benefield 2:14.9. So there's a big difference in pace at the moment between the new and the old tyres in this phase of the race.
Yeah, that gap, you can see it on your screen coming down. Was 6 seconds, was 4 seconds. Now it's underneath 2. It's only a couple of more tenths, and then right within the slipstream, Cody Bird will try and move a pass.
Benefield will probably be defending as much as he can too. We go from the Cam Dance School of Defence. Probably try and hold on to that position as long as he can.
Throttle control?
Oh.
What are the classes in the Cam Dance School of Defence? Because I think there's Throttle Control 101. There's
How to Jandle.
How to Jandle and Castle at the same time. And
Bad streaming camera angles 101.
it's probably make sure your trolley bun is always fully stocked. It's probably the only ones I can think of.
Love you, Cam. You're just an easy target, that's all. Down to 1.1 now. We can't pick on Fonty now because he's at least come in to commentate for a little bit, so he will be snoring his head off. And don't forget to plug it again, the new easy to find live timing link, simspeed.live. Make it a lot easier to find live timing for all of our broadcasts.
Bookmark it, email it to your nana, print it out on the fridge, whatever you got to do.
You're used to printing things out and putting it on the fridge, aren't you?
Yeah. Trophies, and I've got a fantastic new Indianapolis Motor Speedway fridge magnet that I picked up that I am super proud of. I've never been more proud of a $5 fridge magnet in my life. So I can print things out and then attach them to the fridge with my Indianapolis fridge magnet.
Oh boy. It's now down to half a second between Bird and Benefield. You can see that we've got a little loopy with how long this race is, and there's still 80 minutes to go. But still lots going on. We're just seeing a driver swap in our leading car, the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing number 41 car. Colin Stark back behind the wheel. See if you can do a 1:54 at the end of this stint. I wouldn't be surprised to see, as the track is now the coolest it has been, at 25 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's still going to be one more stop needed to get to the end from them, because we saw P1 cars doing about 45 minutes to a stint. So one more going to be required, a little bit of fuel. This battle though for GTEM really looks like Bird is going to have it. He's right there and he's just keeping one car length. And then if he gets a good run off one of the corners, he then won't get bottled up in the middle of the corner, can carry the speed down the straight and then try and overtake somewhere. But Bird doesn't need to rush this, I wouldn't think.
Well, they've got a big advantage at the pit stop coming up anyway, don't they? So they can do whatever they like. In regards to strategy, we know the strategy that FT1 have to take is to take fuel and tyres. But Bird has the option, so if he can pull a big enough gap, they might be able to get enough time to end up being able to take tyres without any penalty as well. Just seeing the 42 car come. Oh,
here he goes.
Big late dive for Bird.
LMP1 car came through, distracted Benefield just a little bit, and I think Bird has jumped at the opportunity while Benefield was looking elsewhere than his mirrors. We get the replay here, so there comes the geodesic Porsche LMP1 car. It comes through on the right, and then Bird jumps into that lane a bit before Hayden Benefield could react to it. And job done. I think that was a pretty clean move in the end, really. Yeah,
good job from Cody Bird to get himself back into the lead of the AM class, 6th outright, but leader in the GTE AM field. It's very hotly contested this season, the AM class. We've got almost half of our drivers in the GTE field are AM drivers, which is great to see so many cars in both classes, AM and Pro. We enjoy seeing so many cars out there in this race in both classes. That DPR car still running really wide.
Yeah, running the Belle Isle line there again.
Yeah. was Misdale this time, but must be the DPR training line just to be out that wide there.
That's like even going beyond the Cam Dance school. They've graduated into some other class. They're writing their own courses at this point, and I didn't mean that as a pun, but they're making their own course out there as well. I'm calling this here. I reckon Cody Bird and this Eclipse SimSports 614 could possibly finish as high as 4th overall in GTE. Because up ahead of them, that's that FT1 Motorsport car that's in the Pro Division. It's also on the same age tyres as Benefield that he's just passed. He's closing that gap down, and then the tyre advantage we stated again, where they're going to have to take, assuredly, another set of tyres on that 486, whereas Bird might not have to. So 5th, pretty well a guarantee. 4th place for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing BMW, that's well off cycle, and might just need 2 stops to get to the end from here. Exactly. And we've talked about there's no such thing as a splash and dash when the time from pit in to pit out is longer than a minute. A minute is an age in racing.
It was 1 minute 2 seconds on average. We're just seeing a car in the pits now as a bit of an unscheduled stop for Anthony Winkleman.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get to the end from here. What's going on with that?
13 laps into a stint. Strange time to come in. They're literally halfway into their stint. So unusual time to come in as they were trying to get themselves back into some sort of position to get some points. But no redemption for those guys in this one. They've had a fair bit of bad luck in this race, unfortunately. And the Trick Sim Sports Black crew. Lap times at the moment, we were wondering what time Colin Stark would do on his first flying lap, as we're still having all sorts of tech issues.
Everyone's
having tech issues. Yep. We're hearing all the drivers also having the same issue too. So, we'll see what time this is from Stark, because this is his first flying lap. Sorry, second flying lap with these new tyres in these cooler conditions. Will we see a 154?
Be rude of them not to deliver us one at this point, you know.
Yeah, I mean, last stint we saw a 155.2. We're expecting them to go faster every stint, so we hope that they do deliver. We need something to get us excited in the LMP1 class, because it's been all Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing this race. They've been absolutely dominant throughout this one, so it's great to see.
The Geodesic Racing Porsche is on the lane right now. It's going to end up behind the DPR Racing 2 car, but we saw a little bit of drama for this DPR Racing car. They actually, third's not a guarantee for them. They're going to go past that, we're going to regain 3rd place.
Well, they're still a lap down.
To the pit lane. Are they still a lap down?
Yeah, they're a full lap down.
So, when did DPR Racing go a full lap down?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but they've gone a lap down. They actually have come in for an extra stop, looking at the timing. They had to come in for an extra stop, so that's now put them back on the same lap as Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. And what time did we get from Stark last time by? 155.4.
We did have a bit of traffic. We did see that one of the ARM racing cars through Fania, and if you can't take the preferred line through there, you're not going to set your fastest lap of the race.
Bird a little bit off the pace last lap, 2:15.3. Scott Newton, fastest car last time by though, 2:13.9. Actually, Daryl Carter's the fastest car on track at the moment. In the Fusion Sim Racing car, 13.7 for Bird, 13.8 for Carter, sorry. So Cody Bird is the fastest car in the Eclipse car. Not bad for an AM car.
Not bad for a number 2 driver. Yeah, that's what. So I'm going to confidently say, as it is right now, 4th for Cody Bird in this Eclipse SimSports AVR. The 2 cars ahead on strategy-wise are not going to be able to beat them, and he's the quickest car anyway. So that's a solid run from this Eclipse SimSports AM entry. It's just kind of a shame we didn't get to see what their pro entry could do, because they were looking quick as well.
Yep, they definitely were. So unfortunate that they've had issues, but Aaron Stanley starting to close in on Reese Keane as well. So Stanley looking very, very quick at the moment. Last lap by 0.3 of a second quicker than Keane was Aaron Stanley. Starting to close that gap down quite nicely.
It's still crazy at this point in the race to look at the timing screen and see how many of these GTE cars are doing 2-minute 13-second laps when, you know, anything in the 2:15s was very quick earlier in the race. Now suddenly a 2:13, you know, there's cars doing some 2:12s when they've got a fresh set of tyres.
We were excited about 2:15s at the start when they were double stinting. Oh wow, he's doing double stinting again, 2:15s. Double stinting now and they're still doing 2:13s. It's the pace is incredible. So we've got a car stopped. Dominic Oliveira stopped. Now I think this will be okay. I think they'll be given permission to tow based on what we've seen earlier. But what has caused this one?
Pit entry and run out of fuel. They were 27 laps into a stint already. I mean, what dramas did they have earlier? But have they run out of fuel?
Out of fuel into turn 1. Yep, sounds like it's out of fuel.
Well, that is quite odd.
Given permission to tow, as we saw earlier. The same time we get that replay and come back live, Aaron Stanley through on Reese Keane, no surprise. Based on the pace that he has had, as Scott Solosky just sets the fastest lap of the Trick Sim Sports Blue entry. Even though they are 1 lap down, they did just post a 1:55.8. They got some decent speed up now. It's just too little too late, unfortunately. Had a tough old race, these guys have.
Yeah, indeed. So, might be something to do with the Audis and the Porsches as well. I think the Audis definitely come into its strength later in this OEC season.
Yep. Definitely has. So we watched Daniel Misdale and Jai Potts, Black Dog Racing versus DPR Racing 4. Now, I love it when we see battles all the way throughout the field. These are the guys in 18th and 19th position in class, and they're still having a fight. Oh, late lunch.
So far back, is that even going to make the turn? Is there going to be contact? He gets up on the curb and they don't touch. Misdale tries to cross it back underneath, and now they're side by side across the start-finish line. Came from a different postcode to try and go down the inside of the bus stop chicane there. Hasn't quite worked out now. We'll try and cross it back again through La Source, but that'll put him on the outside for Eau Rouge. This is a great little battle these guys are having. Last car's running in class, but don't tell them that. They're going to squeeze all the way down, almost a little bit of a touch. Misdale has to back out of it, but then he'll probably get on the throttle earlier coming up the hill. Down the Kemmel Straight will be a drag race between the two Ferraris, and Potts stays to the right-hand side. Here comes the Ricardo Zonta situation.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no!
He's going through that door, closes, touches both of them. Everyone survives. How? And Misdale sweeps around the outside. Threading the needle there is the LMP1 car.
And that was the lead car of Alexander Bird that saw that coming. He backed out of his like, no way do I want to get involved in that. And that was a cool little fight. I'll tell you what, that late dive from Misdale, I think he was getting the nights confused, because that was definitely Tuesday night just send it, rather than Sunday Oceanic Endurance Championship. That was a late lunge, if ever you've seen one.
So, I don't know. I was so ready for that LMP1 car going down the centre, bouncing off both of them to end in absolute catastrophe, and somehow all three cars come off as if nothing happened. Words fail me, because we've seen much smaller taps end in much bigger shunts. And here he comes, closing all the way up, slows down a little bit, says, yeah, this gap's open, right? And then it closes. You can almost hear the Indiana Jones music playing as he entered between those two and the gate started to shut.
A very ambitious move, but he didn't make it pay off. I tell you what's getting close though. Look at the gap now between our first and second place cars. in the LMP2 class. Down to 7 seconds.
Been a strong drive from just about everyone in this class, but I would say of the two Fusion sim racing drivers, you definitely put Craig Edwards as being the stronger one and Tyler Havias as being a little bit quicker in the Simplex Racing HPD, and both drivers swapped relatively recently. So instead of gosh, I just said the name and I'm blanking
Edwards.
on it. Never mind, let me start again on that one. But Craig Edwards did an absolutely phenomenal job. Now, Kyle Raper not fully matching the same speed. And then the issues that Alex Trainer had, that's the name. Tyler Havias back in the car, and he's going just a little bit quicker. So it was effectively, in a way, the number one driver in the Fusion Sim Racing car who was building out a little bit of the gap. Now the roles have swapped once again. Tyler Havias pulled a second and a half out on that lap. I think he's the man to bring this car home.
Yeah, well, one thing will be interesting to see is whether they're going to meet the driver requirements for maximum and minimum laps with those tech issues that they were having before. I'm guessing they'll be okay, but I'm not 100% sure that they would have had enough laps done now that Havias is back in the car. So
Trainer completed 69 laps.
Okay, so it should be okay.
I can see. He definitely, I think he'd had a stint in the car earlier to the one where he had the problem. It's not like he only completed, half a stint of laps. I think he definitely completed at least one full stint. And that's typically enough in these, isn't it?
Yeah, usually, well, I think it's a third race distance that each driver has to do. I'm sure we're going to get corrected in a minute, but as long as you've done 2 stints in this sort of race, I think that should be enough. So we'll find out definitely for sure, but if he's done 60 odd laps, he should be fine. That'll be over a third of the race distance by the time they get to the end, with it being likely that these cars will do about 175 laps in the HPD class, so it should be okay. Cody Bird's closing in on Philip Morton now for 4th position. His old tyres are really starting to struggle for the FT1 car.
And I said Bird was going to get the Geodesic Racing BMW on strategy. Well, we got the Geodesic Racing BMW on it, ran out of fuel, broke down. So that moves Morton and Bird and everyone behind that up one spot, and suddenly this is the battle for 4th place in GTE, and it mainly pride on the line here for Bird, but I think they'll get this one done on track unless Philip Morton dives into the lane early, because the window for GTEs to fuel and get to the end of the race, I'd say, is open just about now.
Yeah, probably 1, maybe 2 more laps. Of course, as the track cools down, it means that they use more fuel, so probably don't want to risk running out of fuel if you have to run one extra lap. So we'll see when they come in, but I think we'll see the likes of Morton and Benefield, those drivers that need to take tyres as well, they'll come in as soon as they can. The guys that, as you said before, that can potentially double stint tyres will go out as long as they can and try and undercut potentially. Of course, there is still a chance of a safety car, and the longer the race goes on with limited numbers of DNFs, the chance of a safety car coming out does go up, because driver fatigue really starts to set in. But it's been a very, very good race in regards to how clean it's been. Race control haven't had anything to do since lap 75. That's 60 laps ago. 70 laps
these cars got so deep on the brakes into the bus stop. Bit of a lock-up from Philip Morton. Bird basically followed him in as well. So pushing very, very hard to try and hold on to this position. Bird's going to dive it into La Source, and I think he's made it stick. And Philip Morton probably saw that coming and realised that it's not a pro-class car, and that there was some honour in defending it, but there was no sense or points in trying to defend that position.
Better off giving it up now rather than fighting and ended up with an incident potentially occurring, because that can happen from these sort of passes and moves. So Bird now up into 4th position. Doing a great job at the moment, and just seeing to Philip Morton's last lap by was a little bit off the pace anyway. Alexander Bird with a last lap by, still doing low 13s. They're incredibly quick at the moment.
Yeah, moving well up the order. In that the number of cars remaining on the lead lap in GTE, they're making it rapidly a much smaller number.
Just had the fire alarm go off at our house here, so that's always handy to have in the middle of a broadcast, but looks like we're okay. House isn't burning down, I hope. I'll find out soon enough if everyone's running outside.
Is it like a smoke alarm?
Yeah,
maybe,
smoke alarm going off.
Burning some toast or something?
Probably. Probably some scrambled eggs being absolutely burnt. Nathan Huppert's closing in on Darren Huxham. Last lap by was 8/10 quicker. The gap is now down to 8/10 of a second. So we see Huppert's right there ready to pounce. So here's the Arm Racing red car in between these two cars as well. The Arm Racing red car trying to get himself clear. He's trying to catch up to Scott Newton, who's about 10 seconds up the road. He's in a little bit of no man's land, but Huxham and Huppert's. So just seeing a car around, that's the other Arm Racing car. Arm Racing yellow car. Did say that this is about the time where we're going to see a lot of fatigue set in and we could see some safety cars. These are the incidents that can bring them out.
Goodness, he spun to the correct side of the track to avoid being collected by that train of cars that was coming through behind. That was rather fortunate, I think. Did he get just a little bit of help there? I mean, he's probably just gotten distracted looking in his mirrors at that point, because I don't think the contact is what did it. So we're looking here, Daryl Carter, must have already been damaged. Must have already been damaged to that car, surely. And then Carter goes for a gap and he's just not been seen at all. Daryl Carter, I'd be quite unhappy with that treatment. This car rejoining and then not looking to see you there, comes across back onto the racing line where you're already at and pushes you into the wall. So sloppy couple of corners there from the Arm Racing yellow car, and they were already off and then went off again. Is there a problem with the car? Surely, because it just did not look... There's no stability at the rear whatsoever. He's off here, bumps into another car, and then goes off at the very next corner.
Yeah, I'm wondering if just the tyres are not behaving well, but yeah, that was very, very clumsy from Ray, and he'll probably be very, very upset with himself there. Harold Carter did get away with that one, but yeah, Ray Meyer continues on, but that's a little bit disappointing. And we said as soon as the pit window opened, we'd see a few guys come in. Wayne Burke in the One Performance Racing car. Nathan Huppert's in Fusion Sim Racing. Rival Autosports in. Black Dog Racing in. So we're starting to see the pit lane light up now.
Yeah, 1 hour to go, and everyone who needs new tyres, taking them now. Definitely getting to the end safely from here if you pit now.
Yep. Chris Keane come in, no, continues on. So these guys continuing on, a little surprising. Long stop for Burke in the One Performance car. They've just got some tyres and away they go. No damage repaired in that car, which is a bit surprising. You see that rear wing still very, very damaged.
Yeah, did they use a fast repair earlier in the race?
You know, potentially.
You have a bit of damage early in the race, like, oh, let's get that fixed so that we're at our best and can keep at it, but then something bigger happens later in the race and you wish you'd saved it. There's always a bigger fish.
Puppets back out, no tyres for the Fusion Sim Racing car. So fueled up, ready to get it home to the end. Troy Duffin into the rival Autosports car. They have taken tyres in this car and will go again, finish off the race. Scott Newton continues on. He's about to start lap 26 in this stint, so he will be in likely on the next lap, maybe the lap after. Got 80 seconds ahead, 80 seconds behind, I should say, Alexander Bird, but ahead of Justin Alderton by 10 seconds.
Yeah, the last handful of laps in this stint, he's basically just been matching the pace of Justin Alderton, who hasn't been able to make any progress on catching back up. Really makes you think, did Arm Racing Red miss a trick on not covering the pit stop last time out when they were ahead and then got undercut by 2 laps? Scott Newton never looked like he was going to be able to overtake on track particularly easily, and Arm Racing Red were in exactly the position to be able to pit at the same time, take 2 laps less fuel, come out with the track position and stay ahead.
Benefield and Keane both come in to get fresh tyres, full tank of fuel. We'll bring it home from that point. Just looking at the HPD class, I hadn't looked for a little while and just looked at the time. It's down to 3 seconds. This is getting quite close.
Yeah, last lap 5.2 for Kyle Raper, 4.8 for Tyler Havias, so he's closing it down. And my numbers on the fuel strategy are kind of thrown off by the fact that they took a very short stop for a driver swap after the issues for Alex Traynor at Simplex Racing HPD, but they will only require 1 more stop to get it to the end from here. Same is true of Fusion Sim Racing, but they're going to need a much shorter stop. They're going to be able to double stint those tyres. It'd only be a stint and a half really for Fusion Sim Racing, so Havias needs to close up there, get past, and then start getting ahead.
Yep, he needs to try and get as much track position as he can from this point on, so that he'll be able to negate some of that advantage the Fusion Sim Racing car has in this race right now. As we're just seeing Scott Newton jumping into the lane, Justin Alderton continuing on.
Arm Racing yellow car has been given a penalty for that contact made with one of the Fusion Sim Racing cars, as we saw on the replay. Haven't read the exact justification on the penalty, but it did seem, rejoin the track in front of a faster car, force them off the circuit. A bit clumsy, bit unfortunate.
Yep, so yes, stop and go for causing an incident with the 477. There's no real surprise there. That was pretty poor accident, but good news is that the 477 car of Fusion Sim Racing is continuing on without too much damage, so they are still in the race. As we see, Scott Newton still stopped. Also seeing Aaron Stanley in the pits in the FT1 car. Still a few cars yet to come in and make their final stops. One car that's coming in to make their second last stop is the Trek Sim Sports blue LMP1. Now, I highly doubt they can make it home from here on 1 stop. I think they're going to have to come in and make a splash and dash for about 3 or 4 laps of fuel, which is a little bit of an awkward situation for them.
Yes, for reasons we've outlined before about the length of this pit lane. I mean, look at it. I mean, I've been through shorter roadwork zones that were less painful.
Have a look at that lap time last time by for Colin Stark. Finally got there. 1:54.9 for Colin Stark. He is absolutely flying at the moment. The official time between first and second position is 3 minutes and 33 seconds. And growing, of course, because Solosky's in the pits.
Yeah, and Tyler Havias has set the first lap I've seen in the 2-minute 03s in LMP2. So he has got the hammer down, but I just fear he's at too much of a disadvantage on the strategy stakes. I mean, here he is, this is the gap, but then there's going to be more fuel and potentially tyres required at the next pit stop here for Tyler Havias. No such dramas for Carl Raper.
Raper can just go a little bit smoother, a little bit more controlled. Doesn't have to stress too much, but Havias needs to do something, needs to pull something out of the bag to try and get moves done. There is a battle just going on just ahead there. That's Reese Keane in the DPR racing car and Dominic Oliveira in the Geodesic racing car. Those guys have both come in and made their last stop, so actually Dominic Oliveira likely to make one more stop. So while it's for position at the moment, don't know how much longer it will be for position. Havias running out as far as he possibly can to try and get this move done, try and get as much momentum as possible. Oh, Havias is so committed to sliding through the middle of the corner. I thought he was going to lose it then.
Looked like he threw it in and it washed out a little bit in the middle of the corner potentially as well, but he's quick when it works.
The gap now 0.8 of a second, so staying pretty consistent. Those guys have still got another 3 or 4 laps until they have to pit in that class. So we'll see them in very, very soon.
Yeah, tough to work out. As I previously mentioned on the Simplex Racing HPD, with a 7-second stop when they had to put a new driver in after it had to tow as well. So I assume they will have brimmed the tank at that opportunity, but I'm not for sure, and it is quite an irregular pit stop they had to make.
Yeah, exactly right. They had to come in and make a pit stop at a weird time in a weird spot. This car here will probably come in to make its final stop in just a moment. Just noticing a little bit of damage on the front of this car. But it definitely hasn't hurt its pace because it's still doing 2-minute 12 lap times. Alexander Bird, Trent Thomas today have been the class of the field. No one has even come close to matching them at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, solid effort, and what a race they could have had with their teammates were it not for whatever dramas befell the 496. So that just left Alexander Bird high and out in the lead, but now he'll come in for his final stop. 50 minutes to go. Is this going to be tyres? The safe bet would say yes.
Yeah, why not?
The risk taker would say no.
I would take tyres if I was in their situation. Got nothing to lose. Sister Car's done a great job to get themselves back up. What will be a top 5? Because they've come in and made their... Oh no, they've still got another half a stint to go, don't they? They've got to make a splash and dash stop. So currently now in 5th position.
Same is true of that Fusion Sim Racing car though. Andrew Gaines still needs to make one more pit stop for the 677. So it's not specifically that car that they're fighting. It's some of the other ones further around. Cody Bird currently scored in 3rd. Wow.
Bird still has to come in and make that final stop, as well as Justin Alderton in the Arm Racing red car. They'll likely be in this time. As Alexander Bird finally makes his way to the pit stop, we'll see if they do take tyres in this stop. We're only saying they should, because if they don't, and somehow a safety car comes out, all of those teams behind that did take tyres at that last stop, all of a sudden get a free kick, and it brings them up with a chance to steal the win away. And the lead that car, the Trick Sim Sports car, has, they might as well take it because they'll still be out in front.
Indeed, as we see 2nd place, Arm Racing Red also jump in. They'll probably get jumped again by Evolution Racing Team, but probably then be able to hold on to 3rd.
Yep, and it's
tyre stop, the safe thing, belts and braces.
Good move from those guys to do that. Nothing to lose. So we're seeing Carl Rapers responding to Tyler Havias jumping into the pit, so he's coming in to make his stop. Alexander Bird is away, and Colin Stark continuing on. Just done another 1:55.5. He's absolutely flying at the moment. So much faster than everyone else. He's got 2 full laps on Scott Solosky. Now, Trick Sim Sports Blue, they're not slow drivers at all. But to have 2 full laps, that's incredible.
Yeah, indeed. Simplex Racing, only fuel, no tyres for them. So assume Fusion Sim Racing will have to do the same in response. And then the only difference between them will be the about 8 laps more fuel that Fusion Sim Racing were carrying. Slightly shorter time in the box, but the gap will not be unassailable by any means. So 2 cars still running in LMP2, and we might still have a battle yet.
Yep, exactly right. We could. We don't know how it's going to play out. Craig Edwards getting into the car. Nevaeh's coming down the front straight. If they've both got enough fuel to get it home, I'm going to guess they do. I mean, it's hard to judge the pit stop lengths. I think they went, what, 52 minutes in the first stint?
Longest stationary for Craig Edwards. For
no
Craig Edwards, there's a driver swap, no tyres. That's why it took so long. If they'd left
this is
Carl
close,
Lakeland, but only fueled it for the end, it would have been a 20-25 second stop. Instead, it's exactly 30 because they had to do a driver swap and they're side by side at the end of
Here we go.
But Tyler Havias grabs the lead, and Craig Edwards, as his first order of business as captain, flashes the headlights.
This is going to be a great fight all the way to the end. We're just going to cut away from him for a second. Oh no, Daryl Carter! Into the wall! Ferraris doing a good job lawn mowing to avoid contact. That was between Brad Jessen and Daryl Carter. I saw it on the timing that those guys were close. I didn't think they were going to be that close. Motive simulation replay up on screen. That was a scary moment there for Daryl Carter. Was he helped out there, or did he just have a bit of aero wash?
Well, the replay will definitely tell us something, and
oh, just
I think he's done that mainly by himself. He did just keep it out of the wall, though. Big spin, big slide. From that angle, you just see Ferraris as a rocket across the grass. He didn't know which way that spinning car was going to go, and luckily he picked an escape route that worked. This will be scary from his onboard. The two are side by side, and the car's all the way to the right, and then spinning back onto the track. He doesn't know which way it's going to go. It takes a little bit of an adventure, and holds on to 8th place because of it.
Scary moment. That Fusion Sim Racing car, the 477, has been in the wars in the last little while. They continue on, but this is going to be the battle all the way to the end. Who would have thought that a class with only 3 cars in it would end up with our closest fight for the win in the entire race? I know I didn't, but I'm excited that it is.
It's not where you would have put your money at the start of this race when you saw the big GTE field we had, the 2 geodesic LMP1s and Trick Sim Sports also in that class, and wow. In spite of all of this and the driver swaps, I think the Fusion Sim Racing car, I might have lost track of it, still has slightly fresher tyres on than the Simplex Racing car. I think they're basically 2.5 stinting it at Simplex Racing, rolling the dice, getting the track position, and see what happens. This is can you blame them for doing it? You could do the same in their boots.
Oh, and I think that's just showing there why it may not be the best idea, but Craig Evans got up too.
He'll have a slowdown. No one wants to win this. What is going on? Fantastic racing. Not necessarily clean, but again, this happens sometimes. The driver in front gets in too hot, and you using them as a bit of a reference marker, you get in too hot as well. So Havias with a slide, Edwards got in way too deep, cut further across the grass.
That was a scary moment for both of them.
Look at that lap time Alex Bird has just set.
Oh wow. 2:12 flat. The fastest lap of the race by a mile. There's been only one other car in the 2:12s, and that's the sister car. And that one did a 2:12.6. No one else has even got close to the 2:12s. DPR Racing did a 2:13.1. That's the closest from anyone else. That's incredible pace. How? I do not get how they're that quick.
It's mind-blowing. This last hour of the race is going to give us more excitement than you might expect from a 6-hour race with no safety cars. I mean, look at this here, that squirrely all over for Simplex Racing, but Tyler Havias through just will and determination, keeping that car in front. Craig Edwards in second place, I think with fresher tyres on the car, but not faultless either, because you saw he made that mistake as well into Lacombe. So both of these guys, every inch of the grip more, and all of the track and then more as well.
This is going to be a really intense fight for the next 42 minutes. Make sure you stay with us all the way to the end. It's going to be very, very exciting to see who comes out on top here. And I think traffic's going to play a factor into who wins this. Oh, it's right up alongside comes Craig Edwards. Not able to get through, and a little slide from Edwards on the exit. Oh, this is getting so intense.
GTE car pulls out of the way to let these two through, because it might have been Scott Newton. He sees the battle that they're having, and what it did though is it shielded Tyler Havias from Craig Edwards being able to jump down the inside, because the GTE car was there. So it did help Havias defend at least that one corner, but they've got maybe 17 laps more to race, and there's no shortage of corners around here that we've seen you can make a pass at. The pressure on Havias is massive.
Yep. Track temp now down to 23 degrees as well, so it's cooling off very, very quickly. The sun is setting. 7:30 is the time in Sim now, so definitely turning into a very, very late finish here at Spa.
Woods will get a better run because the exit was balked for Havias. Now he's going to go all the way to the left of the circuit, try and defend the inside of Blanchemont, and I think Edwards backs out of that. It's still too early, still far too early to try and go too wide through Blanchemont. We've seen the troubles that can bring. So deep on the brakes goes Edwards, going to try and go around the outside of the bus stop, but that's not going to work this time. Every place he possibly can, he's trying to see if he can get the nose down the inside on Havias. Tyler Havias is just not going to let him have it.
This is such an enthralling little battle going on right now. Alexander
Massive
Bird.
wiggle again from the Simplex Racing HPD.
Those tyres
better run
screaming
from Edwards again, but he just cannot get to a side of the racetrack where he can attack down the inside. He'll get a better run up the hill for sure. The slipstream will be huge this time. I think Edwards might have pulled out a little bit too early, but Havias will defend the inside. How far up alongside can Edwards get an outbreak into Lacombe? Let's see. Oh, so deep once again goes Havias. Is he even going to make the corner? He does, and he'll park it right in front of Edwards.
Great job from Havias holding on. It's great to watch him hold on, but I can't see him doing this for another 18 to 20 laps, can he? There's no way he can hold on for 18 laps doing this.
If there was 10 minutes to go, you'd say, you know, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. But really, 40 minutes of this, it would be entertaining watching, no doubt, but surely at some point the tyres are going to scream enough. There's going to be a slide from Havias that's too much. There's going to be, you know, a locked brake that is too bad for him to be able to hold Edwards behind. Surely.
I agree. I can't see how he can hold on. I mean, it would be great to watch if he can, but it's going to be just way too much work to be able to do it. If he can hold on, it'd be one of the most incredible drives we've ever seen in OEC history, but at this stage, you wouldn't think he's going to be able to hold on. We'll see if Edwards can get it done this time. I don't think he's close enough. Both have to get out of the throttle through Blanchemont now. You can tell the old tyres really having a big effect there, a big impact. But Edwards not able to get through.
We'll see what the lap time is this time.
No!
The best lap. Oh, Havias, big slide. Edwards is going to be to the inside full of sauce. Edwards gets the better run. Into the lead goes Fusion Sim Racing. The tyres eventually did scream enough. The traction not sufficient out of the final corner. Tyler Havias nobly battled to try and hold onto that car and hold on to the lead of the race. It was not enough.
Let's watch the wheel work here on exit. Unfortunate that this battle has ended like that, but we knew it was coming. It just couldn't do it. Just clipped the inside curb and it just unsettled the car and unloaded the wheel. Yep. He's coming back though.
They are indeed
Oh,
side
around the
by
outside.
side.
Oh no,
You
contact!
are kidding me. He's going to hit the Fusion Sim racing car. He's going to go off track. He's going to rejoin behind Craig Edwards. He's going to have a monster of a slide. He's off track again. Tyler Havias, I stand and applaud you, but I think that is that for now. Tried to get a good run up through Radion, got a bit of the slipstream down the Kemmel Straight, but that position of the sister Fusion Sim racing car, he either had to hit one or the other, and he picked the GTE car in the end, I think.
I'll tell you what, that would have been scary for Andrew Gaines, seeing those two guys, knowing that they're fighting for the lead together. He didn't know where to go or what to do. Just trying to hold it off the outside, and then all of a sudden, bang. Watch this from Andrew Gaines. This car's coming up behind. Which way do I go? Where do I go? He almost put it off the road to try and get out of the way. But he was trying to do the right thing and didn't really have anywhere to go.
Well, so with that, I'm relatively confident to say the battle for the lead of LMP2 has been done, but what an exciting couple of laps it was. What just amazing, you know, that kind of just determination to just try and hold on to it. They did what they could do, what they had to do. In the end, it hasn't worked out. Back into second place goes Simplex Racing, but the will to try and hold on to it, to take the gamble. I applaud that they've given us a bit of racing in what's down to a two-car class, and still, it was the most exciting thing happening at that time.
Yep, definitely. They've tried to make it the most entertaining class, even with two cars running at that point. So, Justin Alderton is making decent inroads into Scott Newton, both on old tyres, both fueled up to get it home to the end. But Alderton is running around about 3 or 4 tenths quicker. Is there enough time left in the race for him to close up and steal second position away?
Just needs one off lap from Scott Newton, and then that gap does come down to an amount where he could just continue to chip away at it and get there before the end of the race. The tyres are 3 laps newer for Justin Alderton. We know that no, sorry, they were 2. I'm misreading from the fuel stop, not the previous stop where they changed tyres, and Arm Racing Red pitted 2 laps later. And Scott Newton then put in a lot of very quick laps immediately out of the gate on those tyres. He might have worn them down a little bit quicker on the BMW, and Arm Racing Red have been double stinting tyres since the start of this race. They used to how to look after them for the double stint. The Porsche seems a little bit kinder as well. Towards the end of this double stint, would not be crazy to see Arm Racing Red be able to pull 5 tenths, 6 tenths a lap out and start to get back up there, especially if they put this set of tyres on an hour and a half ago with the intention to nurse them.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they would have worked out. I mean, they've been the best on double stinting tyres all day, so they would have understood what to do and how to manage them best in the previous stint to give them the best opportunity in this stint. It's going to cut away from that because we may see a pass here in the FT1 cars. Up the inside it goes Dominic Ferraris past Brad Jessen and moved done. So Ferraris now into 7th position.
And not bad for an AM driver. Still quite a few seconds down the road from the leading GTE AM car, which is still David Mulhall.
About 25 seconds back.
Yeah, 25 seconds. So second place, trying to hold on to it, making good progress, but I think this lead right here for Eclipse Sim Sports, they just need to take it smooth. They will find themselves with a good result. The car just in front of the Eclipse Sim Sports was Trick Sim Sports Black, who still need one more pit stop. So Eclipse Sim Sports will end up back in 4th of all of the GTEs.
That's incredible. Well done to those guys. Obviously, it's not over, but it's highly likely that we're at the phase now where we're at the phase now where we will likely not have a safety car, because usually when we get to the half-hour point, that's the point where they just say no more or no safety cars. So we'll get confirmation of that soon. I'm just wondering if Alderton's done enough to close this gap down. Not quite there in regards to pace at the moment. Dominic Oliveira, though, he is at the right pace to close in on the DPR racing car.
It's not on the right strategy to get to the end without another pit stop, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right. They still do need to make another stop. Trick Sim Sports Black need another stop. And FT1 Loki are going to be borderline. They are running the longest on fuel out of everyone. And we'll get a guide on the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing LMP1 cars pace in the next little bit too, because they're out there for their final stint on their first flying lap right now. So we'll see what their pace is. Actually, they've just done their first flying lap. 155.5, so pretty good lap. We'll see if they can break the lap record in this race in the next couple of laps as well.
DPR car all the way to the right hand side, defending. Not sure how necessary that will be, but you know, there's definitely going to be a splash and dash required for this geodesic BMW, unfortunately, who were running so strong, so quick early on, and then an incident not of their fault, and then some other drama where we think maybe they just ran out of fuel. A lot of promise shown by the 442 that just hasn't been delivered in this race, unfortunately, which is a real shame. There's a few cars out there that had great speed and not able to deliver. I'm thinking about One Performance Racing Ferrari as well, and there was a few others where we're still thinking, you know, what if?
Yep. Yeah, it's been a lot of unfortunate incidents throughout the day, so it's been disappointing to see that play out in that way, but that's what happens sometimes. Sometimes in racing it's more about how much luck you have or avoiding the bad luck than actually having pace. So things sometimes don't fall your way in motorsport, whether it's real or sim. Just move on to the next race if it doesn't go your way. But the geodesic racing guys, the GTE car hasn't had a great day, but can't ask for a much better day performance-wise than what they've done in the LMP1 class so far.
Yeah, indeed. Vera takes that. I was about to say takes the alternative line through the bus stop, and that alternative line is diving into the pit lane with 30 minutes to go. So didn't get past Keenan, has probably just bailed out of that, decided to run their own race, and they know who they're racing against. Probably lose about a minute 20 to this stop, maybe 120. No, maybe yeah, minute 20. I should have backed myself on that, and can look down the order about where that will put them. They're maybe looking 14th or 15th, I think.
Yeah, I think that'll be about where they will end up. Alderton's still making some inroads. It's just not going to be enough at the moment. Anthony Winkleman actually a little bit quicker behind, but as we know, that car does need to come in for more fuel. As the third of the cars in LMP1 comes in to make their final stop, the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car. Brendan Cronin getting back behind the wheel. Oliveira finally stops in his box. The other car that may need another splash and dash of fuel as well, One Performance Racing, they may be just short on fuel. I reckon they might be 1 or 2 laps short.
Taking a look, and again, that's another team whose pit strategy was sort of taken out of their own hands and forced off strategy.
Yeah, they haven't had much go right for them this race either. Just seeing Oliveira come out just behind Nathan Huppets. We'll see if Oliveira can close in. He's double sitting tyres, which is no surprise with half an hour to go. Let's see what this lap time is from Colin Stark though, because this is his first proper run with a full load of boost. No, it's not going to beat the fastest lap. He's taking his time again on that one, so maybe just regenning the battery before he has another run at it. Currently got a full lap and a half lead at the moment. Official gap between first and second place 2 minutes and 45 seconds, 1.5 laps. Incredible gap that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing has pulled out in this race.
Yeah, defies comprehension a little bit. Just an incredible lead, and time-wise, what is that? 2 minutes 45 seconds.
Yep.
They've got at the moment, and we don't think that the Trick Sim Sports Blue will get to the end from here.
No.
And in saying that, the moment we say it out loud, there's a possibility they might, because it's Trick Sim Sports. But it was very, very tall odds on that one. So I think we're looking at it might potentially end up a gap nearer to 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. It could be 2 full laps ahead. So,
Awkward miscommunication right there. A GTE car has deviated from their line to try and let the LMP1 car through, and that's cost Scott Solowski a whole heap of time right at the top of the hill where you want to be carrying as much speed as possible. The GTE car's tried to be kind to him, but has not communicated it. You just expect them to hold their line, and Solowski's taken a slightly tighter exit from Radeon to try and get past. The GTE has done exactly the same thing to try and let him go on the conventional racing line, and both of them lose a whole bag of time from that. And we're probably lucky it didn't create a big incident. You look on board from Scott Solowski here, he knows there's a GTE car up ahead of him, who then hangs too far left, and he's not expecting it. He has to back out of it, throw away a whole bag of speed there.
Just what that car doesn't want is more momentum loss there. Just trying to get themselves back into a rhythm and back into the race. Just try and get themselves sorted, but they are losing so much more ground to the cars that they're trying to battle with. I mean, it's probably a battle that's all over. They're 2 laps ahead of the car behind, 1.5 laps behind the car ahead, if that makes any sense at all. We've got, what, 5 minutes to the car behind of Brendan Cronin, so Solowski decides he's had enough of putting up with traffic for now, and he's going to bring it into the lane.
And you know what? I just had a look at the stop time of their previous stop, and I think they knew that it was going to be 2 to get to the end, because a full tank of fuel is about 25 seconds for the LMP1s, and they took about 17 seconds. I think they'd purposefully short-filled and cut it in half, knowing they weren't going to be able to stretch it to get to the end.
Yeah,
so
I think you're right.
if I'd looked at the numbers more carefully, I would have known that there was no way on earth they were making it to the end, and they were already resigned to that fact. Just running it light, maybe trying to set some quick lap times. I'm not sure they're going to displace the 54.9 of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing's Audi LMP1 entry. But yeah, come on, Scott Solowski, put a new set of tyres on, half a tank of fuel, get out there.
Yeah, break that lap record. That's the aim for the rest of the race. Get the lap record. Someone feed the message across. I know there's some people from the team watching. Alderton still making inroads into Scott Newton. That lap by half a second quicker. Now there's approximately 12 laps left in the race, so he needs around about 3/4 of a second a lap to get there with 1 to go. Probably not quite enough time left, but as the tyres wear a bit more, you can see Newton off in the distance there. Scott Newton's pace will probably drop off even further. We know that Alderton's been really good on tyre conservation throughout this race. It's not out of the realms of possibility that that gap will close in bigger increments as this final phase rolls on.
Yeah, all of it plays to the possibility of Alderton being able to close it in a little bit quickly. One, we know he was doing pretty well at looking after the tyres and keeping the pace up. Two, we think the Porsche is probably better at it than the BMW when it comes to looking after the tyres. And then three, the tyres are, it's not a huge amount, but 2 laps newer on the ARM Racing red car as well. And so all of those 3 things put them together, maybe in 10 minutes time, we might see a bit of a bigger drop-off from Scott Newton. It's possible.
I mean, if he keeps going half a second and then 6 tenths, 7 tenths, 8 tenths a lap, and it grows by a tenth every lap, the gap that he's gaining, that could be enough. So even if they don't get there, I think they'll be over the moon with sitting in P3 with 25 minutes to go. And with a possibility of maybe getting up to the front as they're just seeing there's an issue, car around. Oh! Nathan Huppert's trying to loop the car around and it didn't get wheel spin and he just went straight into the wall. How did he get in that spot though?
Well, there's two kinds of traction control on these cars, so you can dump the clutch, but you've got to have the settings right to be able to flick spin it. Is the 688 the same car we saw?
Oh!
No, it gets collected by our race leader,
yes!
our overall leader. Colin Stark just right into the back of him.
Just when we said anything could happen in this race.
Is the 688 slow, or is this a massive misjudgment? Is the 688 trying to slow off the racing line? Or, I mean, maybe. I think he was expecting the 688 to track across to the left. It didn't happen. Both of them come together, and that is sort of
it's in the pits.
what could have happened with Scott Solosky and the other GTE that we saw earlier, where one of them was trying to stay off the racing line. One of them thought the other car would follow the natural racing line. And I think that's what can happen when the GTE doesn't hold their line. Is the 688 the car that had some
that was the 677 before.
Okay. Which is the one that was facing the wrong way at La Source?
Question.
With some control issues.
No, that was the Eclipse car, was it not?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Watch this attempted flick spin from Huppert and bang into the tyre barrier. But what this has done, we just said Solosky's got to go out there and punch in some fast lap times. Stark's had to bring the car in to get a spare car. So this is really scary for Geodesic Racing to potentially lose the race, get back out there, but how scary a moment is that? And we'll see if Solosky still a lap down, but he's going to make massive inroads. That's a scary, scary moment for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. A scary moment for Nathan Huppert. And could we still see a penalty incoming for that too?
Yeah, I mean, from on board, the Fusion Racing car was not predictable, and we know the closing speeds, especially on the exit of a corner with the four-wheel drive acceleration that the LMP1 cars have, it mean that there's not a whole lot of time to react if the car in front does something unexpected.
Andrew Gaines and Wayne Burke side by side down the pit straight, and that's an easy overtake there for Burke. He'll just go straight on by it. Takes 11th position in class, 17th overall. I'm still dumbfounded by what happened just before.
Yeah, indeed. And what I'm
still lost for words.
And it just all happens so quickly. From every single camera angle you look at, the GTE car is following a normal line, and the LMP1 car is following a normal line, and then, 50 meters down the exit of the corner, suddenly the two of them are together, both of them are in the wall, and massive damage onto the front of your race-leading car, and it was facing the wrong way. Thankfully, for these LMP1 cars, things like the front clip can be changed very quickly, and it was a very square-on front bumper, rear bumper incident. So, I mean, in a second, we'll see what the pace is like for Colin Stark, but I think he could be driving an LMP2 car for the last 20 minutes here and might still be able to win.
Yeah, it's a big advantage. Now, what I'm thinking has happened is that Huppert may have seen him coming and just sort of slowed up on the exit, just thinking, oh, well, I'll just stay here and Stark can go around me, but what he should have done is maintain the normal line, and yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure Race Control will have a nice little look at that one. These are the sort of situations why I love not being in Race Control and not having to judge anything at all.
Yeah, indeed. The guys at Geodesic Racing like me at the moment, so it's a good thing I don't have to, make a decision on that, because then they might not like me so much. It's not a happy incident for anyone, really. Like, Fusion Sim Racing aren't trying to get hit or trying to hit anyone, and obviously, leading the race here is the last thing that Colin Stark wants, but
Just
You know,
a clumsy incident that you
multi-class
see in the closing stages of a multi-class race, isn't it? You see it all the time in multi-class racing where you get clumsy, bizarre incidents coming up towards the end of the race.
Pace does look sufficient for Colin Stark, though, that
Yeah,
he's
looks
not
fine.
losing too much.
I'm guessing he still had a spare car available. I'm hoping that that's how it's played out for those guys, because seeing a whole heap of smoke up ahead. Someone's gone straight ahead at the chicane.
Big
Nothing
lock
wrong
up.
with the pace. Nothing wrong at all.
Car? No, no, it's all there. It's all still there. And even in the absence of a spare car, you can change the front clip on either of the LMP1 cars very, very easily if there's no underlying suspension damage or you haven't damaged several corners. If it's all on the front clip, like it is in a square-on nose-to-tail, clumsy little someone didn't see a red light incident, I think, maybe it would have taken a bit longer than 12 seconds, but the pit crew are capable of pulling off a front clip, putting a new one on as if nothing happened on the LMP1 cars. It's a bit different to a global MX-5 Cup car.
Yeah, exactly right. It doesn't take anywhere near as long. And Fusion Sim Racing 277 car has just set that class's fastest lap of the race. The first lap in the 2:03.7s for the day. So a good lap there from Craig Edwards, as you said. Class of the field in that class in regards to pace. So he's done a very, very good job there. No real battles going on at the moment in the GTE class. It's a little
Used up all of
surprising.
our excitement quota on the overall leader colliding with someone, and that bonkers battle we had in LMP2 where neither of them could keep it on the tarmac.
Well, I think I'm going to make a prediction right now, is that this car will come into the pits on this lap or the next one. It's not a very, very good prediction because it's pretty simple maths.
I think we're looking this lap.
And he comes, so Winkleman in, which now puts David Mulhall into 4th outright in class. That's incredible for this AM car. The Eclipse Sim Sports AM car will lead, will go into 4th in the overall GTE class. That's an incredible drive for these guys.
Yeah, fantastic, and I applaud that. Good drive, good strategy too. There was some times where they were battling with some of the FT1 cars and really outdid them mainly on the strategy. Great pace on track from the drivers too, but also, we were talking about, okay, here they are side by side with an FT1 car, but there's probably 30 seconds less of pit service remaining for the Eclipse car, so they definitely took the double stint at the right time, and they were never really caught out on slow tyres when the track was too hot either.
And Dominic Ferraris in the second AM class car, second position class car, they move into 6th position right now as they pass Anthony Winkleman. They are closing in on Aaron Stanley ahead, so they could end up 5th outright in class. Should be an incredible effort.
6/10 last lap, and you can basically see it down the straight there. So
the gap definitely is closing up.
3 FT1 cars in a line in 5th, 6th, and 7th in GTE at the moment. So they're, I guess, all pretty consistent, pretty equal.
Yeah, Aaron Stanley leading the FT1 run, 5th, 6th, 7th as you said, and then 15th for the 4th of the FT1 cars. And that one looks a little bit second-hand, beaten up, broken. Been in the wars. Most of the cars throughout the day have had some sort of incident. I think this car's been one of the few that haven't really had too much go amiss throughout the day.
You're really going to do that to them with 15 to go.
They've got an 80-second lead. They can have something minor go wrong. I apologise right now, Trent. I'm sorry, I know you're watching. I apologise now if something happens.
I said the geodesic racing Audi, after the next stops, might even have a 4-minute lead, and then they collide with someone, lost their nose, and were pointing the wrong way.
Yep. Anyone that doesn't believe that the commentator's curse is real has never sat in the commentator's booth before and realised how real it is. It's scary how we can curse people like we do, but it's a privilege to be able to curse people, I think. Incredible speed as they come through Eau Rouge and up through Radion.
Got any good fixed cameras for that one next time around?
I do. I'll get one of them for us. What car would you like me to focus on through that section?
Who do I want to curse?
I'll get it with let's go on the lead. Go on the lead LMP1 up through that section. Just watch how controlled they are up through there. How's that sound?
The speed for these cars through there is something ridiculous. There are some fantastic looking static cams that give you an idea how insane it is to go up the hill at 250, 260 kilometers an hour. What are they doing? I'm sure I'll be able to see.
Well, top speed that last lap for Stark, 324 kilometers an hour at the end of the Camel Straight.
He laid on the boost, he must have, because everyone else is in LMP1 is doing 308, 309. He must have had a bit of a slipstream and just laid onto that boost.
Hopefully the static camera works for us. Awesome shot down the hill. Of course it didn't show the right camera that time, did it?
Wasn't quite as dramatic as I was hoping for, but it was okay.
We'll have a look at Bird when he comes across there this next time. As Craig Edwards has already gone through, so we can't watch him, so we'll go back to Bird. Six laps to go for Alexander Bird now as he crosses the line. Colin Stark will probably have 6 as well. Right, let's see if we get this one working this time. Here we go.
I like it. I like it a lot.
There we go.
That's
that was
good.
much better.
The shot where they just appear over the hill
Yep.
at speed is quite nice.
A lot of work goes into getting cameras set up for a track like this. It's very, very tough to get a set of cameras that work very, very well.
The fourth place car goes a lap down on the GTE leader there. Such is the pace of some of our leaders in class that
incredible.
6 hours, and you know the podium is the only cars on the lead lap.
Yeah. So some amazing pace from the Trick Sim Sport Silver car, and Ferraris is closing in now even more. So I don't think this is settled for 5th and 6th in GTE, in the outright GTE field, that is. Lots of different classes within the class, but it doesn't mean that there'll be a little bit of fighting going on here, because it's for position and for championship points. So they'll all want as many positions as they can get. Aaron Stanley, Dominic Ferraris now down to 3.8 seconds. Stanley will be feeling the pressure from behind. Last lap by was 0.8 of a second slower, so this battle is not done.
Scott Solosky did not take tyres at his last stop, fuel only, so his last lap he did a 58.7. Colin Stark, whatever they did in the repairs has worked, because he's gone and done the fastest overall lap of the race last time by 54.617. He's also just checking out some of the runoff there through Pouon. Yep, it's quality, and so this lap probably would not be legally counted as the fastest lap of the race that he's on now, but the one before certainly was absolutely flying, and the car in tip-top shape, despite the dramas that they clearly had just
fastest
a couple laps
lap for
ago.
Ferraris. Takes another second out on that lap of Aaron Stanley. 5 laps to go, 3.2 seconds. This is well and truly on for that position.
It's just a shame that the battle between Evolution Racing Team and ARM Racing Red that we were hoping to develop hasn't quite. It stayed a bit too similar. This is the DPR racing car from 4th place onto the lane for their final splash and dash, or walk of shame, however you want to think about it, with 4 laps to go.
It looks like from that point on, I think everyone has pitted enough and got enough fuel to get it home from there. So we'll see. Hopefully we don't need any more pit stops, if I could actually speak English.
The One Performance Racing car, Wayne Burke, they
might be okay.
They are going to be absolutely on the knife edge, because I'm seeing they've done 23. They might have 4 to go. They might have 5 to go. But if it's 4, they'll be okay. It all depends on where they are relative to the leader, and he's just set that car's fastest lap of the race as well. So whatever damage to the rear wing, Wayne Burke is driving around it.
Yeah, even with that damage to the rear wing, it's well and truly out of shape. That's a good lap there from Wayne Burke. The track conditions are absolutely ideal now. Sun is virtually set off in the west. Track conditions now 21 degrees. Seeing there's actually a battle going on here. DPR Racing 4 and Black Dog Racing going at it for the last running car.
Well, fantastic. Never give up. And Phil Otto trying to catch Julian Orozco.
Last lap by Otto was 5 seconds slower, so he's actually lost that position on the last lap, so he's trying to get it back. Good to see these guys continuing on. They're 4 laps down from the leader in class, but they're still fighting, which is always what you want to see.
Yeah, for sure. 6 minutes to go. 3 laps for our LMP1 leader. So 3 for everyone else, 2 for some other cars if they are going to get past. They're going to get lapped. And it does look like the Black Dog Racing car is pulling out just a little bit more on Phil Otto. They were quite a bit closer than this now 8/10 that he's now built the gap out to. Julian Orozco and Black Dog Racing, another car that I worry about the consumption for. They've done 24 laps. They might have to do 4 more.
They might not make it on fuel. They'll be very borderline. So
them and One Performance Racing, both the only cars in GTE that I have doubts about.
Yep.
And it'll all come down to when the white flag waves, when the checkered flag waves, and where they are relative to the LMP1 leader, how many laps they have to do.
Ferraris now within 2 seconds of Aaron Stanley. This is getting rather close. Now, only battle in the top 10. The Phil Otto starting to close back in, but not quite close enough. Still half a second back is Otto. We'll come back to that battle in a little bit. But Ferraris is getting very, very close. You can see, based on the lap times, just hear a little mistake from someone coming into the bus stop chicane. You can hear it in the background. Not sure who that was. Let's see what the lap time is this time for Aaron Stanley and Dominic Ferraris. Stanley 2:03.7, 2:02.8 for Ferraris. With 3 laps to go, second a lap quicker. Puts him side by side with 1 to go.
Speaking of quicker, we just see Colin Stark go through the shot between the 2 FT1 cars and cross the start-finish line to complete a lap of 1 minute 54.2.
Could he do a 1:53 by the end?
I think he's trying. It really looks like he's trying.
Ferraris is now 1.3 under a second now. Well, you can see how close he is. He's just closed in from nowhere. This is going to be a great fight all the way to the end between these two cars.
And how sweet it would be for Dominic Ferraris and his co-drivers if the highest position of the FT1 cars was his GT AM entry.
Yep.
Certainly that would be something to remind them about tomorrow morning.
Nothing like a little bit of bragging between the team. You're the lead car and you're the team that shouldn't necessarily be up as high as you are. Always a very, very good feeling.
Go racing, right?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
want a t-shirt in Indianapolis.
And see, you're just using it for bragging rights there, the t-shirt.
Yeah, you know, we had a little friendly competition about who would set the fastest lap between me and my friend Tom, and he was not able to, so I have a t-shirt, and the poor Englishman had to give me a t-shirt that says the colonies do it better. All of the track out there for Ferraris, and he loses just a tiny bit. I'm seeing that this might just... Is this going to be the white flag this time?
No,
or
next one. 2 to go.
2 to go. And this isn't going to be the fastest lap for him this time. A little bit off the pace there. Maybe just saving up some boost.
Yep.
Also close again between the FT1 cars into the bus stop. Still Aaron Stanley ahead of Dominic Ferraris. Ferraris looking for a way past. I think the tyre age is pretty similar between these two. Neither took tyres at their last stop. So despite the cool temperatures, it'll be all a little bit slidey, a little bit out of control. So have to be very careful if they do go side by side. And of course, the golden rule of motorsports is not take your teammate out. So I'm sure Ferraris wants to get the job done, wants to get the pass. Got just under 2 laps to do so, and he's much closer this time out of Radion than he was even a lap ago, where he closed up a great deal. As he pulled out of the slipstream a little too early, he's back in it. Defending goes his teammate Stanley. Then Ferraris will try and go around the outside of Lacombe. Cannot break deep enough to do it this time. But
there's no team orders, is there?
No, none whatsoever. It's he's going to have to fight for that position if he wants it, and Stanley is going to defend for it. And I'm not sure Brad Jessin will be able to close up behind, but he in theory has the fresher tyres of the two in front. So imagine a 3-car FT1 battle to the end. That would be interesting to see. And woe betide any of them who take out their teammates.
I was going to say, imagine them coming all together at the end in the bus stop, the final lap. That'd be a very awkward talking point, because they wouldn't want to get involved with each other. But great to see that there's definitely no team orders within this team the way these guys are battling. That's what you want to see when you've got teammates fighting. You want to make sure that there's no team orders. It's the only team order is don't touch your teammate.
Yeah,
oh, he's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Colin Stark.
203.
Yes, 1/10
Yeah,
slower.
1/10 off.
His best lap, but I do believe he saw the white flag this time. It'll be the last 7 kilometers of the race for Colin Stark. And here comes our best battle deep in the field. Ferraris cannot be quite close enough through Blanchimont for a dive into the bus stop. Can he? Stanley defends to the inside and then breezes back a little bit. Ferraris is going to have to do something else, try and overtake somewhere else. A bit of a better run, I think, off the bus stop, and Stanley will defend once again.
Great fight going on, and you can see still defending, even though it went a bit blurry there. Aaron Stanley still covering off, trying to negate any advantage that Ferraris has. It's been an intense battle between teammates. It's always great to see teammates fight and teammates battle. Always a little scary when you see teammates get really close like that. Stanley in the grass to try and defend this position.
Ferraris might almost have been able to pull out into the slipstream from the ARM Racing yellow car. He's going to try and go around the outside, becomes the inside for the second apex. He's got his nose ahead. Now he just needs to follow his teammate Cameron Dance's advice through Malmedy, and he's got it. Ferraris up into 5th place, ahead of his pro driver teammates Aaron Stanley and Brad Jessin. FT1 Motorsport, a little interesting battle for themselves, and it sorts itself out. Only 2 corners to go for Colin Stark to win the Oceanic Endurance Championship. 6 hours of Spa. Yeah, gives some cars the opportunity to stay a lap ahead of him if they want it, and I think Arm Racing Red want that. But your winner is going to be Colin Stark and the number 41 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing LMP1 Audi. 6 very dominant hours, even recovering from a little error. They take the big points. LMP2 GTE Pro. We look who's going to cross the line next, and speaking of dominant performances, it is going to be the 495 Trick Sim Sports Silver.
Yeah, great job from these guys. Have led pretty much all day. Just had a great little fight in the first hour with their teammate. They were working together so well, and unfortunate for the sister car, but Trick Sim Sports win at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Well done, guys. As Fusion Sim Racing come up to the bus stop to finish the race in the lead in LMP2.
So Craig Edwards takes that car across the line for him and his teammate Carl Raper in the 277. What a great battle they had with Simplex Racing, who unfortunately connection issue for themselves means that they couldn't fight how they wanted to. And getting that GTE AM win and a great performance overall as well for Eclipse Sim Sports AVR. 4th in GTE and the win in GTE AM. And we've got a couple of GTEs that show us how you disable the traction control and do a proper burnout if you need to.
Yeah, great drive from a lot of teams and a lot of drivers that absolutely have outperformed their driving today. But big congratulations to Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Oh, full lap win. Official margin at the end, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Incredible. The drive from those guys. Trick Sim Sport Blue in second, Geodesic Racing Echelon in third, DPR Racing in fourth, then Fusion Sim Racing and Swift Racing. Szechuan both did not finish in the end, unfortunately, as we go to LMP2, Fusion Sim Racing AWS, then Simplex Racing HPD. 44 seconds in the end between those two. And then Swift Racing HPD finish in third position. I'll let you go through the GTA field.
Yeah, indeed, as we watch some of the geodesic mayhem in the background there. And not for the first time the front clip comes off that car, but thankfully... Anyway, those guys are a bit mad. I hope they still like me for saying that. Trick Sim Sports Silver, your winner in GTE Pro. Head of Evolution Racing Team and Scott Newton, who had a fantastic second half of the race. Arm Racing Red showed us that the Porsches can look after their tyres and they stand on the podium. And then your winner, GTE AM, Eclipse Sim Sports AVR. Fantastic job for them. And clear of FT1 Motorsport Loki, who get second in GTE AM, but also show their Pro Division teammates how it's done, because FT1 Motorsports Pi gets 6th of the GTEs. FT1 Motorsports Asbo, and then Trick Sim Sports Black. Dramas for them of all kinds, and they still recover to get 8th place and some points for the number 496 car. Then 9th is the DPR Racing 3, Reese Keane. Fusion Sim Racing lock out a couple more positions down here. One Performance Racing get 11th. Fusion Sim Racing again in 12th. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black had the pace for a podium. Unfortunately got collected by an LMP1, and then their day went downhill from there. Fusion Sim Racing again in 14th place. Nathan Huppert bringing 688 across the line. FT1 Motorsport Omega, then Arm Racing Yellow. We're getting towards the end of the GTEs, because in 17th place goes the Rival Autosport and Black Dog Racing, DPR Racing in 19th. Retirements, Eclipse Sim Sports, another team that ran very, very well. Our only real retirement in GTE. And the Scops safety car, well, we didn't see it today at all.
Really good to see that we didn't have a safety car out there at all, and we'll get started with some driver interviews. We might get the overall race winners in for a very, very quick chat. Congratulations to Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Colin Stark, Miguel Vigo. Congratulations, guys. Dominant performance. Probably wasn't as easy as what the result shows in the end, but it was a very, very eventful race for you two guys.
Yeah, it got a little bit hairy there towards the end. We didn't expect that car to kind of park it on the exit there. And in general, we kind of saw some of the other teams kind of doing that kind of same stuff instead of just taking the racing line. Uh, it just makes it much easier for us to predict that stuff. But luckily, we only had 10 seconds of damage, so we were able to get that fixed, and the car didn't have any other downsides. As you saw Colin there trying to set some fast laps towards the end.
Now, we're disappointed actually in the end there, Colin. You didn't get one in the 153s. Did you have a 53 in it at the end there?
I think so. Coming out of the backstretch, the last lap was about a tenth up. But going for laps like that, it's the tricky part is managing your battery to because it's essentially a qualifying lap.
Yeah.
It's managing your battery to make sure you have enough to get the speed down the straight, which is for our setup, personally, for our race setup on our Audi, that was our biggest advantage. We actually went with a low downforce setup. And it really worked for us. We had really good fuel usage and just making sure you have those speeds down the straight.
It's been a dominant performance this round, but next round we head to a completely different track. We head to Daytona, 4 hours of Daytona in a few weeks' time. You guys looking forward to that one?
Absolutely. I mean, it's our home track, so we're definitely looking to do the same type of performance like we showed today.
Oh yeah, Daytona's always Daytona's a little bit of a different one. You don't really think of LMP1 cars driving there, but it's definitely a fun one. It's a bit of a different challenge, especially in the Audi. Getting the regen, there's not a lot of huge braking zones other than T1. And the bus stop, you can drag the brakes a bit, but other than that, it should be a really fun round.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it as well. Who would you guys like to thank before we let you go?
I want to actually dedicate this win to our engineer, Michael Overbay. He was actually supposed to run this race, and he got a little sick, so had to go to the hospital. And luckily, he's good, and he was actually spotting for us. But he puts a lot of time and effort on these LMP1 setups, so it was a little heartbreaking not to have him be able to race today. So we want to make sure we appreciate him for everything that he does for this team, and everybody else in the team as well that puts all the time and effort for us to do well. And of course our sponsors, Alpine Stars, GoPro, and all our other sponsors as well. You guys, SimSpeed, we always love you guys. You always think you guys have like one of the best broadcasting stuff. So we always enjoy when you guys are on, and of course the organizers, GLA, OEC. So that's pretty much it. We had a fun race, little hairy moments, but we were able to clinch the win, and we're hoping to do the same for the next round.
Congratulations, guys, on a great performance today. Your winners, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in LMP1. David, I don't know who you're standing by with. Maybe the winners from GTE Pro. Or maybe not.
Yeah, that was Trent Thomas and Alexander Bird, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, so we do have them, our winners from Trick Sim Sports in the GTE Pro division. You guys had all of the pace, the right strategy calls, but, if your teammates in your other car weren't out of it, what kind of fight would they have given you?
Yeah, it was going to be interesting in the last hour, that's for sure. I think, in a 6-hour race when we're equal on pace, there was going to be no point in racing until the last hour. So we were just sitting end to end and saving fuel basically till we were going to call it on at the end. But then they had that issue with the geodesic, and then Ant missed the pit lane, unfortunately. So we were just left by ourselves after that.
Big swing in the track temperatures, and a couple of other teams later on decided on double stinting tires. You guys had the luxury of not really needing to do that, but we saw the track just get quicker and quicker and quicker. What's that like to drive when every 30 minutes the track seems to find another half a second per lap?
Yeah, like it's fine because as the fuel comes off and the tires wear, your lap time stays quite stable. So I think it's probably easier than when the track stays hot and you have to start to drive the car differently as the fuel comes out and the tires wear. So if anything, it was better. And with regards to the strategy, like once you have more than a tire stop lead, you're going to take tires every time because then if there's a safety car, you're on the right tires. So yeah, we could have double stinted or either the second or the last stint, but it's just no point. As soon as there's a safety car, you lose all your advantage. So we just decided to stay on the good tyres the whole time.
Yep, it's a very sensible decision there. So, great race for you guys. A bit of disappointment, I think, for some of your teammates, but anyone that you need to thank from your own car, your own effort, but also Trick Sim Sports as a whole.
You want to chip in there, Trent?
No, I'll let you take it from here, bro.
Yeah, we just want to thank, obviously, the guys running the series, SimSpeed and Night Rider Designs, Trick Custom Fabrications, and Trick Sims.
So there you have it. Alexander Bird carries the team in the race and in the interview as well. Good to hear from them, Jack.
Yeah, very, very good. We might wrap it up as well because both of our brains are fried and we were hoping to have a few more class winners come and join us for a chat, but I think a few guys are a bit shy because it's been an exhausting long day. We want to thank everyone for tuning in throughout the day. It's been an exhausting one for us, trying to understand what's going on, but it doesn't stop here on SimSpeed TV with heaps more action coming up next week. Monday night, tomorrow night, we will have the iRacing V8 series from Sebring. Tuesday night, Just Send It. Wednesday night, we'll have Sprint Series Australia from Circuit of the Americas, and then Friday night, Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in the iRacing V8 for AOSC. Looking forward to all of those races here on SimSpeed TV and on the iRacing Esports Network. But I think we might wrap it up. Thanks again, David, for jumping in. It's been a long, eventful day, but how enjoyable has it been?
Yeah, fantastic racing. Plenty of moments all through the 6 hours to get our hearts racing. Plenty to talk about. Great racing in the end. And I loved it.
Yeah, I loved it too. It was great fun and some really interesting battles, and it's really shaken up the championship. Now, we will be back for the next round of the championship too in 3 weeks' time at Daytona as well. So make sure you do subscribe here on SimSpeed TV and join us next time in a few weeks' time. But until then, we thank you very, very much for tuning in and sticking with us throughout the day. Until our next broadcast tomorrow night, we thank you for watching and we'll see you next time.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's got everything outside of both of them. Maloney. Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top. Oh my God. Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
It's very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?